দুটো জাতীয় সঙ্গীত প্র্যাকটিক্যালি আমাদের মন্ডল সাহেব আমাদের পরস্পরে
এবং এটা
একই রচয়িতা
একই রচয়িতা এবং আমরা এপার ওপার বাংলা একই সংস্কৃতি, একই খাদ্যাভ্যাস বলুন, একই ধরনের জীবনযাপনে অভ্যস্ত, এবং সেটাই আমাদের কাছে গর্বের বিষয় যখন ওপার বাংলা এপার বাংলা আমরা একসাথে মিলিত হই। আমাদের সংস্কৃতি এক, আমাদের শিক্ষা এক, আমাদের চিন্তা ভাবনা এক। It is a great occasion that we are meeting in the 100th centenary year of the father of the nation of Bangladesh. And Alokesh da, a very warm welcome to you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Alokesh da. আপনার সাথে Alokesh da পরিচয় করে দিই। Mr. নবাজ চন্দ্র মন্ডল, উনি প্রাইম মিনিস্টার্স অফিসে বাংলাদেশ ইনভেস্টমেন্ট ডেভেলপমেন্ট এজেন্সির অ্যাডিশনাল সেক্রেটারি। উনি প্রথম থেকেই, যখন থেকে আমি বলেছিলাম যে আমরা অলোকেশ দা ম্যানেজিং ডাইরেক্টর জামিল স্টিল বিল্ডিংস, উনি ওনার প্রেজেন্টেশনে দেখবেন উনি বাংলাদেশে প্রচুর মানে এই রিহ্যাবিলিটেশনে যে হাউজিং সেক্টরে যা যা হয়েছে তাতে জামিল স্টিল হ্যাড আ ভেরি বিগ রোল টু প্লে, এবং এই রোহিঙ্গাদের সেটেলমেন্ট গুলো যে বিল্ডিং গুলো তৈরি হয়েছে সেগুলো অনেকটাই জামিল স্টিল কন্ট্রিবিউট করেছে। সেটা অলোকেশ দা একটু যদি বলেন একটু দু চার কথায়।
Yes, মানে আমি আমার প্রেজেন্টেশন এটা কভার করব। সো আমার ডুয়াল রেসপন্সিবিলিটি, আই এম অলসো দ্য জেনারেল ডিরেক্টর ফর আমাদের ভিয়েতনামে যে জামিল স্টিল কোম্পানিটা আছে। সো আই লুক আফটার ফ্রম ওয়েস্ট আফ্রিকা, সাউথ অ্যান্ড ইস্ট আফ্রিকা টু জাপান টু অস্ট্রেলিয়া। সো এটা পুরো ডোমেন, অ্যান্ড বাংলাদেশের যে সাপ্লাইগুলো আমরা করি ইজ বেসিক্যালি ফ্রম ভিয়েতনাম। So in my presentation, I'll showcase all the projects or major projects that we have handled in Bangladesh, and also what we require from the government.
Thank you, Alokesh da. I think Mr. Adil Islam has also joined. Mr. Adil Islam, can you hear me? Abhi shunte pacchen? Adil bhai? Adil bhai, can you hear me?
Adab, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Apnake namaskar, salam janai. Mr. Adil Islam is the managing director of Alfala Bank, and we were just talking about investments with Mr. Nawaz Chandra Mondol, and I'm happy that we have a lead banker of Bangladesh also with us to look at the investment aspects of the steel industry. And Subroto da, if you could add a few, words on what the bankers should look at in terms of investment in steel in Bangladesh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Islam.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Actually, Bangladesh, the news what we get here is trying to come up, means there were some VAT-related issues, as we learned, that has been overcome. That is, the government is trying their best. If I am mistaken, please correct me. And the loans, now as everybody nowadays is skeptical about giving loans to iron and steel, but Bangladesh with a growth rate of nearly more than 7%, close to 8 GDP, and steel plays a big part, and definitely Bangladesh will do something so that the steel industry comes up. 3 to 4 million ton additional capacities are forecast during next 3 to 4 years. Isn't it, Mr. Islam?
Thank you. We actually do not have any risk aversion to the steel industry at all. I think given the growth rate of the nation, given the public spending in the infrastructure, and as thatched roofs get converted to tin roofs, and as people's purchasing power increases, just the pure consumption of the 160 million people and the government's ability to support that through the infrastructure investment, you need to see post-COVID. I think we're all very stuck on the next 12 or 18 scenario. So when we talk about a nation and banking and steel, that needs to be seen through COVID. COVID is with the grace of Almighty, we'll overcome it. There's vaccine and other drugs in the horizon. So we need to see it beyond 2021. And when you see beyond 2021, the growth rate is not going to stop, because purely it's a consumption-driven, manufacturing-oriented economy, a very young population base, and the infrastructure is, in a way, has been creaking. So the investments need to take place. So I don't think there is any issue in terms of risk aversion towards the steel sector. And also, there is sometimes there's a talk that, is there enough liquidity, or is there loan or funding available? When you look at the large groups over the last 2 decades, they have not funded at one go. They started in the front end and they gradually went into backward integration. So from that angle, both for some capacity expansion and further backward integration, I think there's enough appetite. Interest rate structurally, macro structurally, it's relatively high, but it has come down in the recent months. For the large corporates, anywhere from 11 to 12.5, that has come down to 9. Government has taken sufficient measures to bring down the rate. Plus, from COVID time onwards, the central bank has taken necessary measures to create liquidity in the banking sector. So I think all these will help.
Good, very good.
So we are not risk averse to the steel industry.
Yeah, good, very good.
A warm welcome to Mr. Anuj Khanna. Anuj ji, good afternoon. Maybe you could introduce a little bit of what air engineering has been doing in Bangladesh and what kind of prospects you see in terms of growth in Bangladesh, and you could be complimented by Simon. Simon could add to what you mentioned about.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, and hello to everybody out here. So basically, I would like to first brief what AR Group is all about. We are basically a 70-year-old organization involved in the engineering sector. And for the last 40 years, we have had a focus on long product rolling mills, bars, sections, wire rods, all kind of long product mills. We are based in India, in New Delhi, with 4 workshops. And we have our engineering backbone office in UK, which Mr. Simon is a part of. And currently we are doing about 13 rolling mill projects. 2 of them are in Bangladesh, plenty in India, up to a capacity of about 500,000 tons per annum. Today, the organization is led and managed by European engineers here in India, as well as the chief operating officers. So basically what we try to get to the table is European engineering with Indian manufacturing costs. That's what we try to offer to the market. So that's basically a little bit about the company. And talking about Bangladesh, we are currently doing 2 mills in Bangladesh, along with some revamping works and plenty others in India.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Simon, if you could just compliment what Anuj just, Mr. Khanna just mentioned about air. Simon, you have to unmute yourself. You have to unmute.
There we go.
Yeah.
Excuse me there. Well, nice to see you all, and thank you very much for having me on this webinar. It's a great privilege. I think what Anuj has outlined is a very, shall we say, powerful business approach in terms of bringing to market some of the modern engineering and process technology that is available in there, and applying it into the markets of the subcontinent. I think what we've got to think about are the specific market requirements of the region in Bangladesh and India, and how that translates into a product mix in terms of what are the products we want to produce and what is the volume that they're required in terms of the aspirations of the clients. And within that, of course, there's going to be, should we say, an iterative process. I can hear somebody.
And the problem which you came to know that by ADB, that okay.
Ankit, can you mute everyone?
Yeah.
Amit, yeah. Can you mute everyone except Simon? Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
Yeah.
yeah. So I was just mentioning about how we move from what the market vision is in terms of clients building their mills and their projects, and how we kind of hone that into the required processes. The processes and the product mix gives you your capacity, and what we can think about in terms of engineering that capacity is having the right processes. I mean, should we say the laws of physics don't change? You know, when we're rolling steel, when we're squashing steel, and the same things happen everywhere. The processes are universal. But what we can do is we can lay those out in very market specific plant configurations, and do the engineering locally. That really gives a real good business solution. Let's not forget these are businesses that we're building to meet these requirements.
Thank you so much, Simon. Thank you, Simon. May I welcome Mr. V.R. Sharma, who has just joined in. Mr. Sharma, a warm welcome to you. You know, when we talk about bridging India and Bangladesh, you are perhaps the perfect example who has taken care of a Bangladesh steel plant as well as an Indian steel plant over the years. So
इंटरनेट में सुनाई नहीं दिया या
नहीं एक्चुअली क्या सर नहीं सुनाई पड़ता है सर एक्चुअली इसका वाईफाई का प्रॉब्लम क्या है नहीं एकदम क्रिस्प जो फोटो आता है ना वैसा नहीं आ रहा है
Mr. Sharma, can you hear us?
ये सीधे ही भूल गया बिना उसके
Mr. Sharma, can you hear us? I think Mr. Sharma is muted. Mr. Sharma, can you hear us?
Yeah, I've unmuted him, but he has to.
Namala ji.
Good afternoon, Sharma sir.
How are you?
I am good. How about you? All well? I know you have. Yeah, but I know you just had one webinar, one after another, back to back. So
yeah,
so
it is here.
So, yeah. Oh, great! You're doing two at the same time. That's great. Great, Sharma sir. So let me introduce Mr. Adil Islam. Let me introduce Mr. V.R. Sharma to you. Mr. V.R. Sharma had earlier worked with Abul Khair as the group CEO. He was the group CEO of entire Abul Khair.
Mr. Mukherjee, I'm very much aware of Mr. Sharma. We've met before. He's a great leader in the industry, both here and India. We've had interactions. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Mr. Nawaz Mondal, are you there? Mr. Nawaz Mondal. Yeah, Mr. Nawaz Mondal, let me introduce Mr. V.R. Sharma. He was earlier the group CEO of Abul Khair Group. Now he is the managing director and CEO of Jindal Steel and Power in India. And Mr. Sharma, Mr. Nawaz Chandra Mondal is from Bangladesh Investment Development Agency under the Prime Minister's office. He is the additional secretary in BIDA. And Mr. Mondal, if you could just mention a little bit about BIDA and the connection with PMO, how the Prime Minister's office takes care of the BIDA, and if you just could mention a few words about BIDA.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Mr. Mondal. Mr. Mondal, can you hear me?
Yeah, I am hearing you.
Yeah, please highlight a few sentences on what BIDA is and what kind of role BIDA plays in coordination with the Prime Minister's office.
Okay, thank you. It is my part that I want to address today.
No, yeah, you can just mention a few words. Then when we have your address, you can mention at length about.
Okay.
But just a few words introducing BIDA.
Okay, thank you. You know, BIDA is the Apex Investment Promotion Agency in Bangladesh under the Prime Minister office, and it is actually started its work in 1st September 2016. And before that, the then BOI, Board of Investment in Bangladesh, and Privatization Commission, they are merged together and formed BIDA. And then on 1st September 2016, it is working under the PMO. It is in short presentation of BIDA, and there are other investment promotion agencies in Bangladesh also, like Bangladesh Economic Zones Authority, Bangladesh Export Processing Zones Authority, PPA Authority, and also High Tech Authority. And among these 5, first 4 are working under the Prime Minister's office, and last one, that means High Tech Park Authority, is under the Science and Technology Ministry. These are our institution for investment promotion and facilitation in Bangladesh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mondal. With that, let me welcome my good friend, Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta from Daneli, my younger brother, brother in real sense. Really a younger brother. Thank you, Sanjay. May I also welcome Mr. Atul Bhatt. Atulji, are you there? May I welcome Mr. Atul Bhatt, Chairman cum Managing Director of MECON. What's up? Good afternoon. You are muted, what's up? Can you unmute yourself? You have to just unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
What's up?
good afternoon, Mr. Mukherjee, and hello to all the participants. It's a great pleasure for me to join. This is the first Indo-Bangladesh Iron and Steel Summit that I'm participating, and I'm very excited, and looking forward to hearing, all of you, because I believe that the Indo-Bangladesh partnership is yet to realize the full potential. And although, I was hearing the other participants on that we share the same language, we share, the same culture. And in fact, in Ranchi itself, I can tell you that we have the majority of our engineers are fluent, we have Bengali speaking consultants. So we really, want to look forward to engaging, with the Bangladesh steel industry on a kind of on a higher level than at present. And I'm sure that there's so much of synergies that I see between the two countries, and I think that that should be leveraged, in terms of the synergies between the industries, the steel industries, which includes, the entire ecosystem, which consists of the engineering, the engineers, the consultants, because I'm sure that if you take any aspect, whether you take the kind of products, that will come in, whether you take the kind of, the technologies that should be deployed, I'm sure that the steel trajectory growth of Bangladesh would be very similar to the growth of in the Indian steel industry. And just, to introduce MECON to all of you, MECON is a consultancy organization, engineering and consultancy organization based in the eastern part of India, that is in Ranchi, which is the capital of Jharkhand state. And we are providing engineering and consultancy, project management consultancy since the last 6 decades. So thank you for including us, and we are very eagerly looking forward to participating and hearing, I'm sure, what will be very, very interesting discussions, and look forward to hearing all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt. Let me once again add that MECON is one of the leading, let's say, one of the top consultants for our steel industry, for the benefit of one and all in the Bangladesh industry as well. In India, MECON, everyone knows, but in Bangladesh, I think it's a good time for MECON to make a penetration as much as Dastur has done. So I think MECON will need to push in a little bit more into Bangladesh and back most of the projects. And I fully believe, under the leadership of Mr. Bhatt, MECON will be the foremost consultant as far as the Bangladesh steel is concerned. Mr. Adil Islam, if you have a question for the steel industry's technical consultancy or the anything of related to that. Mr. Adil Islam is the managing director of Alpha Law Bank. Mr. Islam, question for Mr. Atul Bhatt, if you have anything to ask.
No, I was in fact hearing Mr. Islam, and he said that the steel industry is not very averse to lending. I mean, the banking industry still has not categorized the steel industry as one that they would not be lending money to. So I think that should be really welcome news, because in India we find that bankers, if there is any steel project, they take a very detailed look, and they will follow a little conservative approach. So it's very heartening to hear Mr. Adi Islam, and that the steel industry still gets support from the banking industry.
Welcome, Mr. Bandyopadhyay. Now I'll ask Mr. V.R. Sharma to just sort of explain, because you have worked with the banks in India, you have worked with the banks in Bangladesh. Now, what is it that you find a difference between the bankers in India and the bankers in Bangladesh when it comes to investment in steel?
Yes, thank you, Nirmala. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all of my friends. This is a wonderful platform you have given, Nirmala. I would tell you 2-3 things, because I have been associated.
Ankit, can you mute everyone except Mr. Sharma?
Yeah, Mr. Sharma, sorry for the interruption.
Okay, thank you. So, if I had to rate today the 2 best countries in the world, so I would rate India and Bangladesh. This is one.
Oh, that's
second. If I had to rate 2 best prime ministers in the world, so one is Mr. Modi and other is Madam Sheikh Hasina. So they are so positive, so pro-industry, that it is not easy to match their thinking process. As far as Bangladesh is concerned, you see, Bangladesh is having about 170 million people, that is 17 crores. And Vietnam is having 9 crore people. Vietnam has already reached to 18 million ton of steel production, as well as consumption also. So Bangladesh is going to touch at least 20 million ton steel production in times to come. And this time is not too far away. Apart from that, Bangladesh is having a potential to be part of India's 300 million ton steel projects. How is that? Not by investing within India. Keep on investing in Bangladesh. India needs 300 million ton steel by 2030 or latest by 2032. Indian steel mills will not be in a position to reach to 300 million ton from today's 130 million ton. So Bangladesh can generate another 10 million ton steel for India at least, and maybe 20 million ton steel for India. So God has blessed many things in Bangladesh. One is their manpower. Number 2, the qualified engineers, diploma holders, technicians. Number 3, a dedicated work strength. They are very dedicated, very dedicated towards their work. And above all, a large coastal line. And over and above all these things, Bangladesh also enjoys a good reserve of gas, natural gas. So these are the plus points of Bangladesh. The only one constraint in Bangladesh is land. So the land in Bangladesh, if we do a little more planning, again, the steel and cement industry can help the policy makers in Bangladesh, because land may be limited, but the sky is not. So Bangladesh will have to turn to a skyscraper country, better than Hong Kong, much better than Tokyo, and much more better than Manhattan. So whatever you are seeing in Bangladesh today, single-story housing or single-story hutments or single-story villas, we had to convert all these dwelling units into 60, 70 floors of high buildings. Then the situation will change. The another point in Bangladesh is, Bangladesh perhaps will be the only country in the world where they will be putting railways as metro rail in each and every village. Because by traveling by road will be horrible. So a time will come, Bangladesh can spend billions of dollars into elevated metro rails, not underground metro rails, because being coastal area, it is very difficult to go underground, and it will be very expensive as well. So Bangladesh, in times to come, in next 20 years, will see a dramatic change when each and every village, I'm not saying each and every village means in true sense every village, each and every good or district town or tehsil town will be connected with the metro rail system. So Bangladesh brings a lot of potential by itself. So we have to find out what is to be done. We have today in Bangladesh more than 10 large units. Large units means steel units. More than 10 good and large cement plants. Large does not mean here that they have 3 million ton or 5 million ton capacities. I would rate that any company which is making 1 million ton or close to 1 million ton is a large company, because Bangladesh is at the verge of bringing a lot of entrepreneurs, and perhaps Bangladesh is the only country which is growing at a rate of more than 12 to 14%. This is something very challenging and something very hilarious. So I would say that Bangladesh brings many things for the nation and for the whole world. Leave apart from the today's economy, when we say that it is $25 billion or $28 billion economy, where the most of the contribution is from either manpower or from garment industry. I would say the garment industry will continue, but the steel and cement industry will overtake the garment industry as a net exporter. And India is going to be net importer from Bangladesh. Therefore, yesterday, Government of India has started a ferry service from Kolkata to Chittagong and Chittagong to Ashapur, where we can transport the goods through river up to Agartala and also up to Assam. This is the tip of iceberg. This will bring at least $1 billion to Bangladesh as a rental or as a tariff. But if tomorrow India and Bangladesh join hands together and we construct a high-speed dedicated freight corridor, railway freight corridor from, say, Kolkata to Agartala, and finally it goes to Myanmar, then you can imagine a piece of land where the two railway lines or maybe an international highway will be passing through. This will consume millions of tons of steel, one, and number two, millions of tons of cement, and above all, the employment for everybody, and at least $10 billion of revenue from India and from Burma. So this is something going to be a game changer for the entire nation. So Bangladesh, as far as the banks are concerned, my experience is that the banks are excellent. They are privately held, also government held. And, I rate Bangladesh and West Bengal a very literate and intellect people. So they know how to adapt and how to adjust in the new environment. So the Bangladesh banks are excellent, super. I mean, their balance sheet may not be a very big balance sheet, but whatever is required for the nation, they have enough and adequate. If you see the overall availability of funds in Bangladesh today is excellent. There are not many countries in the world, those who can afford opening the LC on call, but Bangladesh is. So I rate Bangladesh as a very fast and developing economy where steel industry can definitely play a very vital role. And I would like to see Bangladesh reaches to 20 million ton steel making as fast as possible. And finally, it reaches to 30 million ton steel. India can play a very vital role in the development of Bangladesh in following manners. One, India should give access to container cargoes to be routed via Haldia or via Paradip or via other ports like Vizag, because at times Chittagong port is very busy. For the small consignments, Chittagong exporters or the Bangladesh exporters are unable to meet out the timelines. So ferry services bringing containers to India, and then from India they will find the right vessel to move out to different destinations in the world. Sorry, it's okay. So this is one. Yeah, this is another bilateral talks what India and Bangladesh can have, and the Seven Sisters in India. That is a very large market. I always say that we have another minimum 20 crore people, though that is 200 million people in the 7 states up to Siliguri. I mean, these 200 people, as far as steel and cement is concerned, they can be fed by Bangladesh mills. Not only the Bangladesh mill as steel and cement, like food products, like some of the value addition, what Bangladesh can do and supply to Seven Sisters and finally to Nepal and Bhutan. So it's a very, very strategically located country. God has given everything to Bangladesh, I would say, and I'm sure under the leadership of Madam Sheikh Hasina and under the leadership of other literate and learned people in Bangladesh, the country will come up and flourish like anything. So there is no point in naming many mills. You see the Abul Khair and BSRM Group, then KS Group, Kabir Steel. I mean, all these companies, RSRM, all these companies are doing excellently well. I would like to see them to grow to a level of 2 million ton per year as fast as possible with value-added products. And finally, more than 200 rolling mills which are existing in Bangladesh, they should come to a level of about 500,000 ton to 700,000 ton per mill. And then see, Bangladesh will not take too much of time to reach to a level of 20 million ton. Today, whatever I'm speaking may not be digested by many, but that is the fact of life. It is similar that today we produce 130 million ton steel in India, and we are aiming to reach to 300 million ton. So today, if the total overall consumption in Bangladesh is about 8 million or 9 million ton, then the days are not far away that Bangladesh will produce 20 million ton and finally 30 million ton. One more thing I'd like to tell you. Bangladesh has become the largest importer of steel scrap in the Southeast Asia. It has already crossed the numbers of India. India is last year, we have done about 7 million. So, and see such a large country. So if you put together, you see everything, then Bangladesh has already crossed in terms of bringing metallics, in terms of bringing pig iron, in terms of bringing scrap to the nation. So I think Bangladesh industry has a very bright future, and I pray and wish all of my friends in Bangladesh to flourish and to serve your nation, and also to serve our Seven Sisters, that is like the states like Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, and Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, and finally find a way how to reach to Myanmar. Today, the relationship with the Myanmar is a little difficult because of Rohingya issue, but you know, the geographies, they do not change, but the people, they always change. Geographically, we cannot change the borders, but the mental barrier from the minds of the people will definitely be eliminated over time to come. So thank you so much. Again, my best wishes to my friends, those who are sitting and those who are listening me and those who are in Bangladesh today. So my sincere thanks and best regards to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Before we get going with the formal inauguration with national anthem of both India and Bangladesh. May I request two very important people, the two most important persons other than Mr. V.R. Sharma. Mr. V.R. Sharma was perhaps the first person I took, his consent before I announced it. So I had just sent a WhatsApp message to Mr. Sharma mentioning, Mr. Sharma, shall I go ahead with the Indo-Bangladesh? And he immediately, without even thinking, he said, yes, please go ahead. So with that, I started. And the other person who helped me a lot in this entire string of events was Mr. Amir Ali Hussain, Managing Director of Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills. Mr. Hussain, a very warm welcome to you, and also to Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, who has stood by me always in every webinar that I've done, all the way from US, getting up early morning at 5 o'clock to be there for my webinar every time. So a warm welcome to Mr. Bandyopadhyay as well. May I request Mr. Amir Ali Hussain to just speak a few words before we go to the inaugural anthem, national anthem, and then start with the formal program. A few words, Mr. Ali Hussain.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Nirmalaya, for inviting me and organizing this, India-Bangladesh summit. India and Bangladesh, I feel, have a lot of commonalities. The people are similar, the culture is similar. There has been a shared history also in the past. So I feel that this summit that you have organized, it's a good time to organize, because it's not done like this before. Of course, it's the unfortunate time of the pandemic currently, which India is also affected. The whole South Asia is affected in a similar way, and we just all hope that this time will pass very soon. And what I feel is in terms of potential of steel trade, or even the manufacturing collaboration and all those, there's a lot of opportunity between India and Bangladesh. And of course, Bangladesh is a country has limited resources from the perspective of we are very rich with the soil of the country, very agricultural prone country. We are very good with garments so far. We have a lot of people who work abroad, and we survive as a country on their remittances. But over the last 15 years has been a very, very good story for Bangladesh, and which not many people in India also know. So Bangladesh has had a really, really good story, of a growth of 6 to 7% over the last 15 to 20 years. We were targeting 8% this year, but unfortunately the pandemic happened. And going forward, since we did not have such lockdown as in India in April and May, but we generally had declared a general holiday where we could run partially, but all the markets, the stores, everything was closed at that time. So obviously the economy suffered. So since 1st of June, everything is opened up, because countries like ours, being a poor country, we really can't afford this lockdown and handouts to people, as the government is, not so rich compared to all these rich developed economies. So I think the government here has taken a wonderful decision of starting the economy, and of course maintaining the rules for social distancing and all. So we have to live with this and move on with it. Going forward, I think I see some positivity in the country in terms of growth. We are already seeing that the economy is bouncing back, and hopefully as all the West opens up more and more, the Bangladesh economy will also kick in, especially the country dependent mostly on garment exports to the West. West and also the developed economies like Japan, Australia, and China also. So we are looking forward to that, and I feel that Bangladesh has a good potential in the future, and so does, of course, India, being such a large population, with resources. Sometimes I say, the slight unfortunate part of Bangladesh is, the way it was divided. The whole Indian subcontinent in 1947. So, when you cross Bangladesh, all the natural resources start, which are in India. Iron ore or coal or manganese ore and all that. So, but Bangladesh has been very resilient. So, so there's the strength of Bangladesh, and we have been successful last many years, and we hope to continue. So I don't want to continue too long. I know you're going to start very soon, so I just want to thank Nirmala and the Steel and Metallurgy team for organizing this. And I have some colleagues also from Bangladesh, and I welcome them, and also hello to all the colleagues from India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amir Ali Hussain. This event would never have taken place had you not been there. So my real thanks from the bottom of my heart for all that you have done. The other gentleman who also needs a special thanks is Mr. Manwar Hussain. Mr. Manwar Hussain has just joined us. Mr. Manwar Hussain is the president of Bangladesh Steel Manufacturers Association. The association came forward to help us, remember, during the pandemic when everything was closed. So my special thanks to Mr. Anwar Hussain also, and also to his company Anwar Group of Industry. May I also take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Helaluddin, Mohammad Helaluddin, who is the Additional Secretary in Ministry of Industry. Mr. Helaluddin, a few words from you and Mr. Hussain, just 30 seconds each before we start with the inauguration.
Oh, thank you very much. From the Ministry of Industry, we are really enthusiastic to participate in the event, like a big summit regarding steel and iron industry in the subcontinent, like Bangladesh, India has so many similarities. I hope we will be more benefited from this summit, and I am waiting to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Helaluddin. Manwar Hussain Saab, please, a few words.
Yes, Mr. Mukherjee, thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure. And it's also, it's a pleasure to see the Indian steel world on this webinar with the Bangladeshi steel world. And I thank Amer and of course you from the bottom of my heart for organizing this.
Thank you so much. May I request Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, Executive Secretary, Joint Plan Committee, to say a few words, just 10 seconds. Warm welcome to everyone. So you'll be giving the welcome address. Ranjan, you are muted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome everybody. Thank you first of all, Nirmala Mukherjee, for this arranging this program, and on behalf of Ministry of Steel, Government of India, we welcome all of you. As Bangladesh is a very growing economy now, so we have to lot of things we will discuss in this today's program. It's a great program today we have taken, and thank you for the wishes for this whole program, and I will discuss during my welcome address.
Thank you. So may I request my son Ankit to now take over? Ankit, please take over.
Yeah.
Sobhusachi, do you want to add a comment right now, or do you want to do it after the inauguration?
No, I can do it when my turn comes. Thank you,
No,
Nirmala. Glad to see everybody here. It's a great occasion, and you have done wonderfully to bring the two countries together and the stalwarts from the industries of two countries here on that platform, along with many others in the industry. So well done. All the best. Keep doing this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ankit, please take over.
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to warmly welcome you all. Warm welcome to all the panelists and the attendees who have joined us today. And our topic for today's webinar is Indo-Bangladesh Iron and Steel Summit. Now, many of the panelists already spoke about the commonalities and the shared history between our country. So before we begin, I would like to thank our sponsors, Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills, Recycron Engineering and Consulting, Ace Precision Machines Private Limited, and our co-sponsors MRL Group, Zamil Steel, Tekla, and Amek for making this event possible. Now, for the first time in the history of steel and metallurgy since its inception in 1998, we also have a goodwill sponsor. So my special thanks to Mr. Sobhusachi Bandyopadhyay and Mrs. Arindita Banerjee, who decided to support our event as a gesture of goodwill and the love for the industry and the ties between our two countries. So thank you very much for your support. This event is jointly organized by Steel and Metallurgy, Joint Plant Committee, and Bangladesh Steel Manufacturers Association. So before I introduce our panelists for today, I would request Mr. Amit Das from Amitech India to please play the national anthems of India and Bangladesh.
Thanks, Sanket.
Request everyone to rise for the national anthem. Please rise for the national anthem.
Yeah.
So you request everyone to be the attention position. So you may sing your national anthem if you wish, or else I would request you to put your mics on mute so that the national anthem can run smoothly. Thank you.
আমার সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি, চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ, চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ, তোমার বাতাস আমার প্রাণে, ওমা আমার প্রাণে বাজায় বাঁশি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি, ওমা ভাবনে তোর আমের মনে প্রাণে পাগল করে মনে হায় হায় রে, ওমা ভাবনে তোর আমের মনে প্রাণে পাগল করে, ওমা প্রাণী তোর ভরা থেকে কি দেখেছি, আমি কি দেখেছি মধুর হাসি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি, কি শোভা কি ছায়া গো, কি স্নেহ কি মায়া গো, কি আঁচল বিছায় তোমাকে মূলে নদী ভুলে ভুলে, মাতর মুখের বাণী আমার কানে লাগে সুধার মতো, মরি হায় হায় রে, মাতর মুখের বাণী আমার কানে লাগে সুধার মতো, মাতর বদর খানি মলিন হলে আমি নয়ন, ওমা আমি নয়ন জলে ভাসি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি। जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So now I would like to introduce our panelists. And before I do, I would like to give a special thanks to AR Group of Industries for being the title sponsor for today's event. Without the support from AR Group, today's event would not have been possible. So now I would like to share my screen. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I would like to now welcome all the panelists for today. First, we have Mr. Ranjan Mondopadhyay, Executive Secretary of Joint Plan Committee. Mohammad Halaluddin, Additional Secretary, BIDA and Non-Governmental Accounts, Ministry of Industry, Government of Bangladesh. Mr. Nabas Chandra Mandal, Executive Member, Additional Secretary, Bangladesh Investment Development Authority, Prime Minister's Office. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director and CEO, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Mr. Amir Ali Hussain, MD, Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills Limited. Mr. Atul Bhatt, Chairman cum Managing Director, Mekon Limited. Mr. Manwar Hussain, Managing Director, Anwar Group of Industries, President of Bangladesh Steel Manufacturers Association. Mr. Adil Islam, MD and CEO of Al Falah Bank. Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta, AVP Sales, Denali India Limited. Mr. Atul, Assistant Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Metallurgical Plant and Environment Technology, SMS India Private Limited. Mr. Anuj Khanna, Director, AR Group of Industries. Dr. Anreen Bhattacharya, CEO, Risairon, Austria. Mr. Gurdeep Singh, Director of ACE Precision Machines. Unfortunately, he won't be able to join us today. So we have Mr. Ashok Kumar, who is the CEO of ACE Precision Machines, who will be addressing on his behalf. Mr. Shobhashachi Bandopadhyay, CTO, Big River Steel, USA. Mr. Alakish Roy, Managing Director, Zamil Steel India and General Director, Zamil Steel Vietnam. Mr. Sunil Litkar, National Business Manager, Steel Solutions in India and SARC for Trimble Solutions India. Mr. Vaibhav Agarwal, Director, MRL Group. Mr. Sartaj M. Imran, Deputy Managing Director, Simni Ship Recycling Industries. Mr. Sanjay Mehta, President of Material Recycling Association of India, MRAI, Director, MTC Group. Mr. Marzanur Rahman, Director, Ratanpur Steel Rerolling Mills Limited. Mr. Zabir Hussain, Chief Operating Officer, KY Steel. Dr. Shushmita Dasgupta, Chief Economist, JPC. Mr. Pascal Cambos, Director, Marketing, Novacell. Mr. Manoj Kuruvella, Regional Vice President, Sales, RK Galaxy PT Limited. Mr. Shubhrata Mitra, ex-Joint Managing Director, MN Dastur and Co. Limited. So these are all our panelists for today. Now, I would request everyone to stick to the time limit of 8 to 10 minutes because we want to give all the panelists a chance to speak. And with that, I would request my father, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, to start the session.
Thank you, Ankit. I hope I'm audible. And
yeah.
what a rare occasion you have when two national anthems composed by the same individual is played on a single day. And just imagine the 130 crore people in India and another about 13 crore of Sharma Sahib in Bangladesh.
It's 17 crores.
17. So 17 crore plus 130 crore to the tune of the same composer's national anthem together. That too in a very special year, a year when the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's birth centenary is being celebrated. So it's a year of celebration for all of us together. Having said that, I would request my colleague Shreya to begin with the tune of Tagore, who binds us together. Tagore and Nazrul Islam and Kavi Rabindranath Tagore are two great poets who binds both India and Bangladesh together. So may I request my assistant Shreya Guha to start with the Rabindra Sangeet and tune for the day. Shreya, you can start.
Yes.
উদ্ভাসিত মহাগগন মাঝে মহিমা তব উদ্ভাসিত মহাগগন মাঝে বিশ্ব জগত মণিভূষণ বিস্তৃত চরণে আনন্দলোকে মঙ্গলালোকে বিরাজ সুন্দর
Thank you, Shreya, for beginning the tone of the day. And who else to begin but with our beloved Tagore? With that, may I request Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, Executive Secretary, Joint Plan Committee, which is under the administrative control of Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Joint Plan Committee, as you know, is also responsible for the collection and dissemination of data for production of iron and steel in India, besides playing the role of a facilitator for the industry on behalf of the Ministry of Steel, Government of India. May I request Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay to deliver his welcome address. Ranjan, floor is yours.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. All the leading personality of the steel industry. First of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for giving me a chance this type of India and Bangladesh Steel Summit. And today's webinar organized by the Steel and Metallurgies focus on mainly India, Bangladesh, iron and steel, and seeks to analyze in layers the prospect of the two countries becoming the partner in progress in the times to come and bringing forth newer ideas and concepts for the futures. JPC is honored to welcome all of you at this webinar of Indo-Bangladesh Iron and Steel Summit. This webinar is well attended by eminent technocrats and erudite scholars who will render the newer concept and ideas pertaining to the probable relationships between the steel industry of these two countries. But as you know that JPC is already, Mr. Mukherjee told that it is a organization under Ministry of Steel, Government of India, which is mainly the authentic data information and dissemination of the iron and steel information. As all of you know that any analytical, anything policy making decision, data is very much important. So we have, and Bangladesh is a huge potential. Last 3 to 4 years, there is huge growth also, more than 8% as per Asian Development Bank forecast, which is the third fastest growing economy at present now. But as far as capacity is concerned, my understanding is that it is around 8 million ton at present, with the focus of another 3 to 4 million very shortly. But one thing is that information system dissemination, as you know, this is the heart of this any government of India. And since the Bangladesh, from the Bangladesh government Commerce Ministry side, additional secretary is also there. So I request you, because I have a meeting with the Bangladesh High Commissioner from Joint Plan Committee last 6 months before, in the month of December, with the Mohammad Jashiul Amin, who is sitting in Chanakpur in New Delhi. They want to develop JPC kind of type of information organization at the Bangladesh, because you have, as per my knowledge goes, that the information is not a centralized systems. That trade data is available, it is okay, but regarding production data, it is a problem. Regarding stocks and consumption, so this should be. I request you that if such type of organization is there, or try to build up, because as you know that from WSA, World Steel Association, they are releasing some data which I do not feel that such type of low per capita belongs to Bangladesh. As per WHO, it is around 22, 23 kgs. But my feeling is more than 45, 50 kgs. So this type of information sharing is required because information sharing builds up the relationship, builds up the country's image, everything. So first of all, I request this type of organization, sir, you just see that if that can happen, definitely there is a lot of this webinar is a lot of technocrats are there. They will discuss all the information, all the technical aspects of this. But in my closing, I wish to express my gratitude to all participants that they are sparing their valuable time, and then take this opportunity to thank all the valuable participants. Wish you a very fruitful and productive meeting, and thank you all. That is from the JPC side.
Thank you, Mr. Bandyopadhyay, for giving us a fair idea of what Bangladesh is heading at in developing a similar body like that of the JPC. We welcome such a move where availability of data is of primary significance when a country is on a such fast growth track. Having said that, it is also important that Bangladesh creates a single association of its own. There is one association which is there in Chittagong, one association which is Bangladesh Steel Manufacturers Association, and there is a Shipbuilders Association as well. I feel all these associations should come under one umbrella. In the for the sake of common interest.
No, but Mr. Mukherjee, it is actually all under one umbrella. The shipbuilding industry or the shipbreaking industry are totally two different kinds of industry, but all the steel mills making steels, particularly the long products, fall under the mother association, which is called the Bangladesh Steel Manufacturers Association. So it's actually one mother association.
So the Chittagong Association is also under the umbrella of BSMA?
Everyone falls under BSMA. We are considered as the mother association of all the steel makers, leaving aside the ship breaking and the ship building association.
Okay. Now, I was a little confused because PHP apparently is not, GPH is perhaps a member, but PHP is perhaps not. So there was a little confusion I had with that in mind. At least the flat producer. So that
flat producers are different.
Yeah. So that was what I was coming to. In India, we again have a similar kind of situation. So we have one for the smaller players, we have one for the bigger players. So having said that, we'll now move on to the core subject. The address by Additional Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Mr. Helaluddin. Helaluddin, Mr. Helaluddin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the moderator of the session, distinguished panelists, industry leader, other follower of the summit. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Ministry of Industries and myself, I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude to the organizer, and I congratulate the distinguished panelists. This is my proud privilege to be part of this important event. Dear all, you know, the economy of Bangladesh is a developing market economy. It's the 39th largest in the world in nominal terms and 30th largest by purchasing power parity. It is classified among the next 11 emerging market, middle income economies, and a frontier market. In the first quarter of 2019, Bangladesh was the world's 7th fastest growing economy with a rate of 7.3% real GDP annual growth. Dear audience, now I am going to pointing to some key issues of steel industry sector in Bangladesh. A position of steel market in Bangladesh. You know, steel is a basic raw material for infrastructural development and multiple other uses. Fortunately, the country has a proud heritage for the art of steel making and shaping for a long time. Bangladesh is one of the Asia's emerging steel markets and has a growing need for raw materials and steel making technologies. The movement towards a progressive national economy strongly depends on how construction materials, especially steel related industries, have evolved and such products are readily available. The country has about 40 active manufacturers who altogether have the capacity to manufacture 9 million tons of steel a year. Of them, 4 big companies like Abul Khair, GPS Steel, BSRM, KSRM meet more than half of annual demand for about 8 million tons now. Our growth potentials. The government of Bangladesh has projected the economy to grow by 8.02% in the fiscal 2020. Meanwhile, Asian Development Bank (ADB) has also forecasted the economy to grow by 8% in fiscal 2020, which makes Bangladesh as the fastest growing economy in the Asia Pacific region. According to the industry insider and experts, there is a linkage between the country's economic growth and growth in the steel consumption. If GDP expected to grow by 8%, steel industry should grow by at least 16% per annum. According to the World Steel Association, average per capita steel consumption in the world was 224.5 kilogram in 2018, while it was only 45 during the same year in Bangladesh. So we know the lower per capita consumption indicates that the industry has plenty of room to grow more. Bangladesh per capita steel consumption witnessed 8.02 CAGR in last 8 years and may reach 65 to 70 kg by 2020 and around 70 to 75 kg by 2024. In our backward linkage facilities, Bangladesh declared shipbreaking in the ship and recycling as industry in 2011 and also pronounced the shipbreaking rules and also started a project like SNSRC to help the ship recycling industries. Already phase 1 and 2 has been implemented and significant improvement has been done, and phase 3 is going to start from this fiscal. We have a plan to establish a treatment, storage and disposal facility, TSDF in Chittagong within a short period of time. Bangladesh also already enacted ship recycling at 2018 for facilitating ship recycling industry. On the recent development, the government is going to establish a ship environment-friendly shipbreaking zone in Borguna, one of the coastal districts in Bangladesh, for self-reliant of iron scrap materials sourcing. Bangladesh Steel and Engineering Corporation already started this initiative. Now I am going to compare our reefs ship recycling industry with between India. Here we see that India had achieved almost 60 years of India already achieved this HKC certificate, while only one of Bangladesh achieved only HKC certificate. In this case, Bangladesh may share experience from India for developing its ship recycling industries. Regarding import of scrap, a local market is unable to supply an adequate amount of iron scrap materials amidst growing semi-finished steel manufacturing capacity. Import of scrap material has increased sharply in last few years. Bangladesh was the 7th largest iron scrap importer in Asia in 2007, and next few years the position can improve to 3rd to 4th position. The country's import of billet come down to meager 0.16 million ton in the fiscal 17-18 from 1.696 million in the fiscal 14 and 15, and the declining trend is continuing. Now I am going to explain some policy support. The steel industry in Bangladesh is mostly private sector driven, and government is supporting them through favorable policy. A number of factors acting as key motivators for big investment in billet manufacturing facilities by local entrepreneurs. Among them, one of the key reasons is to reduce the production cost of finished steel products. According to the industry insiders, domestic production of billet helped the steel manufacturers to reduce production cost by USD 158 per metric ton. That ultimately helped reduce retail price of finished steel by BDT 12,000 per metric ton. Government policy support, including hike in the import duty on billet, has mainly encouraged local millers in setting up backward linkage facilities, as domestic production of billet turned out to be cost effective. From the Ministry of Industry, we are regularly supporting the industry by providing certification mark from our BSTI and also negotiating with NBR regarding tax and VAT issues. Challenges for the steel industry of Bangladesh. Challenges in general, this is number one, uneven competition from the new entrants, price fall in international steel market for finished goods, lack of authentic data regarding demand and supply of steel products, dependency on import raw materials, mainly on iron scrap, transportation facilities, port facilities and tariff rationalization, high interest rate. Besides, a structural change is being noticed in the steel industry, and manual and semi-manual mills are gradually being phased out by modern automated mills. And now I would like to say a few challenges due to COVID-19, slowdown of construction sector, slowdown of the implementation of government projects, including our big projects. The government infrastructure projects account for 30 to 40% of the total steel consumption in Bangladesh. Overall economic hardship of general people and support from banking sector to the industry owners and investors. In conclusion, I would like to say through this summit, our Bangladeshi investors and owner of steel industries can share their experiences and also can learn other experiences from the August panelists. This is also a very good opportunity for the Ministry of Industry to rethink about our policy and also redesign our support structure, particularly what steps are necessary for the private sector and government to face the challenges arises from COVID-19. Lastly, I would urge mutual cooperation from private sector, both the countries, as well as support from the government of both the countries for sustainable development of iron and steel industry of Bangladesh and India. Thank you all. Thank you.
Let me thank Mr. Hilaluddin for an excellent coverage of the pertinent issues, particularly the challenges before the Bangladesh steel industry. Now, having said that, we have another important speaker from the Prime Minister's office from BIDA, Mr. Nawaz Chandra Mondal, Additional Secretary and Executive Member of BIDA from PMO. May I request Mr. Nawaz Chandra Mondal to address us.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Respected moderator, fellow panelists and all distinguished business leaders from India and Bangladesh who are joined in this auspicious webinar on Indo-Bangladesh Iron and Steel Summit. Very good afternoon to all. First of all, I convey my heartiest thanks to the organizer for inviting me in this webinar. I will try to concentrate my speech on investment opportunities in Bangladesh, as well as some key points on iron and steel industry in Bangladesh. You know, India is our time-tested friend since the Liberation War in 1971 with very good diplomatic relations. This relationship enhanced when the present government under the leadership of Bangabandhu, Dr. Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, came into power in 1996. And after then, 3 consecutive terms with the specific visions to be the middle-income country by 2021, developed country by 2041, and to build the country as Sonar Bangla, the dream of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. You know, huge development and changes have happened since 2009 under the strong leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. And major socio-economic improvements have happened in this period. Already you have said Asian Development Bank forecasted Bangladesh is one of the fastest growing economy of the world. Its GDP growth is higher among the South Asian countries. Purchasing power is increasing. Life expectancy is very high, 72 years, more than India. Export is increasing each year. Forex reserve is satisfactory, $36 billion in June 2020. That means it is very enough to clear 10 months import bill. Similarly, the bilateral trade to India grew from $9 billion to $10.46 billion in financial year 2018-19, a satisfactory growth, I think. Being a democratic country, the government of Bangladesh is very stable, politically sound, and business friendly. There are three most important components that are need to make the investment decision. These are entry, exit, and security. Entry and exit of foreign investment is very liberal in Bangladesh. 100% equity is allowed with unrestricted exit. Joint venture is allowed, but not mandatory. It is optional. Foreign employer can remit 75% of their basic salary and 100% retirement benefit at the time of exit. Similarly, foreign investment is secured by law in Bangladesh. Now, regarding market and other advantages, we have large domestic market of more than 160 million people with access to regional international consumers market of 4 billion people of China, India, and East Asia. Bangladesh has the plan to develop 100 economic zones by 2030 to mitigate the land scarcity for industrialization. Bangladesh Economic Zones Authority is working on it, and in the meantime, 89 economic zones are approved in different areas of the country, and allotted 3 special economic zones for India, and these are Mongla, Bheramera, and Mirsharai. Now, regarding investment opportunities, and I think the investment opportunities in Bangladesh is unbounded because having abundance of competitive workforce, lowest wage in Asia, duty-free market access, bonded warehouse facilities, access to very big local and international consumer market, high mobile and internet density with tech-savvy young generation. Almost all sectors are open for foreign investment except for reserved sectors. We have a tax structure, which is very tolerable, I think, for doing business, as well as we offered a good number of incentives for the investors considering the global market. And at present, COVID-19 pandemic creates some opportunities and huge challenges for doing business worldwide. Considering the impacts during COVID-19 and post-COVID-19, government of Bangladesh has taken some incentive packages to protect the industry as well as to attract new investment. Now, regarding FDI inflow. From 2009, FDI inflow is increasing in Bangladesh, except 2017 and 2019. In 2019, FDI from India is reported 116 million US dollar, and stock stands at the end of December 19, 725 million US dollar. Most of the Indian investment concentrated in these sectors like telecommunication, banking, textile, wiring, power, and trading. Now, regarding the IPS that I told earlier, there are 5 IPS in Bangladesh. All are working for investment promotion and facilitation. Bangladesh Investment Development Authority is a leading IPA in Bangladesh, working under the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. And other IPS are Bangladesh Export Processing Zones Authority, Bangladesh Economic Zones Authority, Public-Private Partnership Authority, and High-Tech Park Authority. Now, regarding iron steel sector in Bangladesh. Steel is a basic raw materials for infrastructure development and multiple other uses in our day-to-day life. Bangladesh is one of the fastest growing economy, earlier I said, in the world. Urbanization in Bangladesh is increasing. As a result, demand of iron and steel is also increasing. Per capita consumption of steel in Bangladesh is increasing from 2010 from 24 kg to at present 45 kg. But it is still low, even then from India. But we expected that steel consumption will reach 18 million tons by 2030. Demand for steel, especially graded steel product, is increasing. The industry is self-reliant, having sufficient capacity to feed local demand and as well as intermediate raw materials billet productions. The industry is mainly government project driving. As a result, new investment in recent period is remarkable. Now, I want to say some points regarding inside of iron and steel industry in Bangladesh. The steel industry in Bangladesh can be categorized into two classes of products based on shape, long steel and flat steel. Approximate market size of Bangladesh steel industry is 450 million Bangladeshi taka. Combined installed capacity is 9 million metric ton. Combined local demand is 7 million metric ton. Demand for long steel 5.5 billion metric ton and demand for billet 6 million metric ton. Now, iron and steel production trend, and it is upward in nature. Total steel production has increased from 3 million metric ton in 2015 to 7 million metric ton in 2018. That means 57% growth from 2015. Similarly, crude steel production has increased from 85,000 metric ton in 2013 to 108,000 metric ton in 2019. That means 21% growth from 2013. And import of iron scrap, semi-finished steel production and long production are increasing from 2013 to 2018, except billet, according to World Steel Association. Now, regarding market share, most of the market share is concentrated in the industries like Abul Khair Steel, 30%, BSRM Group, 27%, Kabir Steel Rolling, 9%, Anwar Ispat Limited, 8%, and PSP Group 7%, and rest of the market share is covered by other industries. This indicates that there are huge prospects for investment in iron and steel industry in Bangladesh. So, on behalf of my organization and country, I invite the international investors through this auspicious forum to visit Bangladesh as an investment destination and request to be their partner with us in investment, trade, profit sharing, and prosperity. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nawaz Chandra Mandal, for your invitation to the investors to come and invest in Bangladesh, which Bangladesh needs right now. It is a growing economy, engine for growth. With that, if there is any question, Onrin and Shoboshachida and Mr. V.R. Sharma, if you have any question for Bangladesh Investment Development Agency and the government of Bangladesh, please, Mr. Shobosachi Bandyopadhyay, Mr. Dr. Anrin Bhattacharya, and Mr. V.R. Sharma.
So my question is, what are the prospective segments in the flat rolled industry? Because right now, more than 50% of your capacity is geared towards the long products, and it is driven by, as you said, the government projects, mostly infrastructure projects. What are the segments of growth in your vision for flat products?
I think Mr. Manwar Hossain and Mr. Amir Ali Hossain should.
Yes, they are the right person to answer.
Okay, if I can take the floor, I would think the main aspect we see is in hot roll product at this moment and going even downstream. The long products, we have a capacity, built-in capacity of about 9 million tons, and the present market demand is about 6 million tons. So I don't really see a lot of opportunities in the long products at this moment. And also, we will probably be seeing a lot of demand for annealed CR in the near future. And Amer is more of an expert in steel than me, of course. And if you can share your thoughts, Amer.
Nice. So, Bangladesh, in terms of long products, there's already overcapacity, and there is also further expansion going on. What Bangladesh actually needs is a backward linkage in the flat.
Steel metallization चालू है नहीं?
Right now, HR coil imported. So, with HR coil being imported, I feel there's an opportunity for all the cold rolling plants to get together and set up an HR coil plant. As the capacities are increasing, as the usage is increasing, and I see majority is also imported from other countries in the world, and India, I feel, also has an opportunity to, export here into Bangladesh HR coil.
Sharma Sab, Mr. V.R. Sharma, any questions that you would like to add, because you know the industry inside out? So
yeah, thank you. Good afternoon to all of my friends. Manohar Saab, good afternoon to you, and Amar Ali Hussain Saab, aapko bahut bahut salam hamara. So most of the friends, we know each other. The capacity of flat products in Bangladesh is about 1.8 million ton, and primarily it is cold rolling, galvanizing, galvalume, and also color coating. So the sector has done very well in last few years. Of late, there is a change in the trend. The trend is earlier, most of the Bangladeshi customers, they were looking for ultra thin galvanized strips and ultra thin galvalume or color coated sheets. But now that ultra thin concept is switching over from 0.10 millimeter thickness as low as 0.10 millimeter to 0.14 or 15 millimeter. So the consumption of color coated sheets will grow. Similarly, the consumption of galvanized and corrugated sheets that will also grow. Apart from that, there is a great amount of import possibilities to the 7 sisters of India, that is all the 7 states, through Agartala border, and also a couple of other borders which are already opened by the government of India and Bangladesh, like Dauki border is also opened. So I think there is a good potential for the flat producers, but rightly said by Amar Ali Saab that a backward integration in terms of putting a hot strip mill is very much needed there in Bangladesh. And one more project which can be very feasible in Bangladesh, that is how to produce DRI or HBI in Bangladesh. Of course, Bangladesh does not have the iron ore. The iron ore pellets will have to be imported, which many countries they do import, but Bangladesh has been bestowed with good reserves of natural gas. I think a 2.5 million ton to 3 million ton module, a mega module, will be a very, very helpful for the nation. Put together, dependence on scrap is to be reduced. Today, I would say that with the 50% of scrap requirement, that can be reduced if let's say 2 or 3 DRI plants or HBI plants are put up in country, and which is quite possible. It occupies very less space, and say within 10 acres of land you can put up 1 plant. And since most of the coastal line is available for steel industry, and some of the new SEZs have been declared by government of Bangladesh, and there the Bangladesh and Bangladeshi entrepreneurs or the multinational companies, as FDI is allowed there, they can definitely put up their plants for HBI or DRI, which can suffice the requirement of the country. And a hot strip mill, yes, it is very much required, but I would not say that it should go through a blast furnace route, because when you go the blast furnace route, then you need coke oven, you need sinter plant, you need a very large area. So the land is in short supply. So the best is to put up a DRI plant coupled with a good electric arc furnace, about 140 to 180 tons. And then finally a hot strip mill, maybe a CSP or ESP, or maybe a conventional hot strip mill. And Bangladesh, I'm not looking as a steel mill only for Bangladesh. Bangladesh can be very good and potential supplier to India. And because India is going to consume a huge steel quantity in times to come. Government of India has planned for 300 million ton, but I have my own reservations that 300 million ton by 2030 will be very, very difficult to produce in India. So India will be a net importer of steel, and there cannot be a better country than Bangladesh to supply steel to India. And not only steel as finished hot rolled coil or cold rolled coils, but the downstream. The downstream will definitely entails to one, that is stainless steel tubes and strips. A stainless steel cold rolling mill is required to be put up in Bangladesh, and which can definitely fetch very good market in India. Or existing also, Bangladesh consumes a lot of stainless steel in terms of construction and building material, and also for the exterior decoration requirement. And similarly, the steel sheets, the corrugated sheets, color-coated sheets, galvanum sheets, these products can be sold to India. The another big industry which can come to Bangladesh, that is the pipe and tube industry. Today, there is a pipe and tube industry only for the furniture industry, but not for the galvanized pipes, which are required by most of the government projects in India and also in Bangladesh. Still, people, they do import galvanized pipes of 4-inch, 6-inch, and 8-inch. I think that is the size which is very much needed in the eastern part, northeastern part of India. So I rate Bangladesh can be a steel shop for Indian 7 states, northeastern states. So today, yes, I agree that on long products, there is a pressure because the capacities are very high. But I think in times to come, more and more electric arc furnaces will come, and I expect that BSRM will definitely bring bigger electric arc furnaces in times to come. And that will change the overall footprint and the overall CO2 emission. Bangladesh should be rewarded by the world bodies that they do not produce steel through coal or coking coal or coke, or there is no blast furnace at all. So I think a great potential, and great potential for the logistics, great potential for the railways to be used for transportation of goods. Today, Bangladesh hardly uses railway network for transporting goods from one city to another city. I think Chittagong port should be well connected by railway, so that right from Chittagong to up north in Bangladesh, that can be serviced by a goods train service, which is the demand of the day. And as I briefed earlier, the time will come when Bangladesh will be perhaps the most advanced country in terms of utilizing metro services. So metro train is the future for Bangladesh. With 170 crore people with a limited land, so multi-story high-rise steel buildings is the future. Multi-story high-rise buildings with very lightweight but high tensile will be a future. So Bangladesh will need, today or tomorrow, I will tell you, at least 3 to 4 million ton of channels, beams, IP beams, UC, UB beams for the building construction. So that time is not too far away, because the policy makers will have to decide to grow up in the sky, because horizontally the chances of growth are very limited. So if the whole land is consumed by buildings and by infrastructure, then agriculture will be a very difficult task. So the agricultural land is to be protected, overall the land to be protected, and a high-rise buildings concept should come in the country. And above all, Bangladesh needs at least another 50 mega bridges on different rivers in the country, so that the connectivity from one place to another place is maintained. So I think a very potential country. I'm not giving a very bullish picture to anyone, but I tell you the potential of the country. The Bangladesh is having a better potential than Vietnam. Vietnam has reached to 18 million ton today. So Bangladesh can reach more than 20 million ton. This is what I can say, and I wish that one day Bangladesh will reach there. It has great people, population excellent, engineers are in abundance, and above all, the government is pro-industry. I mean, any government, anywhere in the world, If government is pro-industry, then everything is possible. So thank you from my side.
Thank you so much, Sharma Saab. When you began by saying the best prime minister, two best prime ministers in the world are Madam Sheikh Hasina and our Narendra Modi ji. Taking a cue from that, I would just like to repeat that the biggest common factor between both the prime ministers is their only motto is development, development, and development. Like our honorable prime minister says, "Sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka saath." So, vikas or development is the key agenda for our prime minister and for the prime minister of Bangladesh, Madam Sheikh Hasina. That is why Bangladesh and India both have a long way to go in terms of partnership together. Having said that, may I request Mrs.
I have one question, Mr. Mukherjee.
Yes, Ranjan, please.
Yeah, actually, this question is belongs to Muhammad Hilaluddin. Sir, as you told in your speech that one of the major challenges is that the information system is not available at the right time. That is the detailed information, whether category-wise or say quality or grade, anything. Do you have any planning for developing such type of information?
Thank you very much. Definitely, we have a plan to establish a central information system regarding steel industry. We are doing background work these days. Hope we will start these in a short period of time. We are working in the background activities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilaluddin. Thank you, Ranjan. Now, before I move to Onrin, may I request Subhosha Chida to request Anindita Di, Madam Anindita Banerjee, to just speak a few words, which joins us together.
Nirmala, she's already tied up with her classes online, so.
Okay, then we can take it away.
Yeah, but I have sent you the message that she wanted to.
Okay, I'll just say that. Andre, you had a question?
Yes, of course. So first of all, it is very, very, very good to see all the decision-making faces from the government as well as the steel industry in this webinar. And thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for organizing with such a brilliant panelist team. And I have rather one comment and one question. So relating to that, that one thing I always see that, especially in the Western world, in the Western country, production of bulk steel is not going to be a viable option in the next coming years. And Bangladesh, with its huge upscaling opportunities, there are possibilities of bridge this gap in the Western countries, especially with the bulk steel, with the long products that they produce. And of course, Turkey is a big competitor in Bangladesh in case of supplying to Europe, but there are possibilities in Bangladesh in getting that opportunity in Europe. And another thing I'd like to also point out that Bangladesh, we see that the traditional group and entrepreneurs, because there are entrepreneurs with a very diverse field of business, and especially there are people who have made a garment empire and want to diversify that point of business. And I'd like to point to them that investing in steel, investing in a new plant, in a not only a completely new plant, in a greenfield project using brownfield equipment is a very good opportunity, so that Bangladesh doesn't have to seek for 100% of foreign direct investment. Rather, the sons of the soil can invest there and make their steel plants by diversification of their business portfolio. So these are the 2 points. We are always ready to work with the people who want to use the old plants from several parts in the world, or which are used plants, but we have maybe right now 20 years of life, and these things would be very feasible. For Bangladesh, this is one point. And the second thing which I would really like to mention is the business diversification, and as Mr. V.R. Sharma mentioned, a very focused way of exporting, because there will be a point after 5 to 6 years when there will be surplus steel in Bangladesh, and with this type of prognosis, what we are thinking about in a higher production range, and there will be a time so that Bangladesh exports steels all over to the world. And This is another point, and especially if there is lobbying requirement in several countries where you need to export your steel, this is something is another opportunity that Bangladesh can do with us, especially with European Union, because we are located in European Union. We are seeing the problems here. We are seeing the emerging countries, and Bangladesh is one of the most positive countries who can bridge this gap. So this is from my side.
Thank you, Anren. With that, I'll move on to Anuj, if you want to just add something on the technology front with regard to mini integrated complexes that Bangladesh can hope to achieve. After Anuj, I'll request Sanjay to add to that as well.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for having me here. We've been into the rolling mill industry for the last 70 years, and along with India, with even Bangladesh, we've seen the change in the trend. So, as a technology supplier, we've grown with the industry. We have had to adopt with the industry, with the changes that the industry had required. So, recently talking about, if we go back about 7 to 10 years ago, the standalone secondary market mills were never integrated with going into a direct rolling concept. So now this has been a change over the last few years, where we have seen where there have been new technologies coming in to reduce the operational expenses, basically to lower your OPEX. So if we talk as a technology supplier, India and Bangladesh happen to be a very, very interesting market for us because they have their own tailor-made challenges when you come to technology. And when, as a technology supplier, we need to adopt to both kind of segments. I mean, talking about Bangladesh and India, these are the markets where we can see mills which are still what you call a repeater or a semi-automatic mill, up to you'll see straight line single bar mills where you have a capacity of about 1 million tons a year to 60,000 tons a year. It's a wide range. So these are the evolving times where both the markets really need to adopt to the latest technologies in terms of the operations. So I feel as a technology supplier, both these markets are pretty interesting in their own way. And as Sharma sir earlier said, that there is, if we talk about Bangladesh, the land's a constraint. So we have seen a lot of times in Bangladesh, while you design or set up a mill, you have constraints within the land itself. You have smaller lands, and you need to develop your process and technologies in a similar way. So I think as a supplier, it's a pretty interesting market for us.
Thank you, Anuj. Sanjay, would you like to add to that? Because you already supplied quite. I think BSRM, if I'm not mistaken, Sanjay, BSRM is your line, right? It's your mill.
Absolutely. We have few very good customers. One of our prime customers there in Bangladesh. And to add to what Anuj was telling, it's of course a big market for us. We have heard from the panelists. They discussed that it is one of the most growing economy, perhaps the most fastest growing economy of Asia Pacific. Maybe, I don't know. And we have heard from the representative from the government that they have a tremendous boost of infrastructure. We know that the second bridge of Padma River is coming up. We know that the nuclear power plant is coming up. The seaport is coming up. So it's a boom for the long products. It's a boom for the construction and steel. And we know that there is tremendous urbanization. What Mr. Sharma was telling, that there will be skyscrapers in Bangladesh. So it's a boom for long product steel. And it's a huge domestic market. And the government is so friendly. The government is friendly with incentives like anti-dumping laws, like the economic zones, which Mr. Jalaluddin was telling. So it's really a market which is the most, I would say, the most dynamic market of our region. Maybe it has more dynamism than India at present, possibly. And since it is very much tuned to electric steel making, it's very much tuned to a scrap oriented market. So it has, I mean, the suppliers of electric steel making, the suppliers for the technologies of long product like long product casting and rolling has a huge opportunity if they can bring in some operating cost benefits, if they can bring in some safety aspects, if they can bring in some increment in productivity and quality, then that would be sold like anything. That will be taken very very nicely in that market. And I would definitely like to add, when you said that we have a lot of customers there, I would like to add that the steel makers of Bangladesh are not only courageous to adapt these new technologies, they have traditionally shown their capability and discipline to make this technology successful in their country's context. And we have seen this happen with our customers. So this is a fantastic trend, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Would Atul like to add to that? SMS would like to add to that? Atul, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Hi,
Yeah,
good evening to you all.
Yeah.
Yeah, what Sanjay was telling is quite correct, and what we have discussed previously also. Electric steel making is something which is to be explored in Bangladesh. As Mr. Sharma was telling, that installing a blast furnace or a coke oven, etc., is something which is not feasible because of the space constraint. And more emphasis is to be given on electric steel making and similar type of rolling concept. From the technology provider's point of view, our job is to really give you something which gives you a world benchmark and some solutions which is to be adapted in your situation in Bangladesh. So when this discussions goes ahead, everybody will come up with certain ideas, some suggestions also, and hope by the end we'll have some good food of thought which can be implemented further.
Thank you, Atul. Thanks. May I request Mr. Subrata Mitra, because you have studied the Bangladesh market thoroughly and the Bangladesh industry. Mr. Subrata Mitra, would you like to just add to what Sanjay and Atul just mentioned?
Yes, actually, Bangladesh cannot have blast furnace route because there is no raw material. So unfortunately, the biggest raw material Bangladesh blessed with is some amount of natural gas they have. So the natural gas, most of the gas is used for power generation, which is very much essential for electric arc furnace operation. And briefly, I would like to tell you, in my talk, I can elaborate. The shipbreaking, the largest shipbreaking industry is in Chittagong, Bangladesh. Shipbreaking scrap has to be sized properly, and the need of the hour is to cut down the production cost in electric furnace, which production cost is very high as compared to blast furnace route. So the need is a high kV, 400 kV line at least, which was under construction, as we know. It might be, so that the grid strength is available for arcing. That's a fundamental technological requirement which will bring down, and scrap creating will lower down the cost of production. These are the three areas: utilize natural gas for power generation as well as for fuel in the plants, cut down the production cost by scrap creating, where GPH has already installed a quantum furnace, which is basically nothing. It is a change from the Fuchs shaft furnace, where the scrap is preheated in the heat through the heat of the furnace itself, so the power cost is reduced. And these are certain areas, and utilize that Bangladesh is full of rivers, and the river transportation along with rail transportation has to come up. So the river transportation needs a lot of flats. So these are in brief from my side.
Is Mr. Atul Bhatt there? What's up? Are you there? Okay. I don't think he's there. Okay. Anyone would like to? Simon, would you like to add anything? Please unmute, Simon.
Sorry, yes, no, this is a great discussion. What I'm seeing also is that people are focusing in on what the markets really are going to be in the near future there. You know, it seems that there's an open door for construction products particularly.
Sophosachita, would you like to add anything? Your experience in US compared to that, what Bangladesh?
Yes, I was going to address during my session, my turn comes, but obviously a lot of things have been touched. From my standpoint, very categorically, safety leads to high productivity. I think both India and Bangladesh, as steel producing countries, need to focus on safety to a significant level of effort that's needed. High level of safety would certainly enhance productivity. The second point from my end is technology focus in terms of producing first-time prime. I mean, we are talking about COVID situation, so anything that's going down the wasted pipeline, so that means secondary product, rejected product, we are actually losing the raw material that's very difficultly we are procuring, we are securing. So first time prime, so high focus on quality. And then third is there were a lot of discussions and there were mentions about young talent. Both India and Bangladesh, they have more than 50% of their population, which is under the age of 25. And so naturally attracting that talent to the industry, which in fact, the overall steel industry in the world, and that too in India and Bangladesh, I think it's becoming a challenge to retain that talent in the steel industry because people are moving to more technology savvy areas. India and Bangladesh both supply a lot of freelancers in the information technology world. So we should be able to tap those talent into bringing the transformation in the steel industry. And finally, but not the least, is I think this is where people like Onrin would talk about is how to turn waste into wealth. So whatever that we see in terms of, because we are bringing a lot of imported material into Bangladesh, like scrap primarily. And so proper utilization of that scrap, cleaning of that scrap to better utilization, better yield percentage is a good potential. So I think I will touch a few of those again during my term, but that's all I would like to say.
Thank you, Sophosachita. With that, may I request Ankit to play our BSRM video, and then we'll move to Mr. Amir Ali Hossain's address.
Yeah, so before I play the BSRM video, I just wanted to mention that, our goodwill sponsors, Mr. Shobosachi Bandyopadhyay and Mrs. Anindita Banerjee. So due to some unavoidable work commitments, Mrs. Banerjee could not personally join us today. However, we requested her to say a few words and address the August gathering here today. And she has sent us a short message, and I would request our technical partner, Mr. Amit, to play the recording now, please.
Yeah, sure, Ankit.
Yeah, and after the recording, could you also go to the BSRM video?
Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you.
Namaskar, namaste to everyone here in this webinar today. I am Anindita Banerjee, wife of Shobosachi Bandyopadhyay, and I have a strong adherence for the steel industry because I was born into a steel family and then later on married to a steel industry professional. In today's Indo-Bangladesh summit, let us come together and share our ideas to get access to more ideas, empower ourselves in an unbiased way to foster cohesion between these two nations. Let us exchange ideas, encourage innovation, focus on strengthening the expertise, and utilize the abundance of resources that we have available. We are in this part of the world for close to 2 decades now, but I have a deep-rooted connection with both Bangladesh and India. My roots are in Bangladesh and I was born and raised in India. So this platform today is a unique connecting tool and I really extend my best wishes to Nirmala. My small little contribution is especially for those who are relentlessly working hard behind the screen during all these webinars. They never come to the forefront, but they all deserve equal respect and recognition. So today let us all share, strive, and succeed for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
My special thanks to Sabyasachi Da and Anindita Di. Anindita Di is someone who, as she mentioned, is a part of the global steel fraternity, and she wants to connect both the steel industries in Bangladesh and India together. A special thanks from the core of my heart to Mr. and Mrs. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay for all their support, and I call Anindita Di my Didi, which means my elder sister. So as an elder sister of my family, my special thanks to her from the core of my heart, from the bottom of my heart. Mr. Bandyopadhyay, I'm sure will carry this message forward to Mrs. Banerjee. So with that, may I request the BSRM video to be played, and thanks to Mr. Ali Hussain for such a beautiful video presentation which he has created. Please watch this.
Yeah, thank you.
We were born out of fire. We were there when the seed of Bangladesh was first planted in the nation's mind in 1952. We built homes, factories, and cities. We built the largest monuments, one after another. We touched 1 million lives and gave birth to stories of progress and happiness. We believe in making every inch of our steel with utter meticulousness, integrity, and hard work. That's our secret of producing world-class steels. We grow every day. We get better and better, ensuring strength, sustainability, and safety. The journey that started with a spark has become an eternal flame in our hearts. And it keeps us pushing the boundaries of excellence. We are BSRM, building a safer nation.
So I'm sure you must have liked that video presentation. It was wonderfully done, Mr. Ali Hussain. Your team did a wonderful job of this. Sanjay, the next time you sell a mill to Danelli, you should give it at a discount, because you've also got promoted in this video, by the way. So,
Yes, thank you.
So I'm sure there'll be a part of the negotiation where a part of the discount will apply for promoting you. So with that, may I request Mr. Amir Ali Hussain to take us forward. Sir, you're muted. Up, unmute kar lijiye.
Again, for organizing this. With Bangladesh and India, what I would say is we are, joined by history, joined by culture, joined by values, joined by the similarity of people, joined by language. So many commonalities we have. And for me also, it is, it is wonderful to be, participating in this. We being the third generation, I am the third generation in a family manufacturing steel. We started in 1952 in Chittagong. And, during the 1947 partition times, our family had actually migrated from Gujarat in India to come here. So we are originally Gujarati, but of course, we are very, very proud Bangladeshi. So it is really a pleasure having this whole, Indo-Bangladesh summit. What I would say is, about Bangladesh, not many people know too much about the country. Bangladesh is one of the most densely populated countries in the world. I think the population of Bangladesh is about around 1100 to 1200 people per square kilometer, while India is around 400. So Bangladesh is 3 times. So if you get scared, seeing people in Bombay and Delhi, and if you haven't visited Bangladesh, you should, and you would realize that wherever you go, you will feel you are in Bombay or Delhi in Bangladesh. Even when you go out of the cities. So so that's the uniqueness of a country. We are also a very resilient country. We go through a lot of natural disasters. Even these days, we are going through a flood during, of course, this pandemic. And our people are very resilient. We are very hardworking. And as earlier we heard some comments also from Mr. V.R. Sharma, who used to be here, and also from Mr. Sanjay, and other people who visited here. The people here are very, very hardworking and very, very committed. And we are fortunate to also have a good leadership from the government perspective. Our current PM and the whole government machinery is very pro-development. And with all this, overall environment, in the past so many years, our steel consumption has increased. I would say it is around 50, 55 kg per capita right now. Our GDP growth has been wonderful. So many years, we have done very well also on social indexes. We are better than India and other South Asian peers in terms of social indexes. And during the challenge today with all this pandemic is the shrinking of the market. And we all hope, since we have opened up since June, the Bangladesh from 1st of June, the economy has been doing well, and we see that there is an improvement. Of course, still a long way to go. During April, May, our markets were shrunk by around 40%. Now I think our market is around 65, 70%, and going up. So we're looking forward to that. And with such a big population, with such a dense population, the future of the country is basically vertical. There is no space, hardly any space in Bangladesh. If you want to set up something very big, there's hardly any space. But we are, fortunate that earlier we heard from Mr. Hilal and Mr. Mondal also, Mr. Nabash also, that the government is creating a lot of infrastructure in the country, especially with regards to economic zones. And once those are fully established, there will be a serious level of industrialization. New industrialization is going to happen. Foreign investment is going to come. FDI is going to come. So I am personally very, very positive, looking forward to Bangladesh. There are always challenges with regards to policy, with regards to taxation. Of course, there are some are very painful. Like in any country, I'm sure even in India, once you had the GST implemented, even today, there is a lot of confusion about it, and slowly it's coming streamlined. So, as a country, we are very, very dependent also on India for the steel industry. A lot of our things come from India, whether it's refractory, whether it's ferroalloys, whether it's sponge iron, whether it's a lot of parts and consumables, they come from India. But during this pandemic has been a big, big challenge for Bangladesh to, from the logistics perspective, bringing things from India, because India for a long time was complete lockdown now, and what the condition is today. Other like cities, some cities are again are again into lockdown. So we are only hoping and praying that this we are relieved from this pandemic, not only from our own business perspective, but for our nation's perspective. Because we have so many poor people living in our country. It's really sad and um, terrible, feeling about the lower members of the society. In in terms of what we need to do going forward in terms of India, Bangladesh. While Bangladesh is dependent fully on India, what happens, what we experience, and what we, especially from the government of Indian side or from the uh, department which monitors standards in India, what what we feel is when we buy a lot of things from India, the quality level in India is still not consistent. One time it will be very good, one time it will be not so good, and then it really hampers the consistency of steel production in any plant. So I would advise everybody, especially the Ministry of Steel who is here, and also you who are part of or become our members of any standards committee, or need to ensure that we maintain the quality, because Bangladesh generally is a very quality conscious country, and we believe in quality. We produce as per standards. Even if you see, I would also recommend the Indian steel industry to review all your standards, because if you see the Indian standards, if you see all these IS 1 and 1786 and all these other standards, you see that they have evolved over time as Indian steel industry has evolved. You have in India you have all these B, C, D, E categories of different, and if you see the international standards, especially the ISO which Bangladesh follows, there are certain norms which most other standards are following. I understand using local raw materials in India, you have a certain challenge with regards to phosphorus and all that, but I would highly recommend, India has such a great potential to be such a great exporter to the world. Not even if you are expanding the capacities, you are also creating an opportunity, which recently, of course, you are exporting to China and Vietnam and all these places, only because why your domestic market is not so good. But in the future for India is so amazing. Not only exporting all these basic raw materials to Bangladesh, but also the semi-finished and finished goods to the rest of the world. It is a great opportunity, and it is missing. Why? Because the attention is not there towards creating industry and infrastructure for export. So you work on these standards, make these standards as per high all international standards, and also encourage research. This is another factor we see lacking from our the Indian industry. Indian industry is a very solid basic industry, has a great foundation throughout history, has had great foundation, and we have created a good strong engineering base. But the research, the strength in research, I feel is still missing. Especially like things like our South Asia is a lot dependent on melting from induction furnaces using coal-based DRI, which has high phosphorus. Till now, there is no established process which is efficient and which is competitive, to remove phos. There is no established process how to handle induction furnace slag. So all these kind of things, everybody is still experimenting. So I feel that from the Indians have to lead this research and bring the whole of South Asia into some certain unique. So for example, okay, we are majorly producing steel from induction furnace. We are the world's largest producer of steel from induction furnaces. So we have done something unique here. Why? Of course, first time we learned from India, but then of course we have developed it, and we keep developing it. But I feel that together if we study, if we do research, if we bring something new, more competitive, that is what will make us shine in the world, and that is what will make us competitive also locally, and also competitive for export. There is a huge potential in both India and Bangladesh relations, and I feel that going forward, both India and Bangladesh is going to do very well, grow very well. Our steel consumption is going to increase, and we'll take advantage of the huge population that we have. So these are the last comments. If anybody has any questions, you're most welcome. Mr. Mukherjee, again, thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Amir Ali Hossain. In fact, as I go on, let me keep on repeating that without you, I would never have been able to be here today. And without you, there are quite a few panelists who are here only because you personally spoke to them. So again, big thanks. Tahe dil se aapko shukriya. Special thanks from the bottom of my heart. May I now request, after Mr. Amir Ali Hossain brought up certain issues with regard to quality standards, our BIS codes also need revision that has been being discussed for quite some time. And to cover these issues, and my specific question to Mr. Atul Bhatt would be, why is that MECON did not capitalize on Bangladesh as much as MN Dastur did? So we want the MECON flag to be there flying high in Bangladesh as the biggest consultant there. So, Mr. Bhatt, the floor is yours. Sir, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. As I was listening to all the participants, really I was feeling that there's so much of growth which is happening in Bangladesh. And in fact, I also asked my people to give me a list of all the projects that MECON has done for Bangladesh. So I do find that, we have worked for a number of companies, and it dates back to maybe 10, 20 years back. But somehow we have not been able to expand our share of consultancy. Maybe we've done some DPR somewhere, some feasibility report somewhere, maybe some technical due diligence. But in terms of a longer engagement, in terms of a deeper association, maybe we have missed the opportunity. But then the future lies ahead, and I'm sure that we have learned, that okay, what we have not done, we would like to cover up now, and moving forward, we would like to engage, and we have a lot of solutions. For instance, although it has been said that the blast furnace is not the ideal solution for Bangladesh, we feel that mini blast furnaces, because this is an area where MECON has done a lot of work. MECON has even developed our own indigenous technology here, in mini blast furnaces. So we feel that mini blast furnaces, Bangladesh should seriously consider based on imported iron ore from India. And this is an area where they will find that there will be significant saving in terms of energy, because about 40–50% of the hot metal from the mini blast furnaces could be fed to the electric arc furnace. So in terms of the value addition, you are going from iron ore, up to finished products. And this is an area where we feel that MECON can contribute in terms of, for instance, you have cases like Tata Metallics, Kudremukh iron ore, where we have offered these solutions. So along with that, you can also have a ductile iron pipe, spun pipes. So we would like to, explore this moving forward and develop, specific solutions for the Bangladesh steel industry. So shall I start my address now?
Yeah, please. It's all yours.
Okay. Okay.
And also, if you could touch upon the quality issues which Mr. Amir Ali Hossain just
Yeah. No, I think that as a customer, he has raised a very, very important point. In fact, the steel industry has this issue that every equipment of the steel, it requires consistent quality. And that is how, because you have to make sure that, and see, one of the reasons why companies like Tata Steel have been very successful is that they get raw materials from a specific source. So once you are consistent, there is consistency in your inputs. You can go on improving your quality. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me first start. Already, we have given a brief introduction of Mecon earlier. Mecon is an engineering consultancy organization. And in fact, our origins go back to way back in 1959, when the Indian steel industry started expanding. And from 1 million tons, which was the capacity in earlier days, we have grown to 140 million tons, and about 40% of this capacity has contribution from Mecon engineers. We have either provided project management consultancy, detailed consultancy, PMC, or even in some cases, we have provided our own technology. For instance, it gives me great pride to share with you that mini blast furnace is an area where Mecon has developed its own indigenous technology, and also in the area of coke ovens. And because of this, what we find is that the capex, wherever you have, indigenous solutions of technology available, we find that there is a drastic reduction in the capex which happens. And this goes for the benefit of the industry, because the same equipment, which otherwise would have costed maybe 30–40% less, through the use of indigenous technology, which also will involve indigenization of equipment, the significant reduction in capex happens. So we have grown along with the Indian steel industry, and we have also we have so far been little inward looking, in the sense that we were too much focused on the expansion plans of SAIL and public sector steel plants, that we could not really venture out. Although we have rendered our services to a number of steel companies across the globe. But now I think the time has come for us to start looking outwards, because we have more than 1,500 staff, which is a very high level of engineers who are based in Ranchi, in the eastern part of India. And considering the fact that the steel industry is not really growing that much as we want to, there is now an urgent need to diversify markets and even move into other areas. So this is great that today we got an opportunity to address the stalwarts of the Bangladesh steel industry. And I think that from a consultant point of view, I would say that there are two areas where the Bangladesh steel industry should work on. One is, of course, increasing the demand. As as the earlier speakers have pointed out, because of the dense population, there will be all the buildings, etc., will go vertically up. So this will involve steel intensive buildings and steel intensive solutions. And this is an area where, in fact, we have done some work, because even in the government of India, the Ministry of Steel is very eager that the steel intensity of construction should go up. So that will be one very important aspect of the development. For instance, I'm sure that all of us have seen Howrah Bridge, a bridge which was constructed in the early 1900s. Now, this more than 100 years have elapsed, and still this bridge is very strong. And in terms of the life cycle cost, if anybody calculates, it will be one of, compared to a traditional bridge where you have to do repairs every 30–40 years and maybe rebuild, steel intensive structures have a much more longer life. And that is why in India, even the GFR amendments have been done to bring in the life cycle concept, so that steel intensity in construction should go up. We have in fact even suggested to the Ministry of Steel that they should consider making changes in the building codes, very similar to something which the British government had done way back. Because if you see the steel intensity in countries like UK, etc., it is more than one. They use more steel rather than cement. Whereas in India, it is I think about 0.3, 0.5, 0.3, 0.35. In Bangladesh also, I'm sure that it will be somewhere similar to the benchmarks in India. So some of these interventions, plus let's say you look at highways. If let's say the government makes it mandatory to have crash barriers, for instance, that will give a big impetus. Now, another thing which is happening in India, for which Mekong is associated, is the cross-country pipelines. Where this entire gas grid is being constructed. And in fact, we are doing that project management and engineering consulting, wherein these gas pipelines are stretching all over, even in the northeastern 7 states. The objective is that each and every household will be connected through piped gas. Now, considering the huge potential of gas in Bangladesh, this also, if it is taken up by the government, this will also give a big boost to the steel industry there. So one is that, of course, on the demand side of it, which will require some intervention by the government, in terms of taking some initiatives. The Bangladesh steel industry could definitely see a boost in the consumption of steel. Now, on the supply side of it, we have, I have, from what I have seen and from what I have heard, is that most of your steel making is taking place from, let's say, scrap downwards. And the primary metal, which is being produced, let's say from the iron ore side of it, so the full value addition is not happening. Now, we have seen that in a very competitive world, when, let us say, across the world, there is overcapacity in steel, and it's likely to, with passing years, with some more, with China slowing down, etc. This steel competitiveness is going to increase. So it has become, it's very important for any steel maker to look at how it can become globally competitive in terms of being in the first or second quadrant of the cost curve. Because even when something like a COVID happens, the steel producers in the first and second quadrant, they are the ones who can actually expand the market. So considering, the competitive advantages that Bangladesh has, of course, gas is one of the advantages. Iron ore is not there, but then there's a big, vicinity of iron ore with countries like India. And then the value addition which happens from iron ore, from let's say $80 a ton, $70, $80 a ton, you are increasing the value upward rather than from scrap. So one is, of course, the DR gas-based solutions, which of course I'm sure that considering the fact that the DR gas-based gives you a much better quality of steel, and considering that the flat products may go up because once these pipeline projects, etc., start coming up. So that is an area, the DR gas making, I think that should go up. Maybe they can consider a port-based plant where the imported material can come in. The second, of course, is the blast furnace, mini blast furnaces based production. And we have seen here that mini blast furnaces, they offer a number of advantages. For instance, you look at productivity. Now, whereas in a big blast furnace, even productivity of 2.5, 2.6 is very difficult to get. In a mini blast furnaces, you can get productivity. I mean, 3 is the benchmark, and 3.4, and you can even go up to 4. So in terms of productivity, you can get much better productive. In terms of the because the Bangladesh is not such a huge market, and the focus is on the special grades. So you can look at the way companies like Sunflag, etc., how they have come up, that they produce the special alloys based on mini blast furnaces. So, and the mini blast furnaces, what I had just said, about 40-50%, of that blast furnace is going into electric arc furnace for energy saving. So I think that on the supply side of it, once you start looking at producing from iron ore up to the finished product, in that area, you have to see how Bangladesh can become competitive, globally competitive in terms of the cost of production. So I'm very confident that considering the enthusiasm and zeal and the hard work that we see in in the people of Bangladesh, and considering the very important fact that they are very quality conscious, because it is only the high quality that takes you forward. Quality in terms of not just the product, but quality also in terms of your operating practices, your maintenance practices. And I think that once all these things get integrated, we will see that going forward, the next 9 million tons of steel that has to come from the Bangladesh steel, if we look at all these pluses that can happen, we will see definitely a very glorious period of the Bangladesh steel industry, where the steel industry will develop and will also develop the economy around them. One of the things which I was discussing with my colleague is that we don't have really an industrial town in Bangladesh. The way, let's say towns like Jamshedpur have developed, the way Bokaro has developed, the way Bhilai has developed, around the steel industry. The steel industry has been a catalyst of the growth. And maybe this is a time where the government could plan, having an industrial steel town where the focus could be on producing steel at globally competitive rates, and that could actually usher in and catalyze a lot of development, around the area. And once the steel industry develops, it also develops the downstream industries like, automobiles, etc., as well as the upstream industries where all these components, all these raw materials, they start getting produced in the vicinity. Like Jamshedpur, you have got this, this Adityapur, where Tata Steel came up, and then Tata Motors came up, and then all these ancillary units started developing. And that is actually now a model of how steel industry can change the face of the economy of the region. So, as a consultant, this is what, our kind of thoughts were. And I would like to wish all the best to all the players of the Bangladesh steel industry, the policy makers. We have heard, how much they are clued on and to improve the status of the steel industry and develop their economy. So with that, I would like to thank, Mr. Mukherjee for inviting us to share our thoughts, and we wish all the best for this seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatt. Whenever you speak, it is not just the consultant of India speaking, it is also the voice of India to a great extent. Not just because Mekon is a PSU, it is a government-owned company, but because Mekon has a lot, and I cannot resist myself from asking Mr. Subrata Mitra, who was the Joint Managing Director of M.N. Dastur earlier, why do you think, Dastur has been able to capitalize on the Bangladesh market to a larger extent compared to Mekon, though Mekon started, as Mr. Bhatt mentioned, years earlier. Just one or 2 points, since you are there till March end, you are there with Dastur, so you know the history.
Mr. Bhatt, I respect your lecture. It was nice. We know that, and no, your question in reply to Nirmala's question, why actually no, we have not gained much. In fact, we have done one project with GPH. So that's part of the game. Mekon also is very much well respected. I'm not talking on behalf of Dastur. I'm not in Dastur now. So I know very well whatever he said. Mekon has their own design, which we do not have. Mini blast furnace, not only that, wheel united rolling mills. And it is a great, they have so many ways they can contribute in a big way. They have oceanography department also. So Chittagong is one of the best natural harbors in the world. So a lot of things can come. His ideas are well taken. Mini blast furnace is a route, but it may take time. But Dastur has not captured the market. It has not. Anyway, people were there. We had to earn our this thing, means we had to divert ourselves because we were not getting any jobs in India. Let us not forget that. So it was shared by both of us. Mekon is there, Dastur is there. So that some of us went that side also to seek the future, but we didn't succeed in Vietnam. Vietnam, we tried a lot. I personally went there many times. So Bangladesh clicked, GPH. So let's hope Mekon will also succeed there. Nothing wrong. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Mr. Mitra. Now, a very old associate of mine, someone who is like a guru to me in this industry, Mr. Rajkumar Markan, who is going to be 80 next year, is still very young at heart, and he attends all our conferences. Mr. Markan is the chairman of H&K Rolling, which gives the logo license for Thermex, which is a well-known brand for TMT in India, Thermex logo license. May I request Mr. Rajkumar Markan to ask his question, please? Mr. Markan. Ankit, can you put Mr. Markan, can you unmute him?
Yeah, I have done.
Markan,
can you hear me?
Yes, Markan, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, clear, loud and clear. You're not 80, you're 18.
By the way, Nirmala, I will be 18 next month, not next year.
Yeah, congratulations, Markan, sir. Puchiye.
Thank you. I just wanted to compliment Mr. Ali Hussain when he made a particular comment that India needs to change its code 1786 to adopt and follow the ISO code. The ISO code is 6935-2 for rebars. And that's a very simple code and universally followed. And I personally, all our licensees that we supply our thermic system to insist that they follow that code. There's a 500 grade or whatever grade. If I find a BCWR. That's all. I just want to compliment him. That's all. Thank you.
Bangladesh. You must visit Bangladesh.
Thank you, Markan. Thank you, Markan, sir. Thank you, Markan, sir. With that, we have to rush it a bit because Mr. Adil Islam, Managing Director of and CEO of Al-Falah Bank, I think he has to leave. So we'll have to request Mr. Manwar Hossain to just wait for a few minutes till Mr. Adil Islam completes. I hope Hossain Saab will give me that liberty. Mr. Hossain, apni permission dichen to Adil Sahib ke dewar?
When Adil wants to speak, when Mr. Adil Islam wants to speak, I cannot come in his way. Please
thank you so much.
Please
Mr.
go
Adil
ahead.
Islam. Yeah.
It's
Manoj, thank you. Good afternoon. Adab, namaskar, assalamu alaikum to all. It is an honor to be among such distinguished guests and gathering, and within this Indo-Bangla steel community. I will speak for the next 5 minutes or so, more in context to the nation, economy, and the growth prospect where we are, and where we're going to go, and the bank's role in this. Bangladesh as a nation gets a lot of coverage in terms of garments or sometimes at natural disasters. But what we forget to say that it's a thriving democracy with 160 million people, with embracing diversity, with women empowerment, and great track record on our human social development. As a matter of fact, in the UN Human Social Development, we're probably 2 notches higher than some of our neighboring countries. So it's a success story, and it's a story that needs to be told. For 2 decades, our GDP growth has been 6% and above. And this didn't happen by central planning. And why I say this is because the success of BSRM, who's present here, the success of the Anwar Group, which is headed by Mr. Manwar and prior to that his father, their success has actually made the private sector and the private sector bank success. So when we look at the banking sector success, it's directly linked to these groups and also their leadership. And I think in the steel sector, the top 4 or 5 names, large conglomerates whose sales is over $2 billion now, their success is also because of the bank's contribution and vice versa. When you look at the country, it's got a $300 billion plus economy size. So whether it's 6% growth or 7% growth or 8% growth, I think we need to be recognized as a state, as a nation, where there's a significant GDP size. It's got a very young population. It's a very balanced situation, and not all nations get this time where we're benefiting from a demography. So we've got a very good supply of labor forces, young, skilled, competitively priced, and at the same time, we've got a consumption base. So when we look at this economy, it's primarily a consumption-driven, manufacturing-oriented economy. So what we do is we basically bring in raw materials, process it, sell it locally, and some other industries we sell it outside, which we consider as export. Along with that, it's been a more or less a balance between import and export over the last 10 decades. If you look at our current situation, our reserves about $36 billion. Our inflation is just around 6%. Our debt to GDP is just under 40%. And we are a growth economy. In this growth economy, what are the industries that are doing well? So anything to do with consumption is doing very well. So we have the food processing, pharmaceutical. Pharmaceutical is an excellent industry to talk about because we're a success story in our generic drugs, our white goods industries, our electronics industries, and our construction industry. Now, when you look at all these industries, in the root of it is basically construction. And in that construction, steel is prominent. So the steel industry that has grown in this nation, in this country, has grown over the last 2 decades, starting from front end, and step by step, it has done backward integration. And in that backward integration, the banks have played a pivotal role in financing that. So when you look at the flat and the long, the way we want to look forward, going forward, is to see that as competition has increased, as more demand for graded steel and more capacity expansion has gone in, going forward, the banks would have appetite in financing in the backward integration in order to add value and in reducing cost of production. In reducing cost of production is through technology value addition, how could we be more efficient? And that's where I think the appetite of the bankers would be. If you look at the future growth, just for the next 1 year, you're looking at an ADP of probably 2 lakh crore. Of that, there's about 34,000 crore just allocated for this year on the 7 mega projects that the government is working on. So when we look at the steel growth, we look at mega projects, government-led projects, which is about 40 to 45%. And then there's a growth of the people and the factories and the companies and the rural people. So as thatch roofs gets converted to steel roofs, as steel roofs gets converted to bricks and mortars, and as factories come in, all this has integrated the nation into a situation where there's a consumption power, the purchasing power has increased, and the supply side has increased, capacities has been installed, and it's growing. I think going forward, there would be demand for financing, at least in the backward integration for 7-year plus, and that's something the banks would need to work on. The banks would further need to work on further reduction of cost of funding, but those are work in progress, and we're already seeing some progress on that, and I think that will happen. So in a nutshell, what I'd like to share with you is that the banks do have appetite. We have tremendous confidence in the country, in our economy, and the business leaders and also the policymakers. One, from the last 1 hour of conversation, I would leave with 1 or 2 observations. One is that I think because India is very familiar with our birth and has that perception from our birth, and maybe some of that perception needs to be adjusted with more visits, more interaction, more private sector engagement with our private sector to see where the potential and opportunities are. So I think it has to be more of an approach where it is that this is what we can do for you, and this is where we're going to come and add value for you, rather than lift and install or cut and paste. And we need to be seen by our partners in context to who we are today and what we aspire to be. And I think that's something where it would be difficult to do a pure cut and paste of some of the Indian experiences because of our land situation, because of our density of population situation, and because the appetite for goods in terms of quality consciousness. And I think these are some things that we probably need to take into consideration. The other thing I want to share with you is that the growth in the steel industry has really been led by the private sector, likes of BSRM, likes of Anwar Group, likes of Abu Khair and others. And as they grew and as they've invested, they have approached the government, and the government have always adjusted the policy to facilitate such growth. So therefore, I think you have an extremely friendly government towards the private sector. And though at times initially it seems, which comes first, but I think whatever the private sector has led, the government has supported. Now, in the last few years, we're noticing government have already declared proactively policies going forward where they want to shape and the way to want to lead us. And I think that is very good, and we should take advantage of it. That's more or less my thoughts with you all, and I'm happy to take any questions before I leave. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adil Islam. You did a perfect justice as a banker. I mean, you raised the perfect questions, and you expressed very clearly that there is nothing against the steel industry by any banker in Bangladesh today. And you represent a private banker, so I suppose that's a general opinion of a private sector banker.
I think I'll go one step beyond that. It's not against. When I look at my career, when I look at most of the banks, the top 20 banks growth in the country, it's directly attributable to the two steel representatives that you have here sitting with you, Anwar Group and BSRM.
That's great to hear, because in India we had a couple of bitter stories. If you Google, you'll find out what happened, how the SR Steel went over to ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. There was a huge debt, and many of the steel makers
we haven't had any financial engineering here as such. It has been more of a basic growth in the steel sector, and the banks have been financing.
Thank you, Mr. Islam. Any questions for Mr. Adil Islam? Any questions? You can either use your raise hand option, or any of the panelists wants to ask. Any question from the audience? Okay, I suppose everyone was satisfied with what you spoke, so there are no further questions with that. With that, we'll move on to Mr. Manwar Hossain, who is waiting his turn was there earlier, but he has been gracious to wait for so long. May I request Mr. Manwar Hossain to take the forum now? The floor is yours, Mr. Hossain. Mr. Manwar Hossain, please. Managing Director Anwar Group. Mr. Manwar Hossain, can you hear me, Mr. Hossain?
I think he's just gone somewhere to attend to his father. I think he will be back soon. Okay,
fine, fair enough, not a problem. So in the meantime, before moving on to next speaker, there was a couple of WhatsApp messages I was getting from Mr. Imran. Mr. Imran, are you there? Mr. Imran, can you hear me? If you can hear me, can you use your raise hand option so that I can... Ankit, can you bring Mr. Sattaj Imran on the panel? Mute yourself, Ankit.
Yeah. I have promoted him to the panel.
But where is he? I can't see him.
I think he will be joining shortly.
Mr. Imran, are you there? Sartaj Imran Bhai, are you there?
Hello.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, can you put on your camera, please? Imran Bhai? Yeah, there you are.
Yes, I'm just trying to fix it.
Yeah.
Just a second, please.
And okay, in the meantime, Mr. Zabir Hossain, are you there? Mr. Zabir Hossain, CEO of KY Steel. Mr. Zabir Hossain, I saw him a little while ago. Is he there? Ankit, can you see him?
Yeah, he's there.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Zabir Hossain, if you could just explain the KY Steel making capacity and the product mix of KY Steel, just for 30 seconds till Sartaj joins.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for actually having me on this panel.
Yeah, Zabir,
Firstly,
can you put on your camera, please? Your camera is not on. Your video, you have to switch on your video. If you go to the left of your screen, yeah, there you are. Thank you, Zabir Bhai. A warm welcome. Salam alaikum and namaskar from Kolkata.
Thank you very much. Well, KYC right now, what we are doing is we're in the flat steel market. Our annual capacity is about 250,000 tons a year. And on average, we are making CI sheets, we are making galvalume, color, and CRC also, annealed products. I think we are one of the few companies in Bangladesh who are actually making the annealed products, and we are catering to the cycle industry as well, the rims. So, so far we have been like the rest of competitors in Bangladesh. We are doing all sorts of flat products more or less, but the only edge I think what KY Steel has is basically on our annealed products, and we see the prospect of the white good industry, which is coming up. So that is one focus area where we're actually looking into right now.
Thank you, Zabir Bhai. We'll hear more from you when your turn comes. So till such time, I request Sartaj Bhai, Imran Bhai, are you there? Imran Bhai, can you unmute yourself if you're there?
Sorry, my video is not currently working. I'm just trying to figure it out how to.
No problem. You can just tell me a little bit about the shipbreaking scrap in Bangladesh. I mean, in Chittagong, how does the shipbreaking scrap stand? I mean, in terms of availability, because the World War ships are all gone. I mean, so in terms of availability of shipbreaking scrap, what kind of challenges do you face, or what is the situation like in Chittagong?
Yes, speaking about ship recycling, hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. This year has not been very good to the ship recycling as well as other industries, as we know. So on average, in the last 5 years, we have imported around 2.5 million tons of tonnages of vessels into Bangladesh. In a fiscal year of 15-16, we imported 3.1 million tons. In 16-17, it was 2.3. 17-18, it was around 2.2. 18-19, it was around 2.9. And in the year 19-20, it's slightly less than 2 million tons.
Okay.
And in just we had a lockdown in Bangladesh from March till May. And so when in June things slightly turned to open up, we imported around 350,000 tons of vessels in just 1 month. And that comprised of only 13 vessels. So you can say most of the vessels were pretty big in size, no such small vessels. And as you all may know, bigger vessels have lower percentage of wastage and thus produces less melting scraps and more plates. So, and melting scraps from our ship recycling yards mainly go to the steel mills as raw materials. And vessels which are below 5,000 tons produce more melting scraps. You can say maybe 30 to 40%. And vessels which are above 10,000 tons, they produce less melting scraps, slightly, you can say maybe 10 to 15% at max. So overall, from the ship recycling sector, not much raw materials are going into the steel mills. And thus, nowadays you can see a trend where the steel mills are importing more raw materials, and also on importing, they're enjoying the facility of LC and deferred payment. So that too is a plus point why they prefer importing scraps instead of procuring from our ship recycling yards. But I heard one of the panelists talking about the Indian ship recycling sector, where they have around 60 or more maybe green shipyards. And in Bangladesh, we have only one at the moment. But already around 40 yards or more, we have already started working on our yards to improve them into green yards. We have already signed we have already got our SRFP, which is the Ship Recycling Facility Plan, approved by our Ministry of Industries. So we are slowly progressing into green yards. And when Bangladesh gets into the market, I'm expecting maybe in the next 5 to 6 years, we will have, you can say, at least 20 or more green yards. And we have a brighter future, I think, in a way, than India because of our the way our yards are made, because we have bigger yards than India, and we can beach a lot of vessels at a time in our yards, which India cannot do, because India cannot beach their vessels one behind another, whereas Bangladesh can beach at least 3, 4, 5 vessels side by side, as well as behind each other. So we have, we can produce more steel in terms of that.
Okay, thank you, Imran Bhai. I'll request Mr. Sanjay Mehta, who is the head of Metal Recycling Association of India, to give a reply to what you mentioned about Indian shipyard, shipbreaking industry. Sanjay Bhai, are you there? Mr. Sanjay Mehta, are you there? Mr. Sanjay Mehta? Mr. Sanjay Mehta, are you? I don't think he is present right now. Okay. So we'll move on from there. We'll come back to Mr. Sanjay Mehta later. As per our sequence, the next speaker is my younger brother, Sanjay Dasgupta from Daneli, India. And Sanjay, while because I have heard your presentations a couple of times, so I'll take a break while you speak. And my son Ankit will coordinate for some time. Ankit, can you take over for 10? Please.
So our next speaker is Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta, AVP Sales of Daneli India Limited. Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta, are you there?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ankit. Thank you. Thank you. And first of all, it's a great honor to be a part of such a distinguished and such a knowledgeable panel. Thank you very much for this opportunity. From the morning, from the early afternoon, we have heard about the country, about the prospects in the country of Bangladesh, which excites us as a steel plant equipment supplier. We see a lot of opportunity. As we see in India, we see a lot of opportunity in Bangladesh as well. An opportunity in the market which has huge prospects of long products for construction, which has prospects for cold rollings, value-added products like galvanizing, etc. So from the melting perspective, from the primary steel making perspective, what we understand is the raw material for steel making continues to be scrap. And
hello.
On the ship breaking. Yeah. For melting, the steel makers has to choose between either of these two melting equipments, which is electric arc furnace or the induction furnace, either of these two. So I would like to spend a few words on the technological advancements Danieli has made in the field of electric arc furnace technology to make it one of the most sustainable technologies in almost all conditions. Now, Danieli has also made several breakthrough innovations in long product casting and rolling as well, which are quite appropriate and apt for the market. The whole idea of this innovation is to reduce OPEX, reduce operating cost, is to improve productivity, quality, safety, and finally, fast payback. So I have a short presentation made. I will just try to share my screen here. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you. So the presentation is named at Evolution of Electric Arc Furnace as a Sustainable Steelmaking Route. Now, I would just touch upon some statistics which are picked up from the World Steel Association journals and some other prominent journals. You may see this graph. This graph shows the steel making processes, the steel making in terms of various steel making processes which has been used. This blue curve, this blue line shows the electric arc furnace, the graph of electric arc furnace, and the purple one shows the graph of BOF. If you see, electric arc furnace technology was started way back in 1940. And thereafter, it had a slow but gradual growth all along these years. But in 1950, the BOF came into existence and it surpassed all the other existing production processes.
Mr. Dasgupta, you are muted, I think.
Sorry. Yeah. Now I go to the global scenario now. If you see the global scenario as on 2019 World Steel Journal, some 72% of the steel is made by BOF, 28% by EAF, and as per the predictions of, and as per the predictions of some of the prominent steel journals, they say that electric arc furnace, the share of electric arc furnace steel making is going to catch up with the BOF share by somewhere around 2050. More interestingly, if you see the share of electric arc furnace steel making in the predictions, of course, the share of electric arc furnace steel making for the long product productions. Here the share will be something around 70%. So electric arc furnace is destined to dominate the long product steel making in the future years. because of the popularity of the mini mill concept and because of the flexibility which electric arc furnace brings in. The flat product manufacturing will be dominated by BOF technology. Now, if we see area-wise for the mature markets like USA or the European Union, at one point of time, way back in 1975, 1995, 2015, it was dominated by BOF, but slowly EAF has taken over. EAF has taken over in the NAFTA countries. EAF has taken over EAF is very close to BOF in the European Union, and of course taken over by Europe others. Europe others is mainly the Turkey. And the main reasons behind this are environmental concerns, which are CO2 emissions, capex and low maintenance costs of EAF, and US and EU are some of the large scrap exporters as well. Coming to China, which is the largest producers in the world, here the EAF share is 10%. But the trend shows that by 2030, EAF is going to increase a share to 33%. And the reasons are quite different here. The opening of the carbon trading system in 2018, BOF process incurs higher environmental taxes. And there has been a closure of almost all the induction furnaces using scrap. So this has resulted in a jump of domestic scrap availability, which is otherwise now used in EAF. And of course, availability of a technology like EAF, which can flexibly switch between iron ore to steel scrap. That means from hot metal to scrap, to deal with the volatility of the supply of different raw materials and the change of environmental regulation. And for the last 3-4 years, there has been an improvement in the electricity situation in various provinces of China. Now coming to India, the India share is like this: 43% BOF, 31% EAF, and some 24% is the share of induction furnaces. And as per Niti Aayog, their prediction is that while India is aiming for 300 million tons in 2030, the share of BOF, EAF, and IF is going to be similar in the same ratio, but of course there will be a jump of number of EAFs in India. Here the reasons are driven by, of course, the lower investment of EAF route compared to BOF. The flexibility part of EAF, poor quality of domestic coking coal and anti-dumping duties on metallurgical coke of Australia and China, the growing domestic scrap availability. You might be knowing that the Supreme Court has come up with a ruling that any vehicles made before March 2005 has to be scrapped. And last but not the least, the BIS specifications has a stringency in sulfur plus phosphorus for the long products. Finally, coming to Bangladesh, I do not know whether these figures are updated or not, but by and large, this will be the figure. EAF share will be something around 14-15% and IAF the balance. And the future trend shows that EAF share is likely to increase, which some of the panelists also predicted. The reasons here for Bangladesh area would be, now that bigger capacities are being planned, it will be very difficult to manage with induction furnaces because you will have multiple shells. And we hear that there are improvements in the electrical grid strength in Bangladesh with the addition of so many power plants, with the addition of nuclear power plant, which will be coming up in 2022. And of course, there is an increase in the demand of value-added products in Bangladesh. There is a demand of wire rods now. There has been an increasing demand of alloy steel also in Bangladesh. So all this will be a driving factor for EAF to come up in this area. And the major reason of EAF getting popularized all over the world is because of its flexibility. This is one vessel or one equipment which is capable of taking all sorts of charge possible. It can take up full scrap charge by means of charging by bucket. It can take up scrap charge by charging it in a conveyor, preheating it and putting it into the furnace. It can take up DRI, HBI, coal-based, gas-based, whatever is available. And nowadays, it is also taking up hot metal up to almost 80%, making it, using it almost like a converter. So it is slowly eating away the market share of converters as well. So focus is now to build up electric arc furnaces which are more and more efficient. For example, the erstwhile scrap-charged electric arc furnaces, the scrap charging procedure used to take 3 minutes time. Now with technological advancements, with the speed of hydraulics, this entire scrap charging process can be done in only 57 seconds. You can see the clock here. In 55 seconds, you can start the rearcing, and thereby you are saving the non-productive power of time. Another best way of charging scrap furnace is charging into the conveyor, which I'll explain it in further details in the coming slides. If you consider the electric arc furnace, some 25 to 30% of the electrical energy gets wasted in the fumes. Now, ECS, endless charging system, is a process of utilizing this lost enthalpy to preheat the scrap which is put into the electric arc furnace. This scrap is put by a conveyor, and there is a counter flow of the hot fumes which is coming out of the electric arc furnace and the scrap. And the enthalpy transfer occurs in this place. And the results are very, very encouraging. You can see 50 kilowatt hour per ton saving in electrical energy. The productivity increases by 15%. The fume treatment plant size comes down. And the biggest problem in Bangladesh, the strength of the grid. Here, with this process, we are reducing the flicker generation by 60%. And also the reduction of the heat size. Danelli has innumerable references, at least 14 references running throughout the world, and they are producing stellar performances every day. This video is one of a plant in China called Guihang, which is tapping in every 37 minutes. And the electrical energy consumption is to the tune of 340 kilowatt hour per ton. Electrode consumption is only 1 kg per ton. And this plant is started up in only 44 days. So the learning curve is only 2 months or even less than 2 months. And there are many other references which are running at similar performance figures. Coming to some other technological development areas in the electric arc furnace technology. Nowadays, automation is encompassing right from the charging to the activities around the furnace. Even the charge mix, the scrapyard has tremendous amount of automation, and this automation is passed on to the EAF adaptive melt controller, which is controlling the EAF process. And finally, the automation is also there to avoid men around the furnace from the safety point of view. For example, for the scrapyard, there are scrapyards which have laser scanners on board of the cranes, which gives the real-time scrap inventory, which makes the procurement scheduling, which decides which scrap, which density, how much to be added into the conveyor, so that the right amount goes into the electric arc furnace. And this information is taken up by the EAF melt model. An EAF melt model is a dynamic model which is adapting its melting profile to get a total cost strategy, consistent EAF working process, heat after heat working points, and continuous learning and improvement. So you can imagine it's all automatic and it's all dynamic. For example, the CO2 analyzer says that your content is high. It will automatically direct the carbon injection. It will automatically direct the oxygen injection to start the post combustion. to reduce that ratio. It also helps the melter to reach the correct soft landing with the correct carbon percentage, with the correct temperature, with the correct injection. No more, no less. And we also electrode is one of the costliest equipments. Electrode is one of the costliest equipment. And 40% of the electrode consumption comes from the sidewall. There are tools which can reduce the sidewall consumptions considerably. Q SmartTech is one of those tools. Danili has many references of this Q SmartTech throughout the world. Finally, this is a control room, and we see the melters who are controlling the electric arc furnaces with a lot of screens with video cameras. And ironically, this control room is far, far away from the electric arc furnace. It may be in the owner's drawing room. And the electric arc furnace, near the electric arc furnace, all the operations are done automatically. For example, the cleaning of the slag door is done by this robot. For example, the temperature and sampling can be done by this manipulator. Totally automatic, done far away from that control room. We know that filling of EBT sand had been a time-taking affair. Whoever has worked in an electric arc furnace melt shop may recall that. But nowadays, filling of EBT sand is with this automatic system. So you reduce the power of time, and you give a lot of time to increase the productivity of the furnace. We also remember that there are often chokings of the EBT, and nowadays all these chokings can be solved automatically, remotely by means of manipulators, and you can open this EBT remotely. Even the tapping is also now become automatic. You can tap the material sitting at the comfort of your control room. The infrared cameras will detect whether the slag is coming or not. They will detect when to turn back the furnace, or the ladle weighing system will give the signal to the furnace to turn it back. Even with the cameras, you can exactly see what is the condition of your EBT hole, and you can decide whether to gun, whether to not to gun, etc. So these are in terms of the technicals, these are in terms of the technological advances of the furnaces. Another important aspect which I should touch upon is the environmental benefits which this new process of continuous charging brings about. Is this ECS system, it generates very less particulate matters, which are within the international standards like US EPA. Also, it generates lesser fume load, lesser dust load, something around 15 to 20 kg per ton. Post-combustion is possible. NOx levels are lower in this process, something around 60 to 100 grams per ton. Dioxin levels are low due to preheating temperatures are high. VOC levels are low due to preheating temperatures, due to high preheating temperatures. So, and finally, this continuous preheating of scrap in a conveyor, charging it in EAF, generates 8% less CO2 than the age-old conventional bucket charging. So, summarizing, the technological advancement and evolution of EAF is making it a preferred primary melting unit with all charging conditions, with all changing conditions, sorry. The benchmark performance of many of our plants substantiates this choice. And significant development in the process automation is paving a way for high performance with low operating costs. That's all from my side. If you have any questions on that, I'm free to take that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta. So we have any questions from the panelists?
Yes,
Any questions from the panel or from the attendees? Okay, so in that case, we will be moving on to the next speaker. So next we have our address by Mr. Atul, AVP Sales and Marketing, Metallurgical Plant and Environment Technology, SMS India Private Limited. Mr. Atul, are you there?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. So just one second. Mr. Dasgupta, can you just disable the screen sharing?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that here. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
That's okay, Mr. Sanjay. I can to stop your screen sharing.
Yeah, please, if you can. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Amit. So yeah, so I would now request Mr. Atul, AVP Sales and Marketing, SMS India, to please give his address.
Okay, just a second, Ankit. I have one question for Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta. The question is particularly with relation to the market in Bangladesh, where we are looking for a size, let's say, a 250,000 to anywhere between 250,000 tons to 1 million tons or 1.5 million tons. Say between 250 to 1 million tons. What is the smallest size which MIDA can actually be implemented along with that of your QML integrated process? In the integrated process, what is the minimum capacity of the plant that you can go, which makes viable for the plant to be there?
Are you asking about the MIDA solution?
Yeah, MIDA solution with an integrated mill concept.
See, we had started our first MIDA, which was put in USA, was started with a capacity of 300,000 ton, and we had quite a few plants of 300,000 ton, but our R&D was constantly thriving to make smaller capacities as well as to make bigger capacities. Now, the major challenge in the MIDA is that the entire steel is produced by casting of only one strand. So if you have to go for smaller capacities, you have to keep on lowering the size of your billets. And if you have to go for bigger capacities, you have to keep on increasing the size of billets. And nowadays, with all the developments which our R&D has taken in, we are now able to go to MIDA with sizes of 200,000 tons as well. We have been able to venture into MIDAs of the sizes of around 1.5 million tons as well, by increasing the sizes of the billets and consequently changing various other equipments. So with MIDA, we have now no limit in sizes, and we believe in the future, MIDA is a technology which will slowly, take away a big market share of conventional mini mills because of its tremendous amount of benefits in terms of operating costs, in terms of manpower, in terms of footprints. So if our development of this big size MIDA as well as small size MIDA becomes successful, which we have already, we are already testing success, and we have a few big plants which will get commissioned in the coming year. So probably in this arena of bigger plants as well as smaller plants, our MIDA will have a big market share.
Thank you, Sanjay. Subrata, do you have a question for Sanjay? You have to unmute yourself, Subrata. Please unmute yourself. Subrata, please unmute yourself.
I have done. Now, for rolling also, some reduction ratio has to be there. So we cannot go down in the billet size. That's not a good product.
We have overcome that. We have overcome that thing, and we
Can you hear?
Yeah, we are
I
now.
think I agree with him. 200,000 ton is little less. 300 to 1 million ton is a good size till now.
We are working hard to reach 200,000 ton, 250,000 ton with a billet size of 110 square. And we will soon have a plant with that billet size.
It's network problem, I think.
Yeah, is it okay? It's okay, I suppose. So,
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Was I audible or there was network problems?
No, more or less audible. There was not much audible. Subrata, could you hear what he said? I think
we are working with billet sizes from 110 square to 240 millimeter.
Hello.
Yeah. There's some feedback. Ankit, can you mute everyone because there's some feedback?
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, we'll move. I think Subrata has lost his connection. So
no, I think some network problem. Network problem is there.
Yeah, your voice is audible, but your camera is not.
No, I agree with him. 300,000 ton to 1 million ton is a good capacity. So the billet size has to be maintained for reduction ratio. We cannot go down too much.
Anything, Sanjay, you want to add to that?
No, I absolutely agree with Mitra sir. And we are working with very small billets. Like we are working with billets of 110 square. We are working with billets of 115 square, and from the lower end, and from the higher end, we are working for 240 millimeter also. So I mean, our R&D is spending a lot of money for development, both in the lower capacity as well as in the bigger capacity. And in the bigger capacity, we are aiming to capacities of 1.5 with a single strand.
Actually, for a good rolled product, people will ask for 150 or 130.
Yeah, 150 is the size which we have many operating plants running. For example, we have the plant in Egypt running at 150.
Yes,
it is 160. 160 plant in Egypt.
160 also good. Yes. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Mr. Sanjay Mehta, you were not there when Imran Bhai had asked a question. Imran Bhai, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Imran had asked, has raised a question, Mr. Sanjay Mehta, with regard to the shipbreaking scrap in India vis-a-vis Bangladesh. Imran Bhai, can you just repeat what you had mentioned about comparison between the shipbreaking industry in India and Bangladesh?
Yes. So I was saying that India has around 50 or 60 plus green ship recycling yards, whereas Bangladesh at the moment, we just have one green ship recycling yard, which is fully compliant, HKC compliant. And already in Bangladesh, we have 50 plus yards who have already received our SRFPs approved from our Ministry of Industries. SRFP means the ship recycling facility plan. We have already got it approved. So in the future, hopefully within the next 5 to 6 years, we target to have at least 20 fully compliant green ship recycling yards. And that time, I think Bangladesh will have a thriving ship recycling sector than India, because Bangladesh is capable to recycle more ships than India because of our yards, because our yards are basically bigger than that are in India. Our yards are bigger and we can recycle more ships, as in when we beach our ships, we can beach 5 to 6, depending on the yacht size, of course. We can beach them side by side and as well one behind another. Whereas in India, it's not possible to do that because of geographical location.
Yeah, you are right. What you have explained, Sartar Saab. India is definitely progressing on the shipbreaking shipbreaking. And this current ministry, Government of India, Mr. Modi is definitely giving a lot of preference to the recycling business. In last, I will complete in my speech that part. But yes, in shipbreaking, our government is giving a lot of preference, and the environment friendly atmosphere he would like to create. So that is why more and more people are going into the green revolution size, and whatever the international standard has to be maintained, and people are maintaining here, so that more and more ships can come here. Previously, before, European ships were not allowed, or were not giving a chance to cut the ships over here. But in last two years, they got no objections from the European companies, and they are getting all these kinds of ships in India. So I think so. Future is definitely good for the shipbreaking in India as well, along with the other businesses. So that is what we are going to definitely progress in India on the shipbreaking.
Thank you so much, Sanjay Bhai.
Yeah.
With that, we are already behind schedule. So I'll request Atul to start his presentation, and let's see what SMS has to differ from that of Daneri.
Correct.
Good evening. When I was listening to Sanjay Das Gupta, I actually realized that when you do a very good or right market survey, whoever does it, then it looks that you are coming to a similar solution. So from that point of view, I was little agreeing with what Sanjay was saying. Let me share my presentation now. Is it visible now?
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, good evening to you all. Entrepreneurs, operators, construction group, as well as technology providers from 2 countries are here. So big thanks to the organizers first. We all are from 2 countries having similar cultural similarity, lifestyle, and multiple ties. Means people with similar interest have assembled here. And to establish it further, I wanted to compare certain parameters. We know that development in any country is directly depends upon the development of core sector, like steel. Based on the data of 2019, per capita steel consumption in India was 75 kg, whereas in Bangladesh it was 45 kgs. On one hand, Bangladesh is targeting a per capita consumption of steel to 75 kg by 2022. India would be at about 100. And you know that we have a very ambitious target of achieving almost 200 kgs by 2030. Since we in India have already crossed certain stages of development, so being a neighbor, Bangladesh has all the right to know not only the best practices what we are following here in India, but also the mistakes that we have done so that you don't commit these. In the steel industry, we, like me, myself, Sanjay Das Gupta, we represent some of the main technology providers of the world, having some major establishments in India, and having a very close coordination with European counterparts also. The support that we can provide to the industry is we can provide technological options, and we can also provide world benchmarks. Because as an entrepreneur, your decision will be based on a very basic information that is called ROI. ROI has got basically 3 main components. One is CapEx, OpEx, and also the product pricing. Since I am discussing steel, considerations for selection of steel making solutions depends upon availability of raw material, condition of electricity grid, world benchmarks, and as I've said, CAPEX, OPEX, and ROI. With several assumptions and considerations, we understand that operating blast furnace is really not an appropriate solution for a country like Bangladesh. As Mr. Bhatt was saying, we can still discuss in case some aggressive ideas are to be explored like a mini blast furnace. But as on today, we feel that solid raw material in the form of DRI and scrap is the main choice. Hence, steel making has to be electric steel making, either induction furnace or electric arc furnace. Since DRI will require some metallurgical working during melting, we focus on electric arc furnace. And here, there is a good agreement between SMS Group and Denali. EF has a setup where you have a furnace and electrodes connected to a grid through a transformer. Melting of raw material is done due to electric arcing, and arcing itself is the result of short circuit. The furnace size and the capacity of the transformer depends upon the amount of current that can be drawn from the grid. Throughout the world, the strength of grid is varying, and there are methods to compensate these. A furnace, AC furnace, normally requires a stronger grid, and a DC furnace needs maybe a little weaker grid also. Conventionally, for a DC furnace, we apply a thyristor control and a suitable SVC to protect the grid. If you have a rated power and overload power curve on a standard DC solution, we can assume certain firing angle of the thyristor based on load characteristic of the furnace. In case of overload, we get a very high Q value. At SMS, our idea is to somehow control this current and minimize the Q in case of a short circuit. So what we have done at SMS is developed a solution called AURA. AURA stands for Advanced Unit Rectifier Assembly, where we have a set of modules. And the result is, if you compare one of the cases in Bangladesh, where we are operating two DC EFs having, I think, 70 megawatt transformers and LFs of having 15 MVA transformer, you have actually installed a 110 MVAR SVC light. If you go with AURA solution, you may not be needing any SVC at all. But still, operators have certain reservations with DC. Apart from advantage of single electrode, lower electrode consumption, lower flicker at grid, better melting, superior central meltdown, bottom electrode is the key. It is to be cooled. And what we know that this cooling is done by water. But SMS has got a solution where we have air cooled bottom electrode. So what happens? You have no water below the furnace. Electrode is pin type, not billet type. And we have a number of thermocouples that helps in monitoring the life of electrode as well as life of refractory. In other design, if you are getting the life of bottom electrode to say 700 or 500 heats, SMS offers a benchmark of more than 2000 heats for the bottom electrode. Means your downtime for changing the electrode comes down or reduced to 1/3. Since the electricity grid was never a major issue in India, we never discussed DC. On the other hand, market like United States is full of DC furnaces, and their first preference always remains a DC furnace. So grid can be controlled without major investment. Maintenance downtime can be reduced. Plant availability can be increased. And then comes energy consumption. Now, when we consider scrap and DRI as the main raw material, I would certainly like to discuss about our solution, which is called SHARC, or shaft arc furnace, where the raw material, that is scrap, is held directly on the top of the furnace for the most efficient heat transfer, and hence consuming electricity to the tune of less than 300 kilowatt hour per ton. If I show you the guarantee figures of a 130 ton SHARC furnace, electricity consumption is less than 290 kilowatt hour per ton, and electrode consumption is less than 1 kg. It is actually 0.78 kg per ton. So the possibilities are, if your grid is weak, scrap is the raw material, life of bottom electrode is less, you have frequent leakages and stoppages. If the maintenance cost is high, refractory life is low, then we come up with Aura, SHARC, and pin type bottom electrode, which brings you several advantages. So as I said, let us set new targets and benchmarks. Evaluate the options of DC power supply system without SVC, bottom electrode with air cooling, and scrap preheating solutions for a clean, efficient, and also environment-friendly steelmaking in Bangladesh. I am just a phone call away. You can call me, you can write me an email. And as soon as our lockdown is over, we'll plan a visit with Indian and European colleagues to Bangladesh, and we can discuss these topics further with all the manufacturers in Bangladesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Atul. Any questions for Atul? Any questions for Atul? Okay, so I suppose both had a similar line of thought for once.
Yes, this is also quite good in a assembly like this, when we come to know that everybody is thinking on the same lines, and then we are sure that we are going to get a very good solution for any problem which is occurring anywhere in the world.
Okay, we had the two. Yeah. Subrata, you had a question?
Just 1 minute. Mr. Atul gave a wonderful presentation. One thing, the new initiatives done by SMS, we have to see. But one thing I agree with him, United States is full of DC. India has only one DC in SR. One means one plant. And Bangladesh has DCs. The biggest advantage of DC is less flicker, so neighbors are happy. So AC, that arcing is, the SBC is of course there, it occupies a lot of space. But another big advantage is electrode breakage is negligible, because bottom electrode is a very tricky subject, maintenance. But electrode breakage is a big problem in electric furnace. It has to be controlled, because foot shaft, whatever use a big load falls and electrode breaks. Electrode is a costly affair, more so recently. So it's good. Let us see how DC works in India, and future is DC transmission from electrical engineering point of view. So that's good. Let us see your initiatives, how they work in different plants. Thank you.
Maybe we can have some comments from Mr. Bandyopadhyay from US. He can have some good ideas on DC furnace.
Yeah. Sambochachita, are you there?
Yeah. So I was listening to Atul. Atul and I have also known each other when I was with JSPL. So met. Truly, I mean, the DC furnaces are what I have seen, and it's my experience. I cannot, I mean, there would be overruling comments from others, but DC furnaces are, in my opinion, more efficient. Subrata raised the issue of electrode breakage. Yes, concern. Not only that, Subrata, there are also
the arm water leakages, the overall electrode consumption itself, the concentration of heating zones, so more bridging in the furnace. And then if you have those water-cooled panels, in the AC furnace, the water-cooled panel ruptures are more prominent than on the DC furnace. Overall refractory life seems to be better with the DC furnace than the AC furnace. From a metallurgy standpoint, it doesn't change much except for one thing, Subrata, that's with the nitrogen content. So if you see most of the DC furnaces in US, they're actually tapping heats for automotive where nitrogen restrictions are there. And generally speaking, you will find that what I have experienced, I've been working with DC furnaces since 2007. Our nitrogens can be controlled to the level of about less than 50 ppm at tap. So I'm talking about at tap means going into LMF, brother. That's not because we generally do not measure the nitrogen at tap. We measure it when it goes into LMF. Yeah. So considering that you have an open stream, considering that you have pickups during the tap, so 50 ppm, less than 50 ppm in the beginning stage of LMF is a decent achievement, which in SE furnaces is a difficult proposition. I mean, I can keep on talking about the DC furnace, but SE furnace slag maintenance is much better. Flat back, it's much better. So overall, I mean, I can keep talking. I don't want to take a lot of time of the webinar for so many, people that were there. So.
Right, thanks for that.
Okay, thank you, Subrata. I'll just move forward with the two big darlings. Having done with it, now comes the children, the much smaller players who are,
will be growing soon.
Will be growing soon, yes. Joining the big bandwagon soon. Yeah. So with that, I invite Mr. Anuj Khanna of Air Engineering, who are also the title sponsor. So obviously, I have to give him the leverage of an extra minute or two if he wants to. After all, he's giving my bread and butter. The lead sponsor for the day. So before we start off with Anuj, let me have Amit, can you play the corporate video of Air Engineering, please?
Yeah, sure. I will do that.
Yeah, and then Anuj can carry on. Anuj, you can take off from here. So that was air engineering for you. Now Anuj will take you forward from there.
Thank you. First of all, my thanks to Nirmala ji for having me on the panel today. And the moment I got to know that Nirmala ji is conducting a webinar on India, Bangladesh Steel Summit, this was a place we had to be here, as it is one of the most, these two are one of the most interesting markets as a technology supplier for us, as they are very, very diverse markets, and you might not come across markets where you will still see people using hand mills as well as mills of about 1.4 million tons per year. The biggest to the smallest you will find in both these countries. There are very few such countries where we have the diversity to play with as a technology supplier. I thought I'll start off by saying that we are a 70-year-old company, but Nirmala ji said we are still children. And but I would like to highlight that we are a 70-year-old organization into the engineering industry, and we've been doing plants for over 40 years into the rolling mills, and we've completed 180 mills. Talking about the experience that we have, I would say as India and Bangladesh, we have the advantage of growing with the industries, as we've been here for 70 years. So we've seen the start to reaching the level of what the technologies have added to as a value into these markets. So we've played a very essential role in terms of getting the industry to where it is. Going back a few years ago, putting up I'm sure a lot of players here will understand that it was even very difficult for a technology supplier like us to convince the market to even buy something like an automatic cooling bed. That was how manual this industry was. But along the last 10 to 15 years, the industry has taken a big shift into the automations. And to keep up with the industry and to keep up with the European players, we would very, very proudly say that we are now a multinational company with offices all across the world, and we have our own research and development office within in UK, where we have highly experienced gentlemen in the field of automations, designs, roll pass, process engineering, all of that. So this is basically, I would say, a marriage between the European engineering and Indian pricing. As Mr. Dasgupta and Mr. Atul both have very, very clearly in their presentation stated that it's about the CapEx as well as the OpEx. And when we go in for an ROI, if you talk as an entrepreneur, as a mill, as someone who's going to put up a mill, you're going to come up to see something in terms of CapEx as well as OpEx. So yes, you need a better technology. You need something more advanced to reduce your OpEx. So we are working on that with our British counterparts and the UK office, which provide that. And having said that, we having our network and our infrastructures based completely, totally out of India in terms of manufacturing. We offer something that is even pocket friendly on the CapEx when you talk about. So it's not, you don't need to spend something that's very heavy in terms of your CapEx, and still you get the advantages of the technology and the lower OpEx, right? So as Hussain Saab was here earlier, I think he's left early. He very well.
I'm still here. Anuj, I'm still here.
Okay, sir.
I'm back. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So so we were talking that earlier was saying that India needs to invest into R&D as well as quality. So keeping that in mind, because India and Bangladesh, even in terms of for mills or for any equipment supplies, it's very essential to have a proper quality, proper technology and R&D team. So to cater to that, as you saw in the video, we have our companies now in terms of the operations headed by ex-Danieli, ex-SMS people who have headed verticals in these tall European companies. So that's what we are heading towards. We are heading towards an Indian solution with the high-end European engineering, European technology, and quality standards. So we have one of our European counterparts, Mr. Simon Wright, who's one of the finest roll pass engineers you're going to come across in terms of section rolling. All I can say about him is if you can sketch something on paper, he knows how to roll it in a mill. I'll hand it over to Simon to give you a brief on section rolling.
Thank you, Anuj, for that introduction. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, well, what an introduction that is. Yes, so my name's Simon Wright, as you can see, and I've been fortunate enough to have all my working life in the steel industry, starting off in the UK. I did spend some time with Daniele, which really got me out around the world and into India, particularly, and then more recently in the Middle East with Emirates Steel. But now I've been working with Anuj for a while, and we're coming together with some great schemes. And it seems to me that this coming together from the European know-how and experience, everybody in this webinar is talking about the same sorts of things. There's almost a perfect storm happening in the market and in Bangladesh. And we talk about buildings going vertical, and Mr. Ali Hussain mentioned it earlier, that the sky is the only limit there. And that kind of growth, that kind of construction requires structural steels. And it's also been mentioned that construction is the area where the growth is going to be. And construction in other markets around the world is essentially static, particularly in the more developed economies. You will see that factories and plants have been kind of more reducing their capacity, or they've been closing. Capacity in Western Europe has been shrinking down. So what we're able to do is we're able to bring in that kind of experience from an industry that's been through the cycle, been through the growth, and supplied products to specifically the construction industry, where we can really get those best processes, put those on the ground in Bangladesh and India. And I think it was interesting, it was mentioned by, Mr. Atul Bhatt, he talked about the steel intensity in the UK specifically, where it's more than one. And the building codes you talked about were kind of conducive to developing the economy and the steel industry economy. Whereas in India, I think he said it's about 0.3 steel versus cement. So still relatively concrete based construction in the Indian subcontinent. So there can be a move to more steel. Steel construction has lots of advantages. It can be faster. It can be much more, things can be built away from site and brought in and put together almost like a Lego kit. And rolling mills can do this. Rolling mills can provide many different products. And of course, the most modern ones, it was also talked about the standards, the Indian standards, how kind of diverse the standard is. You'll find parallel flange beams, parallel flange channels, that these are now the products that the leading manufacturers are making and using in construction, up to very big. Now, I think someone mentioned buildings of 60 or 70 stories. I mean, you will need pretty big mills to build construction steel for buildings that are going to be 60 or 70 stories tall. But it's possible. It's known technology. We know how to do it. And the laws of physics are the same wherever you're squashing your steel. So it's very transferable process technology. And I think what we can get in this region now is the synergy of the know-how, some great enthusiasm, and some great engineering to put it on the ground locally. If we look at the market possibility, talking about increasing the concentration of steel consumption in Bangladesh up to something like, I think, 75 kilograms per capita was talked about within a couple of years. Now that's fast. You're talking about a 30% increase over 2 years. So there's a rapid growth there. And what we can do is we need to make sure that we capture that market demand in terms of what becomes a product mix for a plant. So for a product mix for a plant, what products are we making and what particular volumes are we making in those products? Couple that with your processes, and you've then got a capacity, a plant capacity. So with market, we take the mix and the demand. We want the capacities to meet a certain particular, should say, geographical area, in this case, Bangladesh. And then we could have a starting point. And of course, the starting point often is a reference plan or a layout drawing. And put these things down, and we can then think about the rate at which Bangladesh is going to be growing and maybe make these plans future-proof. So another great learning curve, I think, that we can bring into the region is how much demand change there is through time as economies grow and wane and grow and wane. So I think it's very important that the people, the investors, think about putting down businesses that are flexible enough to meet the changes in future demand. And modern plants can do that. You can build layouts where you can add capacity, reduce capacity. For example, you might build a layout with maybe a 50-ton per hour furnace, but leave space on the floor to put another one. So you can maybe double production in the future in 5 or 10 years hence. So lots of things to think about, lots of fascinating opportunities coming up. And it does feel to me like almost a perfect storm that's going to be happening, that lots of people can contribute to and really build it up in the near future. And in the near future in the steel industry is 5 years or so. That's a pretty short term steel industry. So thank you very much. It's great to see you all. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright, and thank you, Mr. Khanna. So do we have any questions from the panel for Mr. Khanna or Mr. Wright? Anyone from the attendees would like to ask anything? You can use the raise hand option. Okay, so in that case, I would like to move on to Mr. Manwar Hussain. He has returned, and he's the president of Bangladesh Steel Manufacturers Association and Group, and association and group managing director of Anwar Group of Industries. And I would request Mr. Manwar Hussain to please give his address.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum to all of you, and Bismillah Rahman Rahim. I have to thank Mr. Mukherjee for creating this opportunity to sing the national anthem of India. I've done that almost after 35 years, brings back memory from my school, St. Paul's School in Darjeeling. And also at the same time, it reminds me once I was asked to explain the barbed wire between Bangladesh and India. And in my reply, I had said, we are so one. Bangladesh and India across the border are so one that the barbed wires were actually meant to remind us to return home after the sunset. So this is exactly how we feel about our relationship with India. I think our hearts are really, really one. There is really not much to add. I must apologize. I had to step out for about half an hour. And again, I got to catch another interview after this. Mr. Helal and Amer Hussain has already pretty much covered the entire business, the steel business in Bangladesh. And I apologize to Mr. Anuj Khanna. You meant Amer Hussain. I'm also Hussain, so I thought you meant me. But if I can add, of the total $7.5 billion of import from India into Bangladesh in the last fiscal year, about 3% or around $300 million import were attributed directly to the long product or the bar making industry of Bangladesh. So just about 350 manufacturers and 3% of the total country's import from India. I must say it underlines kind of the importance of this steel industry in the Indo-Bangla trade relationship. One thing, it's quite obvious. We have been following the webinar all day. The speakers are out. We have a kind of a natural dependency on India for import of raw materials and technology and skilled labor as well. A stronger Bangladesh really equates to a higher import from India. while Bangladesh really continues to write great stories under the current great leader, Her Excellency Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, export from Bangladesh to its almost only neighbor has really got to grow. The 84-16 ratio trade deficit has to be narrowed. And should I add the payment that we make to the Indian expats in Bangladesh and the Bangladesh is spending on the healthcare in India, the trade deficit becomes something like 93-7. And that indeed is very, very unhealthy. And a narrowing trade gap does not really necessarily mean that one loses and the other one wins. But I think it can certainly increase volume of our trades of both countries to extents that would be enough to strengthen balance sheets of both the sides of the border. And with that, I say, open up the Seven Sisters to Bangladesh. Open up the Seven Sisters to Bangladesh because, I understand the Indian government is subsidizing some 2,000 rupees per ton to transport goods into these very potential states. We can come in good help here. Do away with all the trade unnecessary, the unproductive trade and the import levies that the governments, either at the state level or the centers level, have imposed on items such as steel and cement and everything else, so that our volumes to this Seven Sisters improve. And with that, I can tell you that our imports from India will also improve. We will ultimately be going back to India for our raw material. And the trade barriers between our two countries really must, these have to melt. And I see a very bright future for Bangladesh in steel. Our Simon was telling it's not really 77 kgs yet, but we will be by 24, 25, by the year 2024 or 2025. And in the last 10 years, we have grown from a mere 22 kg per capita consumption to about 45 kg in just about 8 years' time. So that really is a huge, and we have a large population also. So that's really a lot of steel consumption in a small country in a very, very small period of time. And with that, I have to thank everyone in the behind the scene in organizing this forum, this webinar. A special thanks goes out to Mr. Mukherjee and Mr. Sabyasachi. It was a pleasure listening to you. Mr. Mitra, I have never met you before, but it would be a pleasure to see you sometime. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Manwar Hossain. Let me tell you, Mr. Manwar Hossain was operating from his house when the lockdown was there. In spite of that, once I sent a mail to him because I was unable to reach him on his mobile. So he was so kind to respond immediately with a yes. He did not think twice whether it will be possible for him during the lockdown or not, but he agreed immediately. So, Mr. Manwar Hossain, there is one more appeal which I would like to make before you.
Please.
We want you and your association, we want Anwar Group also, when situation improves, and I'm sure, inshallah, situation will be normal in some months. When that happens, we want to do a seminar in Chittagong itself, where we want you to take the lead role along with Mr. Hamid Ali Hossain, so that we could bring the Indian steel industry and Bangladesh steel industry together again. And we plan to bring in a big delegation from India. And I'm sure Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, with his interest, and he keeps coming to his hometown, Kolkata. I mean, not exactly his hometown, he belongs to the district. but he keeps coming, and whenever we'll find an opportunity, we'll all be there in Chittagong, because we know that Bangladesh is known for its hospitality. The hospitality people enjoy in Bangladesh is never to be found anywhere else. So
yes.
so because of that, we'll be there in Chittagong. I am sure Sanjay, Atul will also join us, because they have a lot more orders to bag from Bangladesh. Same with Anuj. Anuj will capitalize on this relationship that we are building between India and Bangladesh. So with all that, and Imran Bhai, as I spoke to Imran Bhai on WhatsApp during the last few days, and he said anytime. So that's the typical Bangladeshi approach towards hospitality. You welcome every guest, everyone who comes to your home, who wants to visit you, and I'm sure we'll all be accepted with a warm welcome and a good hug to carry forward our relationship. We are brothers and will remain brothers. So having said that, any questions for Mr. Manwar Hossain? Sanjay, do you have a question?
Mr. Ankit, I want to leave.
Yeah. Is this Mr. Hilaluddin?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you for joining
thank
us.
you. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Hilaluddin, do you have a question for Indian steel industry, or how the Indians can help Bangladesh?
Not actually, but we would like to work together.
Yes, we will work together, and Mr. Hilaluddin, আপনাকে আমি কথা দিচ্ছি, আপনার সঙ্গে আমি যোগাযোগ রাখবো. I will keep in touch with you, and we will always remain in touch with one another, so that we could build better prospects for each other's mutual benefit in the days ahead. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you very much.
And
Thank
you
you very
covered, and let me tell you, you covered your speech very comprehensively, touching on the I was really surprised to see that an additional secretary going into the depth of every problem of the industry. Is there anyone who would like to add anything to what Mr. Manwar Hossain and Mr. Hilaluddin mentioned today? Is there any other final comment before Mr. Hilaluddin?
Nirmala,
Yes.
this is Sachi.
Yes,
First of all, thank Mr. Hossain for the acknowledgement. Now convey to my wife his kindness. And in fact, Mr. Hossain and I met in 2017 in Chicago during the DRI-AMM conference, if you may recall.
I do.
Okay. And so we spoke at length about Bangladesh steel industry and scrap and raw materials and all that. So I vividly recall. So very, very nice to see you here, Mr. Hossain. Hopefully you can stay longer and listen to the rest of the panelists. And but at the same time, wish you all the best, because during these times, Bangladesh needs people like you to carry on the torch and progress. And whatever I would be talking about, obviously not going to Bangladesh, but as you heard my wife, she has deep roots, and so do I. My maternal side is also from Bangladesh, and I have roots as well. And I look forward to visiting Bangladesh sometime. So Nirmala, I have already taken up your invitation to on a trip to Bangladesh sometime, and we'll probably be together there.
You're missing a lot of good Ilish Mach, Mr. Sabasati.
Yes, good Ilish Mach.
A lot of good Ilish Mach.
That's right.
And
just sorry, Subroto, I would like to thank you for acknowledgement, and I am longing to see you sometime in Chittagong in the same group.
Right.
We will, Sobosachida, we will, Subrotoda, Mr. Manwar Hossain will surely be there, because next year, don't forget, is the golden jubilee year of independence of Bangladesh. So it's a year to celebrate. So I'm looking at a conference in the early 2021. Well, because in the month of March, it will be 50th year. So before the month of March, we will plan our seminar. All of us will be there in Chittagong to celebrate the 50th year of Bangladesh independence.
We look forward to it.
Okay, look
for, and just if I can add, of course, all of you are welcome to Bangladesh anytime, even before or after the seminar that you are going to organize. We are just a call away, And I will carry your message to the steel industry of Bangladesh. And just one last word on that. My sasural is actually in Chittagong. I'm based out from Dhaka. So I'll have to ask my wife to do the hospitality,
Our regards to Madam, and
Yes.
we wish you that you stay safe, stay healthy, and take care during these difficult times.
Same from the Minister of Industry. We are looking forward to meet with you in Dhaka.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Hilaluddin. We
Thank you
accept
very
we accept your invitation with
Okay,
great
thank you,
humility.
thank you very much. See you again.
Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. With that, we'll come to Dr. Onrin Bhattacharya. Now, Onrin is again someone I have known since his college days. He went ahead to do his PhD from Leoben University in Austria, and now he's a budding entrepreneur who wants to contribute towards the recycling industry, which we all need. We all need waste to wealth. In fact, Mr. Sanjay Mehta will also be talking about waste to wealth. So I request Onrin to highlight how best we could effectively utilize our waste when it comes to resources in countries like Bangladesh and India.
All right.
Onrin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bandyopadhyay. And regarding to the comment that you made beforehand, I'd really like to clarify that there is not many working in not direct competition of we with the other rolling mill manufacturers. So they are equipment manufacturer and we are technology providers. So this is something completely different that we do, but I think that what we do is also of importance to the steel industry. And regarding to the connection with Bangladesh, I'd really like to say that the first international conference that I have ever attended while being a student was in Buet, and that was a pretty nice experience for me. That was the first time in Bangladesh, and I have met a lot of students who were studying metallurgy there at that time. Now, coming back to the point of waste recycling. Now, waste, what we see as waste, in my opinion, waste is raw materials in disguise, waiting for a smart person to identify them and utilize to their full potential. Now, the point is, we are always discussing about the unavailability of raw material in Bangladesh. Now, the point is, I always think in this way that Bangladesh is very similar to Japan, where there are not many resources and everything is imported and to make steel, but still a very significant player. So there is this comparison. Now, if you think about in this way, the unavailability of resources, well, there is one resource is always there. And that is the waste from the steel plants like mill scale, like the electric arc furnace dust, and several other things. If you consider the blast furnace sludge, coke breeze, these are all waste so-called, but these are very potential things to make DRI out of it inside a mini facility in your own plant. And that's how this technology works. That's how our company actually started. We started as a technology developing company in the area of waste recycling, and then they diversified into several fields I will come to later. But the point is, if you have really small mountains of waste piling up in your plant, and you want to convert them to DRI or some other useful products, we have our smallest contribution in that area. And also, if you think about it, that waste recycling is a process where you can cut off the raw materials part of your OPEX completely to zero, because it's waste, it costs nothing. Even in Europe, you can assign a negative cost to it, because if you want to landfill certain wastes in Europe, you have to pay the government a fee. So that's why what we do, we take all the raw materials waste from the plant, like mill scale. We are not talking about slags. Slags is a completely different issue. We have a completely different department in our company in that. So this is our flagship technology is called Rich Siren to make DRI from plant waste. We can also extract zinc as a form of zinc oxide from the electric arc furnace waste, or IF pack dusts, whatever is, if there is a significant zinc content inside it. So these are also we are very much, but may not be that significant for Bangladesh. We are also into making DRI from iron ore tailings and red mud from the aluminum industry. And red mud is, I always say, 50% free is free iron ore, I always say. Now, the point is, apart from these things, we have diversified into several other aspects. So related to the resources, I am always pragmatic. So Bangladesh has a lot of dependency on India related to the raw material imports. But as a pragmatic person and as an intelligent sourcing experts, we look at every corner of the world, what is possible to source, and not only scraps, it may be alternative scraps, like for instance, Tundish scraps, like plate iron, pitch iron. These things are available at a fraction of the normal scrap. And these things are very good fit in your electric arc furnaces or in your induction furnaces. So these are the things we always, there is also an interesting thing called incinerator scrap from Europe, where you have very good waste recycling, and it is incinerated iron and steel waste from the household area, and you can get it in Bangladesh, maybe 180, 190 euros per dollars per ton CFR. So these are the things with the alternate raw materials we are trying to promote in the steel industry to reduce the OPEX in all the time. And also, we are very much involved in finding out and sourcing all the used plants in the world. So if you have a plant standing in Europe, which has not just been decommissioned, but in perfect working conditions, we try to get that plant and put it to another country. And that's how you can save a potential capex in your way. So a completely a plant which you can get as a 20, 30, 40% of its capex and install it in your country will save a lot in your steel making. And that's how we always want to emphasize the importance of diversification, and how to diversify you need capex and how to minimize that capex. We put it making greenfield projects using brownfield equipment. That is something that we do. And also we are heavily involved in lobbying the companies from the third countries to sell their product in European Union. We have also very good connections with the European banks, because there is a kind of way of thinking in Europe of making your own trade financing by your own bank. So it is sometimes we know how to make, if you want to export your products to Europe, because I always say Europe in the next 5 years, next 10 years, there will be not very competitive to make bulk steel. So Bangladesh can actually, what should I say? One can take the opportunity of this vacuum and come gradually in the Western market. And these are the things which we always try to do, how to make financing available in Europe. Even if you're an entrepreneur for a steel industry, you want to diversify, you can start your own bank in Europe. We can help in getting the banking license in several countries. So this is not what we always think to do. We started as a technology developing company. Then we tried to emphasize our interest in several other ways. And that's how we try to make a close fit, how steel companies and metal companies can benefit from it. And one thing is the motto of our company, we try to put zero waste to everything, be it zero waste on resources, be it zero waste on human potentials, and be it zero waste on the entrepreneurial capacity of the plant owners. Because let's see, if there are very strategic things you can do. So if you have your own bank in Europe, and if you are producing something very good in Bangladesh, you can make your trade finance via your bank and sell your products in Europe. And there are several advantages. We can talk case by case basis later on. Would not like to discuss these things because it will make it unnecessarily long. So this is something. So my first introduction with Bangladesh as a student, as my first international conference at PIWET in Dhaka. And I would really like to see this connection flourish in the next future so that we can have a contribution, whatever small it is, to make the steel industry in Bangladesh a little bit better. Jai Bangla.
Thank you so much, Andrin. I think the most, the person who would most appreciate your holistic approach would be Sobhuchachita, because he is of the similar mindset that you have, to have a holistic approach towards things. Am I right or wrong, Sobhuchachita?
You are absolutely right, Nirmalya. I think I will touch a little bit when I talk about it, but I have referred to Anrin already. I think.
Yes.
Got
Thank you very much, Mr. Bandyopadhyay, and you're one of the most experienced persons in this panel and the most creative thinking persons. So it's always a pleasure to share the same platform with you.
And Andrin, my son Ankit, is perhaps the biggest fan of Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay. Whenever, he's an ardent fan. Let me put it this way: he's at times a blind fan. Whenever Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay talks, it is like gospel for my son Ankit. Ankit, am I right or wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. And also for Dr. Anrin Bhattacharya, it's really nice to hear these people talk, and I learn a lot of things, and that's why I really look up to them. That's how it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabyasachi. Thank you, Andrin. So with that, we'll move ahead to another rolling mill segment player, AS Precision, based out of, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ashok Kumar, AS Precision is based out of Mandi Govindgarh, right?
Yes, exactly.
So those of you who are not too much aware of what Mandi Govindgarh is, as the name suggests, it's from the Mandi, where at once it was believed that every second house has an induction furnace in their backyard.
Yes, that's true.
So that's
why it is. Yeah, pardon. It is known as the Manchester of India.
Yeah, exactly. And I used to spend a lot of time in Mandi Govindgarh every year earlier with a body called NIST, National Institute of Secondary Steel Technology, which is based out of Mandi. So one Mr. Bagchi was the director for a very long time. And with Mr. Bagchi, I used to spend quite some time in Mandi Govindgarh visiting one to another, the induction furnace units. And I don't know if you are aware, most of these rolling mill suppliers based out of Mandi Govindgarh, they are all sitting on piles of orders, either in Middle East or in Africa, but they're all flooded with orders. And having said that, I'll request Mr. Ashok Kumar to go ahead and with his speech. But before that, may I request Amit to play AS Precision corporate video, please?
Yeah, sure, I will. Thank you.
Yeah. Request Mr. Ashok Kumar to continue.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. The Ministry of Steel, Bangladesh, and the bigwigs from India and Bangladesh, and the other panelists for having given us the opportunity to introduce and say something about the AS Precision. AS Precision is into the manufacture of rolling mills from the last 35 years. We have a wide product range wherein we manufacture structural rolling mills, wherein the heavy, medium, and light sections are being produced. Then we are into bar mills, into rebar mills, and we are also into the narrow strip mills, which are being used for the pipe. The raw material for the pitch is used for the raw material for pipe plant and for the crash rails, and it find other applications as well. Basically, we focus in our video about the largest area what we have for manufacturing. The total area what we have is about 60,000 square meter area, out of which 15,000 square meter area is for manufacturing. We have supplied over 150 plants. We have two product verticals. One is for the manufacture of turnkey rolling mills, and the other is for the contract manufacturing activities. Why I would like to tell about the contract manufacturing activities is because this has given us really a mileage, I think, over the others. For the manufacture of equipments, quality equipments, and through this vertical, we have been catering to the technology suppliers like SMS, Danily, Prime Metals. And this is possible to satisfy these customers having a robust quality systems. We have supplied over 4,000 tons of equipment. In one of the talks, I could hear Mr. Amir Al Hussain has raised his concern about the consistency in quality. We do feel it is an issue with every manufacturer. But in AS Precision, we have laid down our procedures for the starting from the procurement of the material till the manufacture of the equipment. Different stages are being laid, different stages are there, wherein we allow either the consultant or the customer to witness the manufacturing. We are very transparent while manufacturing any equipment. We have the technology wherein we can manufacture diversified plants using the simplest of technology of having cross-country type of mills, wherein conventional stands are being used to a sophisticated housingless stands or pre-stressed stands being used. We have been manufacturing these plants and supplying to the customer to the utmost satisfaction of the customers. The biggest testimony what we have, as we have repeated orders from the same customers that we are catering to, and the list is quite long. And through this contract manufacturing activities what we undertake, we have been diversified into other fields wherein we make equipments for the hydromechanical equipments, we make for the power plant equipments, and we feel with the quality standards which we are able to achieve, and through the blend of the combination of people what we have, we can really produce a quality product at a reasonably economical cost. And looking at the terrains of the Bangladesh, the small chunk of lands, I think we can cater to their requirement and can supply as per their requirement about all the plants. We would like to capitalize for the opportunity having given in this summit. And every vendor that in our supply chain that we add on, we basically make the vendor evaluation of our vendor, and when an order is given, we put a trial order before he is being inducted as a regular supplier. So we have the infrastructure wherein everything can be manufactured in-house except that hardening or chrome plating. Such activities are only subject to the other vendors. I think we would like to utilize the opportunity of having attended this webinar and would like to supply these equipments to the entrepreneurs. With this, I think I put it to the rest. Any questions, please?
Any questions for Mr. Ashok Kumar? Okay, so we'll then move forward. Actually, two gentlemen have been constantly messaging me that they have to leave. I know Sabasachida is up next, but when he, what we mean by Dada in Bengali, Dada is the head of the family. So I can request Dada to wait for 10 minutes, but two of my panelists who want to leave. Number one is, of course, from KY Steel, Mr. Zabir Hussain, and the second is Mr. Sanjay Mehta from Metal Recycling Association of India. So may I request the guest comes first. So obviously Atiti Devo Bhava is what we believe in. So first option goes to Mr. Zabir Hussain and followed by Mr. Sanjay Mehta. But just to be little kind to my Dada, just cut short your entire speech to half the time. Let's say 3 to 4 minutes. So at 4 minutes each, and then we'll go to Mr. Sabasati Bandhavadhyay. So first, Mr. Zabir Hussain.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and all. Okay, Siddharth. Okay.
Is there an issue?
Mr. Zabir Hussain, are you there?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, please.
Can I go
please
ahead?
go. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much again. Good evening, everyone. Let me just start with a brief profile about the company. KYC, we in the flat business. We have been since we've been in the market since 1988, and we have been involved in the flat steel manufacturing. Our company basically comprises of we are in the flat product, we have cold rolling, skin pass, handling, and galvanizing coated sheets. Currently, we are producing roughly around, our capacity is about 200,000 to 210,000. We have the North line, which is about 6,000 tons a month. We have the Galvalume line, which is about 8,000 a month, and the color line, which is 3,000. Currently, in our flat industry, what we have seen the demand being grown which has been growing over the past years. And again, the demand of HR coil has been growing. And I think in the recent years, we have seen Bangladesh hit about 1 million ton last year in 2019, 1 million ton plus. Right now, India is only catering approximately 8% of our HR coil requirement. I think majority is being catered by Japan. One of the thing what we always looked into was, India being one of our neighboring countries, and considering all the advantages we have if we could develop our business with India itself. Right now, we have been procuring some materials from SAIL and JSW only. But again, as it was earlier mentioned in the panel, that on the quality, that is with the consistency in quality, that is where the problem arises with us, because we see Indian materials, the lead time considering everything is very much favorable for our flat industry. But again, the consistency in the quality is where the difference arises. And we would always be, we are willing to do business with India, but again, if they could assure us on the quality side, I see a lot of future, between us and Bangladesh growing. And again, as the years goes by, a lot of diversified products will be coming in the market. For example, we are also doing steel accessories. We're actually making hooks and clips for the RMG industries. We're probably one of the few companies in Bangladesh who are actually doing that. So which is again a backward linkage to support our garments industries. And we have been focusing on the export market of India, the Seven Sisters, Assam being a very prominent market. And above all, we have been looking into developing our business with India in a lot, from consumables to our HR coil. And if you ask me for the outlook of the flat steel industry, we see the market, but again, the market is evolving. And for us, we are really looking into the white good market. And again, CRCA is another prominent market we can see in Bangladesh. And again, housing industry will be another prominent market which we can actually foresee. And as you say, from HR coil, there can be a lot of products that can be made. So there are a lot of applications which are still untapped for Bangladesh. And I think there will be someone who will be tapping into that. So, and for us, we are right now our key focus is on diversification. So we would be looking into making much more diversified products. Rather, our main focus will not be just corrugated sheets, but diversified products in the upcoming years. And yeah, that's about it. And if anyone has any question, can please go ahead, ask me.
Yeah, Andre, please go ahead.
All right, Mr. Zahir Hussain, it is really very nice to hear from you that you want to diversify from the hot rolled coil business and diversification products. Now, my question would be, when you speak of diversification, are you thinking about really special grade steels, which mostly all the Asian countries still need to import from Europe or or from Japan, or what type of product diversification you're looking for?
As I said, if you look at it, the electronic industry in Bangladesh is growing, if you have seen.
Mm-hmm.
And the raw material, we have that option of actually making that good. But again, are we actually making it? But look at the industry size. So again, that is a market which you can actually play in. Right now, we are already doing that. But due to the limitation of the width of our mill, there are certain limitations, but we are trying to, overcome that situation, that problem. But we see that there's a huge prospect in the white good industry. And again, if you tap it in at the right time, I think, there's a lot of opportunity, I'll say.
You have to be early to the party. That's the point.
Yeah, that's the point.
And just a curiosity about your process route. Is it electric arc furnace or it is induction furnace?
we are right. We have a 6 high mill. We're doing cold rolling process.
Okay, no. Okay, so you start from semi-finished.
Yeah.
You don't melt. Okay, got it.
We import HR coil from there. We go through our pickling process, then the 6 high mill cold rolling process.
Okay, so it's only rolling. Okay, got it.
We are in the flat product, not in the long product.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was also thinking that you are melting, but the melting part is
no, we're not in the melting.
Okay. Thank you very
basically
much.
A cold rolling line. Yeah. Primarily, Mr. Zabir Hussain, you may have an interesting presentation, which if you are leaving, you'll be perhaps missing, is from Mr. Alokesh Rai of Zamil Steel. I don't know if you know him. Alokesh Rai, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm there.
Do you have any question for Mr. Zabir Hussain when it comes to the housing sector market?
I've got questions, but once I present, then I'll put all the questions for even Bida and everyone.
Okay. So instead of wasting for any further time, Sanjay ji, I would request you, Sanjay bhai, to complete within 3 or 4 minutes, so that we can go to Soposhachi da and Alokesh da one after another without stop. Yes, Soposhachi da.
Nirmal, I have a question for Mr. Hussain. Mr. Hussain, you talked about diversification, and Amrin raised the question as well. My interest is to know what's the business potential of enameling steel in Bangladesh. You talked about white goods. So enameling steel, which is primarily used in the appliances, is there any application today that you see, or have you thought about going into that direction at all, if there is potential?
If you ask me, we've been again, it's a work in progress. We have been studying the market right now, and we have talked to a few of the manufacturers in Bangladesh on their demand and what is the requirement. So based on that, there are certain prerequisites which needs to be equipped from on our side, and whether we are in a position to actually cater. Again, the demand is there. You talk to all the electronic appliance manufacturers, and they will be coming forward to you, and they will be requesting. Again, it's an advantage for them because considering all the lead time and everything, and dependency on China and everything where they're sourcing from. So again, based on the question, yes, if you ask me, the demand is there, and how far actually are we going to go and meet the demand? Again, you have limitation because again, to meet the demands, you need to have certain equipments at your end to cater that demand, to make the material. And again, the question comes for investment. And given the present situation right now, are we willing to go for an investment? Is it feasible to go for an investment right now? There are a lot of questions which arises. So again, it's a work in progress, what we have been looking into. And yes, we are very much interested in catering that market right now. But again, it depends on how the thing goes in the future. But we see a market, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zabir Hussain. With that, I'll hand the floor over to Mr. Sanjay Mehta. Mr. Sanjay Mehta is the president of
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Recycling Association of India. Mr. Hussain, Mr. Zabir Hussain, আপনার কাছে একটা অনুরোধ থাকলোই, সেটা হচ্ছে সামনের বছর যখন আমরা বাংলাদেশে যাব, আপনাকে ইলিশ মাছ খাওয়াতেই হবে।
I'll make sure I feed everyone, 100%.
All right. Thank you so much. We will be there. Thank you, Mr. Mehta.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Nabila, for giving me an opportunity to speak at this good webinar. I will give you short introduction of my own company, MTC Group. We are based in India, presence all over India. We are the largest scrap collector in this country, having 18 yards in 9 cities. And we carry a volume of more than 2 million tons per annum, having offices across the world, doing trading, doing manufacturing in India, 3 steel mills and rolling mills, aluminium also, aluminium melting, copper melting, and we just acquired Pigaran plant also. Then in last 7 to 8 years, we have formed a strong association in India called MRAI, Material Recycling Association of India. I'm president of that association. And we'll start with introduction of my association. We have about 1,200 members, including about 300 members from foreign countries. We organize annual conference in India, where about 1,500 to 2,000 people participate. We have already included e-waste plastic paper into our association. The association name was first Metal Recycling Association. Then we converted our name, changed our name to Material Recycling Association of India. And we are closely associated with the government of India for their policy making and decision making for the secondary steel sector. We have also partnered in various policies formed by the government of India, like National Material Recycling Policy by Niti Aayog, Steel Scrap Policy, Ministry of Steel, End of Life Vehicle Policy by Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways, Draft Aluminium Recycling Policy, National Resource Efficiency Policy, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Non-Ferrous Recycling Policy. MRA is also working with Government of India on various EPR policies related to paper, plastic and e-waste. During the pandemic period, recycling industries in India has faced various problems like demand supply chain disruption, demand slowdown, liquidity cash crunch, and exodus of labor living for the native place. During this period, we have played an important role with Government of India, and for the scrap recyclers also, for the importers of India also, we got the waiver from the shipping lines of almost 2 months from the shipping line for a complete waiver in India for all the imports coming to India. And with that, they have got huge relief because the country was totally shut down, and so that they were able to clear the containers without paying any demurrage detentions. Regarding the secondary steel recycling industry, was expecting more financial and working capital because of the COVID support from Ministry of Finance package announced for MSME sector. There also we played important role. We appreciate the Government of India efforts for issuing package worth of rupees 20 lakh crores, which covered small vendors from the streets till rupees 250 crore turnover companies. Now disbursement has already started to micro, small and we hope it will boost Indian economy going forward after 6 months of time. We expect this effort of Government of India will show long-term positive results to all the industries. Thank you, government, for giving so much good support. Overall, at present scenario of secondary steel production is not very encouraging for this year due to low demand. The production of secondary steel products will be around 80 to 85% of the previous year. As we all have seen, the ongoing pandemic has given more severe disturbance in everyone's life, loss of human life, as well as not much demand other than agriculture and food items. Everyone is facing cash crunch. Salaries have gone up, gone down. Several people are working from home, and due to this, they have been paid less salary. Still, our figures of daily pandemic affected percentage are rising, and it seems it will long last for another 6 to 9 months or till the proper vaccine comes. Looking into these issues, we feel that standard of living will go down and people will not spend much this year. Since last year, world economy was in recession, and that has affected every country in the world. In spite of all these challenges, our country has given a good growth of around 5% last year. And this year, due to pandemic, we will close our growth to the level of 3%. As per the Indian Credit Rating Agency and other rating agencies, the latest outlook for the secondary steel industry projected that there will be a low demand of secondary steel products till the end of second quarter of 2021. Among the other key drivers of the secondary steel industries, major consumers like automobile industry, construction industry, and engineering goods industry are facing several challenges. But due to new normal, from this month, automobile industry is showing positive results. Two-wheeler and four-wheeler demand has picked up, and by next month we may produce same number of vehicles like pre-COVID. Also, good monsoon should help us to come out several challenges of low demand in the country. In order to revive the India secondary steel industry, my association has represented many ministries, including steel, MSME, and finance ministries, and many suggestions were incorporated by the Government of India. MRI expects the government improvement of domestic availability of its raw material with the execution of steel scrap policy, vehicle scrappage, and national material recycling policy. This will enhance the demand for the secondary steel as well as the metal scrap. India is all set to bring the vehicle scrappage policy. Vehicle scrappage policy is pending with the Government of India since last 3 years, and we think that next 1 or 2 months this vehicle scrappage policy will be completely announced, and all the vehicles will be out from the road of 10 years and 15 years old diesel and petrol vehicles. That will give us almost more than 7 million tons of scrap to this country. India could emerge as a hub for automobile manufacturing as key raw material available from scrapping like steel, aluminum, and plastic are bound to be recycled. It will take at least 28 million decoded vehicles off the road, and domestic availability of scrap will increase, reducing of import independence. If draft national recycling policy is implemented, there will be a huge increase in inflow of domestic dormant scrap, created massive jobs opportunities of more than 3 million direct and 10 to 15 million indirect new jobs by 2025. With this, I can say that I am very much active for the benefit of industry, regular in touch with the government of India and their support for the benefit of recycling industry. I'm sure with this, I have presented short view of the secondary steel sector in India, MRI role with the government, and how we will be becoming totally Atmanirbhar, totally independent to make India a better country on their own. Thank you very much for patient sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta, for giving overview of the recycling industry. And let me just make a small announcement that tomorrow at 7 p.m. Indian time, we have arranged for a meeting for our next webinar, which will be on waste recycling, and from waste to wealth is what we are calling it. And for that, we welcome, of course, Sobo Sachita has already confirmed he will be there. Subratoda has confirmed he will be there. Andrin has confirmed he will be there. So we already have a few confirmations. And those of you who are interested to join that committee meeting, we are going to form a committee to identify the areas where all from waste we can monetize and use the resources for our saving our national resources. So having said that, I would like to hand over to Subhasachida, followed by Alokeshda without a break. Subhasachida and Alokeshda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nirmala. Thank you, Mr. Mehta. I would like to touch base with you on offline. Nirmala has my contacts. Nirmala, if you have Mr. Mehta's contacts with his due permission, yes, I do. Please ask him before you share with me. And then I would touch base with him offline. Once again, good evening. It's getting pretty late there. It's sunny for me here outside. So I would like to start with a video. This is from World Economic Forum, and unfortunately, not a lot of people from Bangladesh are left on the panel. Maybe there are some attendees, but I hope it would be nice to watch that. So it's all about how Bangladesh has begun the journey to become one of the fastest growing economies of the world. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
I don't know why it stopped. Let me see why it stopped. It shouldn't have stopped. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so that number may not be the, that information may not be the most accurate in terms of the largest, because India has almost 15 million freelancers as such in the IT space. But most of the information is extremely invigorating, and it has been touched in almost entire discussion. I thought that this was a nice package to talk about Bangladesh, how it has grown and how it is able to grow, and what are the different strengths or opportunities. But also there are some weaknesses that are being shown here. So the risks. So let me now take you to my presentation slides. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So my concept today, what I'm going to talk about is simply a tagline: work to your strength and work on your weakness. These are almost everybody has reflected upon on the content of my slides in terms of where I have done my research and have put together. This is already there. GDP growth we talked about. There were multiple references. What I am actually taking a cue from is Mr. Adil Islam, who talked about thriving democracy, women empowerment. 2 decades, GDP has been greater than 6%, inflation at about 6%. He talked about the growing industries, the food processing, garments, and pharmaceutical. In fact, I know a little bit about the pharmaceutical industry growth in West Bengal. There was an organization called Ganashastro, which probably started in late 80s. And one of the gentlemen who was pioneer in that process, Dr. Jiban Roy, he is a very good friend of mine. I call him my elder brother, and he is now a professor at Mississippi University for Women in Columbus, Mississippi. And so I know a little bit about that pharmaceutical movement in Bangladesh. But what he left to us with is reduce the cost of production in steel to be competitive. So looking at this slide, there are certain numbers or information that has been talked about, especially on the scrap import and the ship breaking, but generally self-sufficiency within Bangladesh, but quality of the product and as well cost. So strength, we watched that video. 2 things were very, very important. One was human capital, and the second is digital power. I don't have to repeat those things again here, but in essence, the way things are going, the way we are conducting ourselves today in the new normal, where we are meeting across the continents over a webinar and exchanging ideas to achieve more, and then obviously together. So we need to identify what those strengths are. And obviously in Bangladesh and India, countries like that, human capital is one of the biggest strengths. And then second is the digital power, where our young force, which is about 50% of our population, even more, are very technically savvy. What is our weakness? Our weakness in comparison to other big countries are our consumption from a steel industry standpoint is our steel consumption, where India stands about 71 kg per capita, Bangladesh is about 45. So there is a lot of opportunity for growth. In my opinion, how we can put the immediate focus is obviously collaboration, including technology exchange, including training, human capital. Operations obviously need to be very, very extremely safety sensitive, because safe workforce, safe operations mean high productivity. I am working in a plant where the productivity level per person hour is about 3,250 tons per person per year. So I don't know the exact numbers in Bangladesh. I have worked in India. I know what those numbers are, probably at 1/5 or 1/4 level. So that technology focus needs to be brought in to reduce the cost of poor productivity. First time prime, quality has to be supreme every time. Mr. BRSM, Mr. Ali Hussain, he talked about quality standardization. So standardization is needed, but more than that, also in the operations, we should focus on first time prime every time. Informed decisions, data-driven approach. I think my team, for all the webinars that Nirmalo has organized, he has listened to me harping on this for every time that I could. Even I have gone into very detailed elaboration of data models and other things, but there is no shying away from data. So I think there were initial discussions where, in fact, Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay also talked about how data can be secured, but it is more about plant data that I'm talking about. Not only that data, because that data is needed for economic decision making, but also at plant level, it has to be data-driven approach. Waste to wealth, Henri has already touched base on that a little bit. There are more to come. Attract talent, retain talent. This is extremely, extremely important. Our today's young workforce, they want to work smart, not work hard. The idea, the concept about, toiling hard, sweating, black colored dresses, hands dirty, those days are gone. People showed, Daniel showed how you can operate a furnace remotely. Any equipment can be operated remotely. If you provide the young talent with those kind of challenging situations where they have to be more analytical in nature, I think they would be attracted and they can be retained. System governance rather than individual brilliance. We still today, we tend to depend, most of the industry, at least in India, I know of that depend on individual brilliance, but I feel that the system governance needs to take place, and that's where the success will lie. I would end there. I think this, we need to be forever green and continue to focus on people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophashashita. Any questions? Because I think he brought up the very important issue of human capital being the most essential ingredient of increasing your productivity. So, having said that, I would request anyone who has a question to put it across to Mr. Bandyopadhyay. Any questions for him?
I need to ask Mr. Not to ask anything, but Nirmala, can we have a copy of Sabyasachi presentations afterwards? It was really beautifully made. Really, I should say that thank you very much for highlighting your Bangladesh in front of us. I visited many times to Bangladesh. I'm supplying a lot of scrap to Bangladesh. It's a very, very lovely country, very good people, and I love Bangladesh. But it was different kind of, what the figures I have seen it today. It was not, I was not knowing it. So super good presentations. Thank you.
That video, Mr. Mehta, thank you very much. That video, Mr. Mehta, to see World Economic Forum, and I can certainly share that link.
Thank you.
That would not be a problem. And my presentation, yes, I will share with Nirmali, and he can also.
Thank you.
I also asked for your contact, Mr. Mehta. So if you may be kind enough to share your
please. Please. Nirmala will share it with you. Thank you.
I will share your contacts, Mr. Mehta, with
Thank you.
Mr. Bandyopadhyay.
Thank you.
And Mr. Bandyopadhyay is very transparent that way, so he has no problem, giving access to his data, whatever he has researched and sort of worked on. So he's a very transparent person that way. Anyone can, because I remember last time he gave me permission to share his presentation as well. So having said that, I'll now move on to Mr. Alokesh Roy. Alokesh, I know is very angry because he's still in office. Still, and in Pune, situation is not very good. You know that. Pune, there could be a possibility of. I think, Alokesh, there is one more lockdown in Pune, right?
No, that is already going on, but okay, but I have the pass and I can attend office, don't worry. And office is a better place to work from rather than home. I always believe that.
That's true, that's true.
Should I start?
Yeah, please go ahead. Because your presentation is the most important one, and I want your presentation to be, noted by everyone.
Can you see the presentation now?
Not yet. You have to share the screen.
I'm sharing the screen.
Ankit, can you check?
Wait, share. Can you see it now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, now, first of all, let me make a point that you need an engine to pull, not to push. So having said that, at the cost of repetition, let me tell you that we are from the demand side, and we know that steel mills are there and everything is there. First of all, Bangladesh is an important country for us. And having said that, I am making this presentation with a view that we are supplying to Bangladesh from Vietnam, and that is why we are competitive from that place. From Pune, it is not that competitive. And other aspect is that whatever structures we give into Bangladesh, there is an import duty, which is very high, which is 62%. In fact, I would like to make a representation of the government bodies that why can't you allow us to export back to Bangladesh if we take the materials from Bangladesh? So I take the raw material and a finished product, I send it back. So their way, you are gaining on the demand side also. Now you are losing out on both. Now, having said that, let me go to this. Zamil Steel, we are across the whole world. And I manage the Southeast Asian territory along with East Africa. So Bangladesh GDP is growing at 7.3%. Everybody has told that it is an interesting country to be in. And the construction segment is growing at 9.6%, which is also gives us a tremendous impetus. And the consumption of steel will be around 7.5 million metric ton. And we know that the whole construction overview of Bangladesh is there. But having said that, let me tell you what Bangladesh lacks today is the iconic structures. Now, there can be made by PEB and SS structural steel, and we have done many. I need not repeat on the USPs of steel construction. So you have got all the speed and economy and everything, recyclability, and people have been talking about many such things. Now, going to the mega projects, if you look at what you have done globally, I'll just tell you that even today, Hanoi, our head office is in there for Vietnam. We have done the F1 circuit, which has become an iconic landmark. I'll share you the photo, and those are all factory made and sent to the site. And we are detailing and engineering inputs are with all the latest models and latest softwares. And this particular project cycle is very economical in terms of overall project output. So when I go to this technology front, we are using all the global softwares which lead to optimal design and economical solutions rather than going by. Over and above all this, we have got our own in-house software to design and detail the projects. Now, when you see that our area of expertise is everything, including industries to retail to warehousing to steel mills, everything. So see, first of all, let me tell you, we are capable of designing any structures of any span with any height. And if you look at, this is the kind of iconic buildings we have done in Philippines. And this is a 100-meter clear span building, where almost 1,200 metric ton weight. This is one steel mill in Malaysia, almost 14,000 metric ton of steel structures which are supplied from there. This is one Indonesia, Batam Island steel mill, which is 7,000 metric ton. And we have done this pit building. And please remember, this is an architect. This is not an architect rendition. This is the actual photo. This is actually a pagoda kind of construction, which they've typically made of bamboo. They wanted it out of steel. So we have done it. And now today, this has become an icon of Hanoi. Although unfortunately, due to this pandemic, This particular F1 race has not happened, which was due in April, but I'm sure next year when it happens, you can see more about it in all the media. So this is the real photo of the whole structure. Now these are all factory made and got assembled at the site. Now this is one 5,000 metric ton automotive industry in Vietnam. This is the Vin Group, and we are doing all such structures. This is the airport, Phnom Penh International Airport in Cambodia, where we have done this whole airport with the pre-engineered building structure. This is the thermal power plant we have made in Philippines. This is one of the mining processing plant we have done. This is the Saudi Aramco Center of Excellence, which is the iconic structure in Dammam. So this is 3,000 metric ton. The only portion we have not done is the cladding, which is done by someone else, but everything was made by us. So when you go to the high rise, and somebody in the previous panel has highlighted that we need to go vertical, and in Bangladesh more so, because until unless we go vertical, Bangladesh having a land limitations will never prosper, because that is how any country prospers. And you can look at Dubai, how it has gone ahead and actually done the whole justice to the economy of that place. Now, when it comes to Bangladesh, our association has been for 23 years. We have done almost 1,500 plus projects. The largest projects being the 9,000 metric ton single project. The tallest project is the 22-story building. And most of the buildings are LEED certified buildings. So this is the latest addition, the Bhasanchar, these Rohingya refugees, which Nirmala, you are referring to. These are 120 buildings, multiple storied, 9,000 metric ton. And you can see on the YouTube, there is a YouTube video also, which is beautifully depicted this kind of thing. And the phase 2 is also coming up, which we will be doing. This is one of the pioneer buildings, like a denim factory, the 3,200 metric ton, to DBL ceramic factory, which is 1,600 metric ton, to another 1,000 metric ton of textile in the textile factory, which we have done. And then this is the Sarina Hotel, which we have done 22-story, along with one of the other building, which is a corporate office for Sabinco. So this is one plant done for 1,250 and all those things. We have a presence in Bangladesh. We have a country manager over there, Misbah Haq. And please be assured that until and unless the demand side picks up, and let me also tell you, Bangladesh today lacks an iconic structure. When you people refer to Howrah Bridge, Calcutta and Howrah Bridge is synonym. You place a photo of Howrah Bridge, you know it is Calcutta. You place a photo of Sydney Opera House, you know it is Sydney. You place Eiffel Tower, it is Paris. So the civil structure will determine the address or the nomenclature of the city. So I wish Bangladesh or some company in Bangladesh comes up with an iconic structure where we can be partnering and we can partner in the process. One request, I could see Mr. Mandal also in the group, that why can't we discuss about taking steel from Bangladesh and then sending the finished product back, and let us think of reducing the import barrier so that the business for Bangladesh mills and the producers, like Nirmala, you are telling me, for the flat products, we import a lot of flat products, and Tata Steel today supplies to Vietnam. Why can't Bangladesh supply to Vietnam and we ship it back? Thank you. I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Alakishna. You are very fast and you completed well in time. In fact, I know you must be really tired by the end of the day and want to go home. So I won't hold you for long. We'll try and finish as fast as possible. Now, followed by any questions for Mr. Alakesh Rai with regard to the iconic structure. Sobochachita, do you have a question?
No, I always get fascinated by Mr. Rai's presentation. And in fact, my wife has also mentioned that every time she listened to every speaker, by the way. And she provides me with feedback. So wherever I miss, she puts me in. So all is that she has been very fascinated by you. And I actually wanted to talk about that a little bit, but I knew that you would be touching that, so I didn't go there. Yes, pre-engineering building structure is of essence, and you rightfully hit that. You may be knowing Mr. Ravi Uppal by any chance?
Yeah. He was the earlier MD of JSPL, yes.
Yes, so he had hired me when I was in JSPL for a couple of years. But, now he has started on his own and doing similar things a little bit. So all the best to you, and you have been doing fantastic things. So keep doing that.
Nirmala, I'll share the presentation with you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll share it in the group also, and plus whoever wants it, I'll hand over the presentation of Mr. Alokesh Rai. And let me just add one more sentence before we move on. We are planning a separate webinar only on steel intensive construction methodology for infrastructure and housing. So that will be on the 7th of August. And I think Mr. Sunil Litkar, who is the next speaker, also knows about this, that we are doing the next webinar, which will be only focusing on primarily steel intensive construction for housing and infrastructure. So we are
that's
planning
great.
to, so that is where we want Alokesh, you as a lead speaker back again. So I'm sure you'll find some time to squeeze that in. And with that,
another 24th, I think.
Yeah, 24th. Yeah, 24th is for rolled products, and this is on 7th of August. It's next month. So that is what we are looking at, and we are trying to rope in as many structural engineers as we can, and to see where all we can. Really, the problem in India is people really do not know how to use steel. So that is something which has to be imparted and aesthetically appealing. I think
Most of them are,
yeah,
most of them are still on concrete only. They believe concrete buildings only instead of steel,
Somebody
which
mentioned
is
that
quite
now
faster.
that issue has to be 1:1. In fact, at 0.3 to 1 is a very bad ratio. In fact, steel has got a lot of apprehensions. In fact, housing sector, the steel has not been able to make any inroads. In the real estate segment today, when I meet most of the top notches of the industry, I tell them that at least you have got a resale value of steel even after 50 years. What do you get out of concrete? So there are many USPs of steel which you need to market and market it well effectively. And also in the market, there are a lot of, the lobby of cement and steel are the opposite end. So
exactly.
Anyway.
On this point, I would request Mr. Markan. Ankit, can you switch on Mr. Markan's microphone? Mr. Markan is a very, I would say, well-researched man on this field. And I would request Mr. Markan to share his thoughts on this. Mr. Markan, are you there?
Yeah, I have turned on his microphone.
Markan sir, are you there?
Here.
Yeah,
here.
I want your thoughts on this subject.
The Akhilesh is very right. The ratio of steel to in construction is very low. It should be 1:1. And as you very correctly put it, after 50 years, there is still a resale value for steel scrap. It's a very well made point, especially for the high tall buildings, multi-story buildings, over 20 stories. We should go in for more of steel. That is my personal opinion.
See, I'll tell you, one of the key areas where you have been working in India also, it is because the land prices have gone to an extent that the whole project sometimes becomes unviable. So we have gone into vertical manufacturing plants, and to showcase the same, we have already broken the 50-meter barrier in a manufacturing plant. So if you come to Rajmundry, we have done one. We have done one near Ahmednagar. We have done one plant in Sri City, which is a optical fiber cable factory, fiber optic cable factory, where the first phase was a horizontal plant and the second phase leased by us is a vertical plant. So there are a lot of myths people are carrying about verticality. In fact, that is a traditional way which this subcontinent people always thought, that koti and the bungalow is always better than a flat. So people didn't want to go into a high-rise apartment in the earlier days. Today in Calcutta, people have been moving on. So the building and the factory segment also has to move on.
Actually, in India, for the high-rise buildings, because 60% of this is seismic zone area, it's better to go in for steel structural buildings. That again is my personal opinion, mainly for high-rise.
Yes, steel is much better. See, if you look at, we are doing large projects along the coastline of Orissa and the east, where if you see Amphan, nothing happened to the steel buildings. Nothing happened because the wind speed, although the code says up to 180 to 200 kilometers, we designed for 230 to 240. The rainfall today has gone for a toss. Nowhere it is a 140, 150 millimeter average rainfall. It is 100 millimeter of rainfall in 5 minutes, which creates the havoc. So lot of standards needs to change. I think some mention was there of the standards also. Anyway, we are lobbying for that, but over to you, Nirmala.
Thank you, all of you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Markan Sab. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
With that, we'll move on to Mr. Manoj, the next speaker is Mr. Sunil Litkar. Mr. Sunil Litkar, who will primarily talk about what you saw in Mr. Alokesh Roy's presentation, the software part of the design. So we'll move on to Mr. Sunil Litkar, National Business Manager, Steel Solutions in India and SAR, Trimble Solutions India. Go ahead, Mr. Litkar.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks for giving me this platform and inviting me. It was a wonderful session. I must say that, I've been here from 3:30 onwards, but I'm really enjoyed the discussion on a technical level. Fantastic links between India and Bangladesh as well. I was there last year, this month. It was a fantastic visit over there, looking into the infrastructure, how they are developing all those things. Good one. And special mention of Alokesh sir, Sabhayasi sir, wonderful presentation. So I will take a thread from those presentations and go ahead. I'll be talking about mostly a digital transformation from the fabrication to the end user, how we can do it in a more better way, saving materials, saving time, and build what we decide to build in a wonderful way, aesthetic way. So I'll share my presentation. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So just a small intro of our company. We are a part of Trimble company, which is a 3.5 billion revenue company based out of US. And I represent the buildings division of Trimble. So we have number of verticals, agriculture, buildings, civil and construction, geospatial, and transportation and logistics. So talking about the construction challenges, the important construction challenges is the productivity. I have seen, I've been here for last 15 years and I have seen our civil and structural industry, we can say, is very low in adoption of technology. And due to this, we are facing a lot of issues. The main issue is always we face is a delay in project. And then why? Because investment in technology is comparatively low as compared to other. We can see as an example, the mechanical industry, which is high on technology. And due to this, what's happened, we are still communicating in 2D. We are still communicating on paper. All the changes and everything is still communicated on paper. And that's the reason most of the time the project goes over budget. There is a lot of rework and end result is late. And then the owner faces a lot of challenge. I think this is where we can definitely vouch for steel, because this is mostly happening in construction industry because of cement lobbies. But then they don't, it's all due to ineffective communication, planning and collaboration due to this. And then the quality goes on reducing. And end of the day, who is getting affected? The owners. And due to this, there is loss of revenue, 15.8 billion annually as per the industry research. So what is industry trying to do? Adopt new technology, bid more accurately, and eliminate waste. This is very important. This is what we were discussing also, how we can eliminate waste. And if you ask, then we are also in line of this. We want to have a collaborative, reuse the buildings and components. This is very important when we are talking about steel, reuse. Have a better delivery with collaboration and have a very executable prefab data, which is related to construction. So we should be focusing on constructability. Okay, what we have doing, can we construct it? Can we construct it effectively? Can we do it beforehand? Can we visualize it beforehand, before going on site, so that the errors are eliminated? So what we are talking about, constructible, connected, and content enabled. This is very important because first thing, the building should be constructible. It can be anything. It should be connected with each other. All departments, all stakeholders, including the owners, will be talking to each other based on the constructible and content enabled data. So that's what we are discussing about. Leverage on data, predictable, on-time completion, open data, everything, everyone should be open to the data, and then everything should be connected. The owner, the builder, the designer, and fabricator. This is very important because normally what we see is all the three aspects, which is very important, are on different page, and it takes time to bring all of them together on a single page with respect to budget, schedule, scope, quality, and safety. So how we can do it? So we can have the office connected to the fabrication house, connected to the erection house that is on site, and then make all data collaborative. So we can have design, we can have collaboration, detailing, and then transfer it to fabrication. So what we have, the deliverables of constructible model, it's end of the day, the analysis, the schedules, the site management, scheduling, clash detections, everything. So in a way, the project, definitely we want to view something, you know, as a landmark project. So how we can do it? So we should have this. So to erect such a typical, it's not a typical connection. So can we do it? So visualize is in a 3D technology beforehand, and then definitely go on site and create your own connections, because that's what counts. So when you're talking about steel fabrication, everybody talks about what is the cost. So when we are talking about design, detailing house, it might be 1%, it might be 5%. It varies. At normal, that it study says when we are talking about a project, design detailing cost may be less than 5%. But important cost is the fabrication and the erection, which is rest maybe 80%, 80 to 90%, and so on. But when we are talking, what we are talking about, not value of the model, value of the technology, but we are talking about cost of design and detailing. What we feel as a digital company is we should talk about the value of the project, value of that model, which is content enabled, which is data rich, and how we can help saving in an entire project. So a owner also gets that benefit. Okay, we are doing it on time, we are saving it on material. Beforehand only we are getting all the bill of material. So it's a easy life out there. So in a way, what we are doing, we are talking based on model. Every aspect of the project, everyone, right from the production, erection, fabrication, owner, everybody on a single platform, talking on a data which is very live, content enabled, and then connecting it to fabrication, purchasing, project manager, and everything. So this is very important. We are talking about data. Can we integrate this data with CNC machines, take it on shop floor, and then take it to purchasing, inventory, and bill it? Because whenever the material is out of the warehouse, then only we can say that yes, we can bill it. That's money. End of. So when we are talking about Trimble solutions, we are talking the business development, pre-construction, and construction part. Going further, we are talking about the schedule and production as well. So we already have Tekla structures. Now we are also having PowerFab to enable that 4D, 5D part, and then the Trimble Connect to take that data to the total station that is on site. So we can take from design to on site, integrate our data to the robotic total stations as well. So we have Tekla structures for design, detailing, and Tekla structural designer where we can do the design as well now. So what we are talking about virtual reality. Yes, replace your environment with digital content. So if you are building something, a railway station or a fantastic building or maybe a petrochemical plant, we need to be virtually present. So Tekla is nothing but a virtual reality. Take that model to the site and make it an augmented reality. So whether the model fits on site, the topography and everything, we can do it beforehand. and merge the digital and physical environment. So all those things we can do in today's world and going ahead as well. So slowly people are talking about virtual realities. So if you see the Reliance Group day before yesterday talking about AR and VR, so we are actually moving towards those directions. And then we are talking about the projects. We have delivered good projects. This is one of the iconic bridge coming up at Jammu Kashmir. Some of the residential buildings, high-rise, the Singapore, MBS Park, Super Tree, CCTV China. So we can talk about all such type of iconic projects if we are doing it in a more better way, technologically advanced, adopting the latest technology. So these are some of the projects. So this is Chennai Airport. So thank you. And any questions you can definitely ask me.
Any questions?
Nirmale and this is Sabyasachi.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Very nice presentation. You spoke to my heart. So
thank you, sir. Thank you.
So your solution, this is primarily on steel building structure and other construction or other solutions, right? Primarily.
Exactly. Anything related to steel. Anything. It might be a flyover. It might be a petrochemical plant, a stadium, building. Anything on steel we can deliver.
Okay. What have you thought about going into the actual steel industry steel manufacturing? Because what you are doing is extremely valuable, but it needs to be extended to the steel manufacturing as well.
Yes, that's the plan. So we have recently collaborated with GSSL as well. We are in discussion with Macon as well. One of my colleague who is representing the East region is in touch with Macon. Tata Steel has recently adopted. So their training is ongoing. So I believe we are trying to do that integration. It will take some time, but yes, valid point. We are going through it.
So I would like to stay in touch with you or your team or
sure, sir.
Others. So Nirmala can share my contact or you can share your contact.
Yeah, sure. And in fact, just to add to that, we want Mr. Litkar to also be there for our next, meet which we are having on 7th August, which will focus only on steel-intensive construction methodology.
Sure, I'll be there.
So
I'll be there.
And in any case, before that, I'll add you to our group so that you can have a one-on-one discussion with Mr. Bandyopadhyay.
Please, sir.
I'll add you to our WhatsApp group as well.
Please, sir.
Yeah.
You have my number?
I'll take your number from Shreya, who is in touch with you. So
fine, fine, sir. Fine, sir. I'll share.
She has your number, so she'll give
okay, great. Great.
So that should be fine. And with that, we'll move on to again a little bit on the raw material aspects. We'll move on to the shipping and scrap with Imran Bhai, Mr. Sartaj Imran, again a very good human being, a perfect human being who assured me all support the moment I approached him to organize the panel for me. He was out and out ready to help me on all fronts. Imran Bhai, the floor is yours. Imran Bhai, may I request Mr. Imran to take over? Mr. Sartaj Imran, are you there? Imran
yes,
Bhai?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Imran Bhai, please take over. The floor is yours. And
thank you very much for your wise words again.
Please go ahead. Mr. Imran, it's your turn.
Yes, sir. So about ship recycling, I would like to add some more things. That is, we've been getting a lot of support from our Ministry of Industries. And recently, over the last 10 years, the industry has developed a lot than the past years. Because back in the days, we didn't really have the mentality of, green yards or, improving our yards in terms of standards. But after seeing India, who's our neighbor, our only neighbor, you can say, after seeing India having so many green yards and well-organized yards, we have developed this basically following India. And now we already have one yard which is very well organized, that is PHP. And in the future, as I've mentioned, we have many more yards that are already on its way of becoming HKC fully compliant green yard. And we have full support from the our Ministry of Industries, from our government. But I would also like the world, the entire world, not to see ship recycling in such negative, such negatively, because we are trying to improve. And if you compare the past conditions and the recent conditions, we have improved quite a lot. So yes, that would be my earnest request to everyone, not to see ship recycling in a negative way, but take it positively, so that then you can see how we have changed over the past years. And also I would like to thank Mr. Mukherjee for having me on this seminar, on this webinar, and as well as Mr. Amir Ali from BSRM for recommending my name to him. Yeah, that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Imran Bhai. Thank you so much. And I think when you spoke earlier, you had also covered a bit of it. So I think there shouldn't be much of questions on the ship recycling as such. But if there is any, may I request anyone who wants to ask a question to Mr. Imran? Any question for Mr. Sartaj Imran? Okay, so I think you have done justice to your content. Earlier also you have
just want to, I have certain questions, but I will not use this platform. I might send you a later, an email later, Mr. Imran, if it's all right for you.
No, you can ask him if.
No. I mean, this is something very detailed, and I will do it later. So not in this platform.
Sure, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, his contacts are with me, and I am in touch with him on almost on a day-to-day basis. And this much I can tell you already, he's a very good human being, a great person who is always willing to help you. So this much I can vouch for him.
Perfect. So I was thinking of certain business ideas, but related to the shipbreaking industry, but I will contact him later on. Yeah.
He will help. I'm sure he will help.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move on to Mr. Zavid Ali Hossain has already spoken. So we'll move on to two other presentations. One is Mr. Pascal Cambos. Mr. Cambos, are you there? Mr. Cambos, are you there?
Yes, I am. Do you hear me?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Okay.
So how are things in France now?
Everything is okay. We have a good weather, which is not always the case in Normandy. We are in the north of France, and it's rainy time to time. But everything is okay today.
Yeah, because just as, all of us need to keep well. Your films will keep the galvanized sheets well. Your films will keep our flat products well. So it's important that Novocell keeps well, and everyone in Novocell team is goes strong and healthy. So the floor is yours, Mr. Pascal.
Okay.
And please highlight how your films help in conserving the environment, in terms of protecting and providing safety to the final finished product, which is so very important during the pandemic days. Protection and safety.
Protection and safety. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to be part of this audience. And I will try to highlight you about protective film from Novacell, of course, but in general, what is why protective film is important for the industry, the Euro industry in India as well in Bangladesh. I can share a presentation if you want.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Novacell is a French company, a very old company. We belong to a group was been launched probably 120 years ago. And Novacell is in the business of pretty film from more than 60 years, something like this. And we are involved in protection. This is the main market we have. And we work everywhere in the world. We are present in America, in Europe, of course, and also more and more in Asia Pacific. We have service centers in China and in Korea, but we have also people from Novacell in India for the time being. Next step will be to have a service center to have close to you our goods, ready to be cut to the widths you need. We are probably one of the most important protective film producer in the world. We are not a very big company. The Novacell Group, it's only 700 persons, but we try to be innovative with 25% of our sales done with new products. And the turnover of the company is right just 283 million euro last year, which is close to $300 million. We are more than 3,000 customers everywhere in the world. And the customer satisfaction rate last year was 92%. It's not so bad. And we try to improve always this type of ratio because our main goal is to be very close to you and to be the most evident partner for developing product for industry. We have also, we are all together on the same planet. And it's why Novacell has launched since a long time a program in order to reduce waste. It has been part of the discussion we have had during this webinar. Waste is important. We also design product with green product. Green product means with the waste of agricultures. And we are always in compliance with legislation and regulation. We have in Europe a very strong regulation, which is rich on raw material, chemical materials. But we have also product design, especially for the US regulation, and we try to always stick on the local regulation. What is our main purpose is to protect and bring added value to your surfaces. We are producing protective film you can apply on stainless steel, aluminum, galvanized steel, and painted steel, which is 60% of our business, but it is also 60% of the total work in terms of protection. Metals is the first surface to be protected. Doing that, we have specialized our range on all type of materials. And when I say we can protect, but also we bring added value to your surfaces. We do not only protect your surface, we try also to bring something we can increase the value of your own product. As said Mr. Litkal, most important in the building is construction, it is the production and direction of the building. And during production, we have to protect the surfaces, not during your production, but the production of your customers. You keep in mind when you produce, I don't know, painted metals, it will become a fridge, it will be a building, a roof of a building. If you produce stainless steel, it will be an oven, it could be a dishwasher, it could be something your own customer, they will transform your own product. You have to preserve, and we have to preserve with you the surface. You have given a high quality aspect of your surface. We have to preserve it from your plant up to the end users. But also we can provide through the protective film added value. For example, for the appliances market, you can propose product with what we call an easy peel behavior. The product has a very strong adhesion and resistance during the transformation, mechanical transformation, but at the end of the process, you can remove it very easily and very fastly. You can increase the production of your own customers, and also you reduce all the muscular traumatism due to for the people who remove the film at the end of the process. It's also called protect workers with CSR products, who can be also in your own plant if you have to apply product. We can what we call low noise product with unwinding noise, which is below than 85 decibel, which is a normalization. And also we try to protect the planet, and we work more and more on green offers. Green offers mean several tracks for us. This is a new product with recycled polyethylene. This is also product coming from waste of agricultures. And it's also, we try to reduce the weight and the quantity of polyethylene for the same thickness and with the same behavior during transformation. We keep in mind that we need to protect and to preserve your surface from the beginning to the end of the life of the protected surfaces, but we have to do it with the respect of the planet. And 100% of our products, you can recycle it, or you can burn it in adapted environments. We are in India since a long time, probably 12 or 13 years. And we have now a local presence since a long time also, more than 10 years. We have a branch office in Mumbai with three people for the time being. Our next option is to have a service center. I don't know, it will be in the south of in the north of India or in both countries. And we will serve also Bangladesh from India. You can see our turnover in this area increased a lot. And this is the beginning of our story with your countries. We also try to adapt every time our range and our product to the local needs. We are in process to design 2 new products, especially for India, for the elevators industry. You have a stronger industry in India for lift productions, and also all the products are painted, stainless steel. All the added value of concerning the surfaces and the aspect has been given at the whole beginning of the process, and we have to preserve it with some plants which are fully automatic. We need to preserve completely the surface from during all the transformation without stopping the production and so on. It's why we have designed 2 new prototypes, and they will be in test in the coming weeks. We also work closely with the different manufacturers of machines for transformations, machines for roll forming and so on, because it's a better way to provide product with the right properties when you need it. We try to anticipate the maximum what will be the future. We were the first to design product for the laser fiber transformations. And we have done it in partnership with Trumpf, which is a German company, and we are very close to Trumpf. We have a strong partnership since a long time with this company. We also work closely with people who produce sync or make deep drawing. We try always to be in touch with your company and also your customers, because you have different type of requirements, and we have to answer to all the requirements. And last slide, it's we always try to reinvent our own business. During the COVID period, we have designed products specially adapted for, it was a gel hydroalcoholic. We have given for free this gels to all the medical association around Normandy and Paris. We have also designed recently, and we start in production since 6 months, a fully new production plant for to produce rubber-based product, natural rubber-based product. This plant is based in south of Italy, and we always are looking for innovation. We try to have the best compromise in terms of production and cost for the higher quality we can do, but also in respect with sustainability. On the roof of this new building for these new machines are with solar panels in order to reduce our footprint. This is what I present, but I'm ready to answer to all type of question you could have about protective film.
So do we have any questions for Mr. Cambos? Anyone from the panel or the attendees?
Okay, so I suppose not many of the GPGC players are still there. Anyway, we'll have one more session with Bangladesh only for GPGC market.
Okay.
So in that, I think it will raise more questions, and we'll keep a separate session only for the coated sheets market, because coated sheet market is quite big in Bangladesh. It's very
yes,
important.
it is. It is in
very
Bangladesh, it is in India, but it is also outside Bangladesh and India, because, for example, in Europe, India is the first country for pre-painted metal export.
Right.
And we have a lot of European customers, service centers of end users who use protective film to apply on India painted metals. And I'm pretty sure we have also the same from Bangladesh.
Yeah, in Bangladesh, especially also in the stainless steel market, you have a good potential. So let us look at the possibility of bringing all the GPGC players together in one platform, and also the stainless steel players, the coated, particularly the coated sheets market. So with that, I would request Mr. Pascal to just stay back for the next presentation, which is.
It will be a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Pascal. And we will now go again to a little bit on shipping aspects from RK Galaxy, Mr. Manoj Kuruvilla, Regional Vice President Sales, RK Galaxy, Singapore. Mr. Kuruvilla, please. Mr. Kuruvilla, you have to, you're on mute. Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
We can.
And all the panelists, thank you for giving an opportunity to attend this webinar. And it was my privilege to attend and hear with all the panelists, all the vast knowledge. Okay, let me tell you something about our company. I am representing RK Galaxy, which it's a trading company of steel scrap and for other steel products also. We also trade in long products. We sometimes buy from Jindal and export, and scrap from basically from Brazil, South America to Bangladesh. Bangladesh being one of my major area where I almost travel every month till this COVID situation came. Okay, I would like to present a small screen, share my screen, 1 second. Hope you can see the screen.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So now, if you see that the steelmakers in Bangladesh and India face many challenges in the last 3 months due to the COVID-19 lockdown.
Sorry to interrupt. So could you please make it full screen? from the view? It's coming in a window actually. Just the green button on the left should work. Yeah.
Can you see now?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it should be okay. Yeah.
So, right. So Bangladesh industry is currently growing at a staggering rate, primarily due to the rising steel demand in the country on account of several large infrastructure projects in the pipeline for this decade. Presently, there are several expansion plans underway by various steel manufacturers across the country to meet the rising steel demand. At present, there are around 97 steel melting furnaces being operated by 42 steel manufacturing companies located mostly in Dhaka and Chittagong regions. Out of the 97 furnaces, 94 are induction-based furnace and 3 are electric arc furnace. So if you see that we are actually dealing with most of the steel mills and supplying various type of scraps, basically from busheling, ENS, shredded, and all the other, even up to LMS bundles. Major exporting countries, as you know, is Australia and New Zealand, which are now focusing to Bangladesh during this COVID. Brazil, Chile, and other South American countries are also supplying, but now situations in the South America is also getting worse due to the COVID-19 situation. Many yards have been closed. So we are facing a lot of issues in getting the scrap. Then again, in the West Africa also, we are procuring the scrap, but again, there, like this week, suppose the market is working, the yard is open, next week it is closed. So we have to plan basically well in advance from where we can buy, where we can source it, and how to fulfill the demand. Even UK and Europe, after the initial, there was a lockdown in all the yards, but now again they are in the market. But again, if you see the international market prices of all the scraps are very high in the international market, but the demand side, Bangladesh as well as India, they are not approving the high price. So they still are looking for a lower level of the scrap prices. So we are facing the issues and challenges we are facing as well as India as in the Bangladesh steel industries. So basically it is because of the fragmented nature of the industry, lack of economy of scale and pricing, power, supply and demand imbalance, raw material availability, ferrous scraps, low capacity utilization. So these are the basic challenges we are facing. Whereas if you see the opportunity which I would like to bring it out, Bangladesh has been shift in the industry of the production and consumption. From being actually a net billet importer, now Bangladesh has turned into a billet exporting country. So some of the steel mills in Bangladesh, they are venturing out to export the steel billets to neighboring countries, whereby it is we are helping it out to source the material from Bangladesh to export to neighboring countries. So that's a good advantage for the Bangladesh, where the countries are, neighboring countries where the freight also is less and it is easy to match the prices. So we have some challenges of the Bangladesh mills right now. We are facing is Bangladesh has to face the compete with neighboring countries, India and other steel billets exporting countries. Then we have again a problem of deep sea ports in Bangladesh, which is still a big concern for import and export. If you see the key competitive advantage of Bangladesh and the growth drivers, large production, large and young population, hence the consumption of the steel per capita has increased. Per capita consumption of the steel has been significant rise and almost doubled in the 5 to 6 years, from 45 kgs in 2017, and now we are assuming it will go up to 73 kgs in 2022. Political reforms and the stability of the government. Infrastructure development boosted by the government, a lot of infrastructure work along with the big government projects, Padma Bridge, Rupur nuclear plant, Paira seaport, the large coal-fired power projects in the Matabari and Rampuri metro project, LNG terminals,
and currently going on across the country. At present, the current steel production capacity is estimated to be at 6.5 to 7 million tons, and it can be said at least another 3 to 4 million tons of steel production capacity will be added in the next couple of years on the back of aggressive expansion plans of the leading steel makers. You see the scrap imports in Bangladesh in 2016-17, it was around 2.5 million tons of import was there. Whereas if you see now by year 1920, they have already crossed for almost 4 million tons of scrap they are importing, which is again is going to be increasing and expected by next year to go up to 5 million tons. So I would like to thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask me.
Thank you, Mr. Kuruvilla. Well, that was very interesting for me. I was not aware that Bangladesh, imports so much of scrap. I was not aware of the quantity. Well, with that, any questions for Mr. Kuruvilla, who wants to know about the scrap consumption in Bangladesh or the scenario in Bangladesh? Okay. So with that, there is a question which Orgoda was waiting for a long time. Orgoda, are you there? Professor Orgo Mujumdar, are you there? He was waiting for a long time to. Ankit, can you just check if Dr. Orgo Mujumdar is there or?
Yeah, I have unmuted him.
Yeah.
Thank
Orgoda,
you, Malo. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Orgo. I'm sorry I had to keep you waiting because I wanted to rush things a little bit. That's all.
Well, when you wait for the good things, it's not at all a problem. It's not a pain.
Thank you. I know you are my dada, so you will always excuse me.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to ask a question. It was the right platform to speak about Indo-Bangladesh combination where we both can hold our hands together and grow ourselves. I have a question to Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, is that he has talked about the younger generation, the people below 25 years in India and Bangladesh. There are many people. And he has again talked about the digital inclination for the people, those people, for they have the digital inclination for this. Now, I would like to ask, what is the plan for what should be the plan to bring these younger generation to not to go to other digital platform and bring them to in steel fraternity and work towards the development of steel infrastructure. So can you just explain this if you have any answer on this?
So, good question. In fact, I have been talking about in the same language. Nirmala knows. Nirmala had a conference in Kolkata, where I had shared the platform with Subrata there as well. And that's where I first talked about my views and my opinions about how we should be attracting people, young talent, to the industry. So having said that, your question itself has answers, Orgo. So you talked about solutions, right? So are the solutions existing today?
No, absolutely, there is no solution. Yes.
Well, you have been in RI, you have worked 23 years in RINL.
Yes, absolutely.
Those solutions are existing. We have Atul here who supplies equipment, provides technology to various steelmaking companies. Atul, do you know whether the solutions that I am talking about are those available in the industry? And don't talk about automation. Don't talk about level 2. I know that's there. Level 2 doesn't entice people anymore. It has become very common, staple food for people these days. Even level 2 in India, people even ignore level 2 and they impress upon their own abilities to run a mill. So that's why I call it an individual brilliance rather than system governance. That's what the philosophy is. So Atul, may I ask you, what do you think about the concepts that I am talking about? Where is digital power? So that means the decision making is based on not only data, but also assimilation of data guiding the machine.
Exactly. This is one topic which has come up or already started in SMS since last about 2 years, where we have a fresh stream and fresh section working on Industry 4.0 and digitalization. And interestingly, that team is a pretty young team, all below 30. So
working with that team. And I'm working with that team.
Yeah. So
Yes,
that
we know Sobosachita, and the fact that Bernard himself is I think close to 30, or that itself proves that the SMS digital team is led by the youngest possible CEO.
Yeah.
No, my point is different, sir. My point is the people may be working, the people, those who are below 30 or below 25, they are working into the steel plants, steel automation of it. My point is different. The people, those who are new, those who are not knowing about the steel industry, how to channelize those people and those talents towards our steel industry so that our steel industry grows. And they are already savvy for their digital platform. So with this, we can bring those talent into our steel plants or our steel industry so that our steel industry grows. That is what the plan. What is the plan? I am asking.
Okay, Orgo. So I don't know what the plan is. I cannot answer for the plan. I can only answer what I envisage should happen. First of all, you belong to the academia. Nirmalia belongs to the connection between the industry, the academia, and the political bureau as well. What I would suggest that there should be an understanding in the industry that this focus needs to be brought in, number one. Number two, academia should recognize the needs of the industry and introduce those kind of streams in the coursework. That means if you have a school of mines and metallurgy, don't only focus on mines and metallurgy, focus on digitalization as a part of the coursework and put them into that coursework as a connection between those studies and the fact of how digital matters can bring solutions. Industry must recognize that academia is putting the efforts in, and accordingly, there should be a connection established between the academia and industry. Industry should promote the academia to do the research. You can pick up small research programs with small grants from the industry to carry on those projects, involve as many students as possible, because the students must pick up industrial projects, real-time solutions. They may not be very elaborate, may not be very high business impact-wise, but from an understanding of the process in the industry, the students must have an understanding. Once that interest is generated, once that connection is established, I believe that the students would start understanding that there are challenges lies in that industry like ours, and hence they would be interested to contribute.
Yes, that is an excellent answer. I just want to request all the industrial people, as I was working in Vizag Steel for 23 years, with my experience working in sinter plant, working in blast furnace, I just request all the industrial people to look into the academia people so that the people, new generation can know the taste of it, taste the problems of the industry, and both we together, industry and academy, can hold their hands each other, and the industry will grow in a better way. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Nirmalo Mukherjee and Ankit Mukherjee. It was a nice interaction, sitting in front of computer, in front of laptop from 4 o'clock until 9:30, 9:40, and still some more to go. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Argoda. Thank you, Argoda. Do you know that I am always blamed for having very long webinars, which no one else does? Perhaps I am the only one who does webinars for 5 hours, 6 hours. All other webinars across the world, even my son Ankit, who is sitting there, he always keeps blaming me that, and he keeps threatening me, Baba, এবার কিন্তু যদি 4 ঘন্টা হয়ে যায় আমি আর নেই, আমি থাকবো না. He keeps threatening me, but you know, I try and make sure that I accommodate everyone possible. And when people can sit for 3 hours in a movie hall and watch a movie, why can't you sit for a discussion for 4 or 5 hours in the comfort of your home?
Yes, absolutely. It is actually for the improvement of the both countries, the Bangladesh and India. Thank you.
Exactly. You know, let me add one thing. Mr. Nawaz Chandra Mondal, who is Additional Secretary in Prime Minister's office, handling BIDA, Bangladesh Industrial Development Authority, he's sitting, well, right now it's almost 9:45, which means 10:15 at Bangladesh time. Mr. Mondal, are you there? Mr. Nawaz Mondal, are you there? I can see you are logged in.
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Can someone unmute? Ankit, can you unmute Mr. Nawaz Mondal, or is he?
Yeah.
Please unmute. আপনি শুধু unmute করে নিন. So you have to unmute. Just unmute yourself.
Okay.
Now
it is okay?
Yeah, it is okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. And I am still here, but most of the time I am not connected with you because of other activities. Because in the meantime, I joined another session and completed evening walk, and already I completed dinner also.
Very good. Very good. Excellent. না যেটা নওয়াজ বাবু আমি অ্যাপ্রিশিয়েট করার জন্য আপনাকে চাইছিলাম যে আপনি কতটা ইন্টারেস্ট পেয়েছেন, তবে তো রাত্রি 10:15 পর্যন্ত আপনি ইউ আর দেয়ার listening to a conversation between India and Bangladesh, where you play a very important role. এখন primarily বাংলাদেশের ইনভেস্টমেন্ট ক্লাইমেটটা তৈরি করেছেন আমাদের অনারেবল প্রাইম মিনিস্টার ম্যাডাম শেখ হাসিনা, এবং সেটাকে যে আপনারা কত ডেডিকেটেড সেই মোটিভেশনের পেছনে, সেটাই আমি আজকে হাইলাইট করার জন্য আমি আশ্চর্য হয়ে গেছি যে আপনি এখনো বসে আছেন। অ্যান্ড নওয়াজ বাবু, আমার পুত্র জার্মানি থেকে মাস্টার্স করছে, আমি ওকে বলবো, অঙ্কিত, প্লিজ শেয়ার ইউর এক্সপিরিয়েন্স about what Professor Argo Majumdar mentioned about digitalizations in other faculties, because you are doing digitalization. আমার ছেলে মাস্টার্স করছে digitalization জার্মানিতে. So what I want to know is, what about the other faculties? Do they also for example, let's say in mechanical engineering, do they also have let's say lessons on Industry 4.0, on digitalization?
Yeah, absolutely. So in my I cannot speak for other universities, but in my universities there are certain courses which you can take no matter in which field you are. One, for example, is language. You can learn any language in any course. And then there are some other things like like you can study about Industry 4.0, or you can study about automation, or you can study about even machine learning. In fact, is a subject which is, for me, it's a core subject, but it can be taken as an elective for someone who is in another field.
So that way you are free to choose any subject you want to attend, and
so the university offers that flexibility.
That's something, Argoda, if you can hear me, this is something I think you should also introduce as an option in Kazi Nazrul University.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, I am thinking of data science subject in our university. Already it is on the process, and It has gone, the proposal has gone to the higher education. Soon it will be coming, one thing. Second thing is that the point is that the Bangladesh is means in a GDP way, they are better than us. So the point is that the industry is looking at the younger generation and bringing them to industry of steel. What exactly they are doing to keep the talent coming into their industry is if Navas Chandra Mandal can explain on this and can share his idea on this.
নওয়াজবাবু যেটা অর্ঘবাবু জানতে চাইছেন, উনি ডিরেক্টর কাজী নজরুল ইউনিভার্সিটি, যেটা আসানসোলে অবস্থিত, নতুন ইউনিভার্সিটি, কম্পারেটিভলি নতুন। তো ওখানে উনি যেটা বলছেন যে ডিজিটাল আপনাদের বাংলাদেশে, ধরুন আমি ঢাকা বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের কথা বলছি না, অন্যান্য টেকনিক্যাল ইউনিভার্সিটি যেগুলো আছে সেখানে সেই বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়গুলোকে কি এরকম কোনো পসিবিলিটি আছে যে যাদের, ধরুন আমি পড়ি মেকানিক্যাল, কিন্তু আমি যদি ইন্ডাস্ট্রি 4.0 বা ডিজিটালাইজেশন বা আইটি নিয়ে কিছু নলেজ গ্যাদার করতে চাই, সেই অপশনটা থাকবে, এরকম কোনো কি বাংলাদেশে সেই অপশনগুলো আছে টেকনিক্যাল ইউনিভার্সিটিগুলো?
Okay, thank you. We have some industries, including BUET, you know, but they are not so capable so far, I think, because some of the industries are said that our engineers who are coming from different institutions, that mean universities, they are very low capable to do their specific jobs, because in Chevron, you know, there are high technological people in Chevron for gas extraction and other areas, but the Bangladeshi engineers, they are working in low level and their promotion scope is very low. This is the standard, but at present government has taken huge initiatives to develop the skill and the capacity of the universities, including the public and private also.
Thank you.
Like to, Nirmalada, just one point. I would like to ask Navas Chandra Mandal ji to take help in this area also from India. There are so many industries, so many expertise in steel industry, where you know we are in the after China only we are second in the world. So the expertise is there in India. If you can call upon these experts in your country and start doing things so that your talent also come into picture and your steel industry grows, this will be a very good means it's a collaborative idea. You can think upon it. So that, and Nirmala Mukherjee can be a, you know, the bridging material for this. Thank you for the opportunity given to me.
Thank you. But it has the opportunity in our industrial policy also, because any academia or any university can invite such type of skilled and expertise in our country also. This is open.
Thank you, Mr. Mondal. Onek dhanyabad. It is a very good opportunity for us to look at. For example, I know of OP Jindal University, which is actually run by primarily by Mr. Naveen Jindal and his company. I mean his foundation. So that university, OP Jindal University, works very closely with the industry, and you know, they have also metallurgy as a part of their curriculum, which works very closely. I think, I don't know, Shobhasachita, if you're aware of OP Jindal University?
Yes, Nirmala, I'm aware of. And in fact, Dr. Ashok Srivastav, who is the director of metallurgy there, he has been in touch with me. In fact, they hosted conferences as well, and I have been participant to that. In fact, one of their students got a very good position with Amazon this year. So I keep up with it a little bit, yes.
In fact, Nirmalada, they have started stainless steel into their curriculum this year. And they are the first university, private university, which have started stainless steel into their curriculum. So the Jindal stainless steel is been included into their curriculum.
That's good. Andrin, what is the situation in Leoben University in Austria?
Oh, I really am very much away from the academic side for a long time, and I have concentrated mostly on the industry. But the very interesting is the research that sometimes right now being conducted to Europe is completely of different focus and everything based on hydrogen and all these aspects. And this is a one part which is, I don't think right now is directly one-to-one applicable for the subcontinent of India, but rather something which I really like to focus, that in a curriculum in all the universities, whenever you come to academia, it is some countries a little bit better, some little bit not that much. But one thing is there is always a problem. It's not the same language which is spoken by the professors and by the industry people. And there is a gap of identifying the common problems and how it will come back to profitability of the industry. And this is something people have to work on. And something very interesting that I'm seeing that Mr. Mondal, coming from the investment sector, is also very well aware of the academic scenario. And such persons, I'm being seeing such a person like Mr. Mondal there, I can say, yes, the med steel industry of Bangladesh is in good hands, who can really identify the problems between the academia and the investment and the steel industry. So this is the point from my side.
Thank you, Andrin. Thank you so much. With that, Amit, can you just play the corporate video of MRL, Modinagar Rolls, so that we can finish the summing up with our most knowledgeable and more senior most person in the panel today. Mr. Subrata Mitra will sum up today's entire day's discussion and what we discussed. And I'm sure we will prepare a note sheet and send it to Mr. Nawaz Chandra Mondal, as well as to all functionaries in Bangladesh government and Ministry of Steel Government of India. Okay, so Amit, please go ahead with the MRL corporate video, and then we'll request Mr. Subrata Mitra to sum up today's entire webinar. Okay, now I would request Subrata to sum up the day's events and he share his thoughts.
Thank you, Nirmalo. You have given me a very important task. Actually, we had a wonderful discussion with so many knowledgeable people and experienced people. Let me just sum up with our guests first, Bangladesh. Mr. Nawaz Chandra Mondal highlighted the government initiatives, what is going on, and he clarified the situation, the plans of government. That was wonderful. Mr. Adil Islam of banking sector clarified, which we have a doubt that people are skeptical in giving loans to steel industry, which we clarified that there were issues on interest, but it is being handled by government, and said there's no such issue as the loans are not dispersed. So that's a very good news from the Bangladesh industry point of view. Then, as usual, Mr. Ali Hussain of BSRM, they are the pioneers of steel making in Bangladesh in 1952. It started, gave a very lucid picture of what they're doing, and he clarified nicely the steps they're taking for expansion and going forward. Mr. Manwar Hussain, President of Bangladesh Steel Association, clarified the various roles of Bangladesh Steel Association and how they are working together for the country's growth. First of all, Bangladesh is in a growth path, definitely 7 to 8 billion, 8% GDP growth. So naturally, the steel growth should be 14, 15, 16%. Mr. Helaluddin, Additional Secretary, Bangladesh government, clarified the role of the government and how the government is coming forward to help the industry. Then Mr. Zubair Hussain of KYC Steel, the flat producer, clarified the value-added steel they're making, steel bars, galvanizing, coated steel, by purchasing HRC from India. He had an apprehension, he had a point that some of the quality aspects are there which need to be looked into by suppliers from India. That needs to be rectified by the suppliers so that they can make a good value-added product and Bangladesh can export to the Southeast Asian country. Then Mr. Sarfraz Imran clarified certain points regarding the industry. Then I don't think I met Mr. This is all from our guest side. If I miss anything, please pardon me. Now, the shipbreaking industry was clarified by one of the speakers from Bangladesh. Now, from Indian side, Mr. V.R. Sharma, as usual, he clarified a lot of things regarding the growth of steel and the country's infrastructure growth. He raised a good point of railways elevated. I know I have seen in Chicago the elevated metro system, subway system, standing on steel structures, because Bangladesh has many district towns which are really growing. It is something like our, what should I say, the initiative taken by Indian government, smart cities, Rangpur, Rajshahi, Kumilla, Sylhet. Apart from Dhaka, all these district towns are growing where there will be a big infrastructure growth which will consume a lot of steel. Mr. V.R. Sharma nicely elaborated that. He highlighted that railway should be more used for transportation from Chittagong area. And let us not forget, Chittagong is one of the best natural harbors in the world. So that was from Mr. Sharma. And Mr. Atul Bhatt clarified up till now they could not do a lot of business in Bangladesh, but they have plans to get into Bangladesh. He highlighted on the use of hot metal DRI mix to reduce power. Yes, that's a thing. But my apprehension, yes, that's definitely a thing where power consumption reduces to 300 kilowatt hour from 600, so that's a big saving. But that requires raw materials. Anyway, that's a way of production, and it can be looked into in future by Bangladesh producers. Then Ranjan Bandyopadhyay from JPC clarified, actually he spoke first about the government's role in GPC, and the point was well taken, means Bangladesh doesn't have any organization like our GPC, which keeps a record of the steel industry's various features, growth, what are the problems. So GPC type organization, India can help Bangladesh in getting into that. Shobhachari Bandyopadhyay, as usual, was nice. The technological aspects were spoken, and the training, how the training can help, manpower planning, which is very much in there. Mr. Andre Bhattacharya spoke about the various technologies that is possible and going forward in Bangladesh industry. Alokesh Roy spoke about Jamil Steel's very useful, which will come as a use not only in Bangladesh but everywhere where steel-related buildings and structures growth. It was a wonderful presentation he gave. Sanjay Das Gupta of Danieli spoke about the various technologies being undertaken by them in arc furnace Danieli. There is nothing to say. Danieli is a very strong player in arc furnace. Now, then Mr. Atul from SMSS told about various initiatives and design features being introduced by them in the, especially in the DC arc furnace, which has got its inherent advantages, whether it can be clarified. And he spoke about the capacity, which is known. Mr. Manwar Hussain of Anwar Steel, he was wonderful. He gave a very lucid talk on the overall picture of Bangladesh, and he extended his warm welcome to invite the Indian delegation, and that, of course, everybody did that. Then our Indian rolling mill suppliers gave their strength areas about the rolling mills capacities. The rolling mills they have supplied to India, to Bangladesh, added by Mr. Simon. It was Mr. Anuj Khanna from Air Group. Mr. Simon added certain aspects from UK. That was good processes on processes and product mix. Then the rolling mill suppliers gave it. Mr. Hussain of Zabir Hussain of KYC Steel that I discussed. Sanjay Mehta from metal recycling elaborated, because metal recycling is a big industry in India and which should grow in Bangladesh also, considering the ship breaking, one of the world's largest ship breaking industry is in Chittagong area. Ship breaking is a huge metal recycling and that should come up. Mr. Mehta already worked, he visited Bangladesh a number of times and is very much aware of the steel in metal recycling, which MREI, Metal Recycling Association of India, he heads that. So he gave a very clear picture of what's happening. Now, Sunil Litka from Trimble, US, he gave a presentation on what the strength areas, the Trimble, how they bring down the operating cost and project implementation on time. Mr. Sarfraz Imran, he spoke about these areas very lucidly. Mr. Novosel, Mr. Pascal of Novosel talks about the coated steel market in Bangladesh, which is really something, because as the country grows, as the purchasing power grows, flat product increases, coated steel market increases. Mr. Manoj Kuruvilla also elaborated his area of expertise, and in short, it was a very good meeting where many things were discussed. And I think we could, the whole panelists and the various questions added to the value of this seminar under Nirmal's untiring effort and Ankit's untiring effort of keeping together all the steel fraternity together for the benefit of both the countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Subrata. You know, while you were speaking, my son Ankit sent a WhatsApp message to me. Did you ask uncle to highlight all these issues at the end of the day? I said no. But I wrote only one line. I said, Subrata is a seasoned man from the industry. He doesn't need to be told. So I did not realize that all the while you are taking notes and noting down each and every, and you covered everything comprehensively from beginning to end. So that is only possible from someone like Mr. Subrata Mitra. And, there were instances when I used to get into a discussion. I have a very good friend of mine. He is right now ED projects in Vizag Steel Plant. His name is L. Bhaskar. So Bhaskar, being a very good friend, he was in chairman's office for a very long time.
Yes.
So I used to go, and whenever I used to go, I used to spend some time with him. And whenever the topic of Mr. Subrata Mitra came up, 2 points were to be noted about him: a wonderful human being, and number 2, the most knowledgeable man that Bhaskar has ever seen. He used to tell
You
me,
are American.
No. Let's call spade a spade. Let us, accept the fact. And not only that, Sanjay Dasgupta, who was on the panel today, he's like a younger brother to me. Even Sanjay told me the day Mr. Subrata Mitra was superannuated, from that day, I do not find someone like him in Dastur anymore. These are straight from the horse's mouth. This is what I'm quoting by name. So there is no way I can do some jugglery in words. These are from individuals. So
Thank you.
This is just to pay my tribute to the person who deserves this most. And I've always believed that as long as you are there with us, the industry cannot be misguided. So it is a great honor for us to have you all the time. Sabosachita, would you like to add anything to this?
Nirmalo, you have said everything that we could. I only had the experience of sharing the platform with Subrata, so not a whole lot of direct interaction as such. But I would absolutely agree on the comments that you have made on the 2 points. Number one, he's an excellent gentleman. So I have always found him that way whenever I've spoken to him. Very knowledgeable, at least from my standpoint. Whenever he has opened his mouth, I could see the wisdom coming out. So again, I do not have the same level of interaction that many others have, but whenever I have come across him, I have found him to be a man of a lot of wisdom. So my hats off to Mr. Subrata Mitra. And that too, he's probably the last speaker on your list, Nirmalia. And see what you just told, that Ankit was tentative, that because today's generation, they want everything to be planned. A lot of people, they want everything to be written down, black and white, right? So, but you know what Subrata that would deliver. So you could, with elan, without any hesitation, ask for that, and he delivered the punch without without any drop of an eyelid, right? So that tells the story, that summarizes it. Thank you very much for even asking my opinion, Nirmalia.
Because
thank you, Nirmal, I have 1 minute I will take for
please,
the
Bangladesh
friends, because other non-Bengalis are there. We are Bengalis. So historically, the eastern part of Bengal was used for making food grains. There was a vast green area. There were no industries, absolutely no. Can you imagine 1952 BSRM first set up a steel plant? So as the country prospers, slowly the requirement of steel increases because the infrastructure increases. Today Bangladesh has come up. Agriculture is there, that's the best. The next thing, what you require, food is first, then the clothes. So the garment industry has grown, done worldwide. Now the steel will help in the infrastructure. Then the natural gas is there, power generation. This will prosper Bangladesh. That's it.
Very well said, Subrata. And we want the prosperity. Last few days, I was listening to a few of our Prime Minister's speeches. First, when in 2015, he was addressing Dhaka Vishwavidyalaya. And then this year, with the birth centenary celebration of Bangabandhu Mujibur Rahman, it was again a video conference address which the Prime Minister made because he could not go to Dhaka to address. So I saw the amount of confidence and faith which Government of India and our Prime Minister has on Bangladesh, and he accepted in all humility that Bangladesh is far ahead of us in spite of being a smaller country in size in terms of textile industry in various areas where we are nowhere close to what Bangladesh has achieved. We should be proud of what Bangladesh has done, especially in textile industry. I'm sure when Sabyasachi goes to Walmart or to Marshalls to buy a shirt, most likely, even if it carries a international brand, it would have been manufactured somewhere in Bangladesh.
Yes, I hardly buy anything made in US. I buy made in Bangladesh, China for sure, sometimes India.
Vietnam.
Where you hardly get from US.
Yeah.
So finally, a closing comment from Anindita Di. Now she can't say she's busy with teaching students the Chinese.
Hey, I have already given you my speech. I am not. No way.
No. Last comment must come from Anindita Di. I'm not giving.
আমি no video. আমি খুব enjoy করি.
Okay, video চাইনি. I want your message, not your video. Please.
প্রথম থেকে লাস্ট অবধি এনজয় করি। যেমনি বলেছিলাম আমার রুটস বাংলাদেশে, আমি ঢাকা বিক্রমপুরের এখনো মনে করি। ঢাকা বিক্রমপুরে আমার বাবা মা ওখানে থেকে, so I think my roots are strongly embedded in Bangladesh. আর of course ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে আমার জন্ম কান্ট্রি, আমি ওখানে জন্মেছি, আমার ছেলে জন্মেছে, আমার হাজবেন্ড জন্মেছে, সো প্রচন্ড টান ইন্ডিয়ার প্রতি। কোনোদিন we are always looking back, hoping to go back to India and serve the country one day, India, Bangladesh, whatever, so we are always ready. আর এর যে তুমি করো নির্মালো, মানে সত্যি it's a, যেমনি বলেছিলাম, it's a connecting tool. You are connecting so many people.
And it was
yeah, and hats off to Ankit. I am in awe. এত একটা বাচ্চা ছেলের এত পেশেন্স, এত সুন্দরভাবে start to end of the থাকে. I'm really so happy to watch him. Great job. I do love you a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anindita Di. You were our inspiration, and as I said, in all humility, you were the first person who came to support us without expecting anything in return whatsoever. So that's why I wanted your message to be carried forward, that we need people like you to stand for the industry where your father was in sale, your husband was in sale, and so you started your journey being a lady of steel from the beginning, and from Durgapur.
বুঝতেই পারছিস, বাবা স্টিল ম্যান, বিয়ে হয়েছে another steel man, আমার লাইফটাই স্টিল হয়ে গেল।
A wonderful note to end of Sabyasachi Sabboda. May I request Ankit to now just propose a vote of thanks, special thanks to Anindita Di and Sabboda, heartfelt thanks, and the rest you can propose a vote of thanks, and we look forward to our meeting tomorrow for our next recycling webinar. Ankit, please propose the vote of thanks. Thank you, Anindita Di. Thank you, Sabboda. Tomorrow we are meeting.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Yeah, Ankit, please propose your.
Thank you so much. And before I begin my official vote of thanks, I would also like to thank you. I would like to thank my father for giving me this opportunity to interact with so many knowledgeable people, and an opportunity to learn, because this is really, I'm getting to learn a lot through these experiences, and I would really like to thank him for the opportunity. And I would like to mention Mr. Subroto Mitro, the way he concisely summed up the entire webinar with his notes and everything. It was really wonderful to see, and I was really surprised and impressed as well. I would like to thank all the panelists for being here today, for creating such a wonderful dynamic panel discussion. My heartfelt gratitude to our title sponsor for the event, AR Group of Industries, and our sponsors, Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills, Recycron Engineering and Consulting, ACE Precision Machines Private Limited, and our co-sponsors, MRL Group, Zamil Steel, Tekla, and AMEC for their support. Again, my special thanks to Sabyasachi uncle and Anindita aunty for supporting the event as goodwill sponsors. Thank you very much. This event today was jointly organized by Steel and Metallurgy Joint Plant Committee and Bangladesh Steel Manufacturers Association. So I would like to thank our partners for supporting us and helping us bringing together all these people from 2 different countries with shared goals and interests. Now, organizing a webinar involves a lot of people who are not always in the forefront, as rightly mentioned by Orindita Aunty in her message. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank Amitech India for the technical support and everyone in the Steel and Metallurgy team for making this event possible. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to conclude today's meeting.
Thank you so much, and look forward to our next. Thank you, Subrotoda. Thank you, Orindita. Thank you, Sopota. Thank you, Mr. Nabas Chandra Mondal. Thank you, Amit.
Thank you also. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
নবাজ বাবু ভালো থাকবেন, শুভরাত্রি, ভালো থাকুন।
শুভরাত্রি, সবাই ভালো থাকুন।
আপনার সাথে
এই কামনা করি।
আপনার সাথে আমরা
গুড নাইট।
বাংলাদেশে আসুন, বাংলাদেশে একসময় আসুন। পরিস্থিতি ভালো হলে
নিশ্চয়ই।
হ্যাঁ, এখন তো ইলিশ মাছের সিজন।
আমি ঢাকার মেয়ে, ঢাকা বিক্রমপুরে, আমি যাব।
আসেন, আসেন।
ভালো থাকবেন।
আমন্ত্রণ থাকলো, আসেন।
হ্যাঁ,
ঠিক আছে। ওকে, বাই।
ওকে, বাই।
ভাবেই আমন্ত্রণ জানাচ্ছি। ওকে, বাই বাই।
হ্যাঁ, বাই।